something coming through the door. The whispered tears, yours or mine, but pain it will only find. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown, only to close my eyes, turning around in me. Slow motion death, a caravan of ghost stars falling as we watch the moon fade. Bones and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. I feel the river water washing me, all the beautiful things can't be free. In the distance I see the sun clinging to the last day. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. No pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It was a beautiful war of flesh and bone against spirit and consciousness. The eternal you of memories in motion, to live once more and to die once more. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. Body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown.
As I travel this life alone, two paths both unknown, for what already has this life shown. The first step I diverged from normalcy, no paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. Road less traveled, dark and cold, I came upon a fork in the road. I pondered, both mind free. The fall had come, for yellow is the autumn tree. Both I long to travel, for I'm but one. I could not see, for both were bent, the overgrowth and canopy. Where will destiny lead me? The first step I diverged from normalcy, no paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. began my journey on the road less traveled. Regret haunts me at times, looking back wondering where the other path myself would find. But both paths are traveled equally, for many take the zombie road to normalcy, and others seek individuality. From the wear on the trail it appears 50-50. With every footstep came pitfalls and risks, rewards and opportunities. Looking back, what did I really miss? The first step I diverged from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. Nervousness born from the earth, my madness came by storm. I heard heaven and hell, but how can I be mad? Across the table, I'll tell you the tale. I wanted for nothing from the...
All right, folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. Oh, man. Been a long day for me. I got it way too early. Oh, boy. Let me get my earbuds in here. I always want to try and start earlier, but just got too much going on. Let's get started here. What's going on, Mr. Richard?
How are you, buddy?
One of the days. I'm not great, but I'm not dying, you know.
Still alive.
Still alive.
That's good.
Long day of getting trolled and attacked.
Yeah, those are long days. Yeah.
Should see my messenger. It's these people, they can't fight their own battles, so they got to recruit people and get them in there. And some of these people, I feel bad for them because they don't know what's going on. They don't understand. And so they get thrown into this meat grinder. And luckily, though, over the weekend, you know, we had a few people that came. Let me get Kramer on here too. He's a. What's going on, Mr. Chris? How you doing?
Hey, Josh. What's up, man?
Just another day, another battle. You know, just it's crazy, man. I've never seen anything like this.
And an interesting couple of days, that's for sure.
We're still going. It's crazy.
Well, they are legion. They are many, and many are one, right?
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, there's not a ton of them. There's just some very committed people that have neurological issues. Neurologically challenged individual. But when you think about these people, it's like, dude, you can't. I wouldn't trade places with them for anything in the world. These people don't know how to act, man, and they're going to be real sorry on Judgment Day. I can tell you that. They're not going to have any excuse for their behavior.
Man, they're on a leper's island, brother. That's the reality of it. They have backed themselves onto a little island. They've got no relevancy, and none of them could ever really, other than on their own goofy platform, which is terrible, like ever really engage publicly with anybody in this literally ever again. You know, like they've shot themselves in the foot, brother, and have for a long time. You know, getting my girl back involved with this, that ticked me off. I don't usually jump in on that, but that was BS, man.
You know, I talked to her today. We talked today, and I just, she was just like telling me that they're never gonna. This is, her just opinion, but they're never going to stop. They're never going to change. Nothing is going to, and
That's
they just
my opinion too.
Yeah, it's not going to stop. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, I actually called my lawyer today. He was at the airport, and I was like, "Look, dude, can we please get this going? Because I want to go after these people so bad, and I want to see my day in court." They're talking big, like they want to go to court. I'm like, dude, do you really think what you have on us is anything compared to what you've done? I mean, if you go look at their Facebook pages, it is just it is nuts. I mean, nobody acting like that's not normal.
Snap benefits and EBT don't pay for attorneys, my man. I mean,
it is
no offense to anybody that's on Snap or EBT, but you know what I'm saying. They're all tough.
Alexander, I see you back there behind or backstage. I'm going to bring you on in just a minute. What's up, Sparky? Sparky's another one that they're going after, and in the last few days, I've had to go in and talk to, multiple people. Well, I guess Richard he'll come back. Multiple people who've reached out to me. And we're not the only ones that want to bring a suit. That's the thing. So now we got to figure that out. And I'm talking publicly about it because it's going to happen. So we're going to figure out who all is going to be involved, because there's multiple channels that they have harassed and attacked and threatened. And so,
it blows my mind that YouTube just kind of stays like Switzerland in this thing. I mean, they don't really, there's no disciplinary thing for them ever. It doesn't seem like, really. They don't seem to care.
Yeah, Facebook too. I mean, Facebook. And then they openly talked. They chatted back and forth, Mr. Nunley and Mr. McKee. Yes, I said your names, and that's not liable because this is the truth. This is what you said. This is not slander. They said that they were mass reporting. They admitted on a communication openly in a public forum. Mr. Nunley accused me of buying subs and views and whatever, and Mr. McKee got on there and was like, "Yeah, and I've reported him multiple times for that." Thank you for saying that, because that can be proven in court that is not the case. We do not buy subs, views, comments, fake stories, none of that. You can't prove any of that. That is not true. We are 100% legit, 100% legit, the real deal. And I am very confident that when those comments, when you make comments like that and you say that we did that, is a confession. That is a confession of harassment. And so all these things that they're doing and saying, they're going to be very, very sorry. This is what I honestly, truly believe. They're going to be very, very sorry, folks. They won't be sorry in the way that, yeah, I shouldn't have done it. Sorry. That's the kind of feelings people like us have. They don't have those abilities and feelings.
Just sorry they're facing consequences.
They're facing the consequences. Absolutely.
Anthony, that's the truth. There'll be no,
be sorry for themselves.
Yeah.
But they also, what do they have to lose? Literally,
your channel's already a dumpster fire. What's the matter?
But materially, what do they have to lose? Nothing. And it's not like that they're going to lose credibility. That was never there to begin with. I mean, pride. Nope, none of that. They've got literally nothing to lose. Misery loves company, and all they want to do is spew hate and hurt people and bring them down.
Well, the thing is, if you own anything at all, you are in danger of losing that. And that's the thing they don't get. There are actually things that you can do, like you can actually take their things from them. And that's not what I want. I don't want that. What I want is a very simple thing. There is one thing I want from them. I don't want an apology. I don't want an excuse. I don't want any of that. All I want is to be left alone. If they just all walked away and quit commenting and whatever, we would have been okay. It's too late now. The things are already in motion, but I would have just been okay with that. I would have been just, okay, fine. You've said every horrible thing you could say about me, my family, my dead dog, whatever you said, fine. But you just leave us alone, walk away. But they couldn't do that. They couldn't shut their mouths. They couldn't stop. And so now there's consequences to be faced. And now, I've had people contacting me, several people, not a horde of people, but there were a few that said, you should just go through with this to make an example. It needs to be done because the community needs to sweep them away. We don't need this kind of stuff, this kind of behavior, this kind of nonsense in the community. We don't need it. We don't need this kind of ridiculousness. And there needs to be an example set that they can't just attack all of us. It's just crazy. What they did, they started a war with Abe and Bettina, and I got involved, to defend them. That's exactly what happened. That is the truth. And they can try to spin it and spin doctor it. And, this other guy saying that I've been attacking him for 2 years. He began attacking me in June of 2024. We have all the screenshots to everything, all the conversations.
But he was deeper than that, and I swear it was probably longer than that under the radar. I think that he has been engaged in like this kind of subterfuge and multiple identities. I think that's been going on a heck of a lot longer than before this thing became public. Because look at the body of work from this dude. It's it's massive. It's disgusting.
You're talking about McKee?
Yeah.
Okay, so no, for him, he goes back over 2 years. It's been over two that I know of. It may be longer that we not 100%, but we do believe if we can connect the fake accounts, then he's toast. But Mr. Nunley has been going at it on me since June 24, publicly. Now he was doing it behind the scenes because he's stupid and he went after people who are now talking and saying, hey, he was saying this, saying that. So we got people that can say, hey, it's been going on a lot longer. He's toast too. He just doesn't know it. He's too ridiculous to even acknowledge it. Look at his Facebook. If you go to his Facebook, folks, it is a wasteland of insanity. It is.
He's ridiculous. I have never ever with purpose spoken to that man. I've known about him for a long time. His veracity was always in question with me. I mean, just the entire, I hate to drop bombs on people, but the amount of clowns that glommed onto that LBL story are legion. And he's just another one of those. I can name off 5 more that we all know that are just, there's no authenticity there. There never was. It doesn't match up with anything else. It never did, So he already had that strike against him anyway. And then getting as public as he has, I mean, why doesn't anybody take a real close look at his narrative?
Yeah, and then after all of that, then it was like, oh, I saw a saber-toothed cat. I saw this. I saw that. And he started seeing all these things. Nothing. He had seen 2 or 3 things, but then all of a sudden, this war started, and he needed clout, so he started having all these encounters. I mean, some people have multiple encounters. This happens.
Well, he has killed 200 or 300 Bigfoot with that sword.
Well, I'm glad for us because he's kept the world safe from.
No, he's killed 11.
I can't even with that. I literally, I mean, I'm a, deep down the rabbit hole squatcher for a long time, and I don't readily dismiss anybody because I certainly don't want to be dismissed myself. But there's got to be like a point of where you cross the Rubicon into Cuckooville. You know what I mean? That's like all I see there.
Like fighting Bigfoot with a sword?
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Valerie Bamberg says he tried to model his channel off of how to hunt. Dude, he couldn't hold Steve Isdall's sack, dude. Are you kidding? Tried to. Alexander, what are you doing here, man? You're probably going like, "What is this? What are we talking?
What did I walk into?"
What are we?
No, I'm just listening. I'm just thinking what you said with the guy with the sword with Bigfoot. Till I know the Bigfoot are very fast and they can also like manipulate your mind. Yeah. They have some abilities, so I don't think he would get far with a sword.
I think the only thing manipulating that dude's mind's meth and Coca-Cola.
Yeah, the guy drinks way too much soda, and then he ended up in a hunch.
Miyamoto Musashi couldn't go at Bigfoot with a sword. I don't think.
What Abe was saying last night. See, this is Alexander. He was on Abe's show last night, and I found him on there, and Abe was in the chat. So shout out to Big Abe. Abe, if you want to come on, man, you're welcome to come on too. And
Abe.
We like to hang out at Abe's chat late at night, and so Alexander was on there, and he was making a lot of sense and had a lot of interesting things to say. What you're saying about the Bigfoot, now that's the thing. I don't know that he was going to go after Bigfoot. I know that he said he was going to go after Dogman, because he said that he's afraid of Bigfoot. What he said, but that Dogman wasn't scary. So I was like. Dogman, having seen, I don't know if it was a Dogman, but I saw something giant, upright, canid, wolf-like creature when I was 15. Didn't see it again, thank God. But yeah, it was pretty scary. I wouldn't try to fight it with a sword.
I had like 1,000-pound, whatever, however much the thing weighed, big or Dogman breathed in my face from 6 feet away. Its head was like that big. You're not fighting the damn thing with a sword, man.
Yeah, there's no way.
You couldn't even cut its nose. Like,
I can't even have this conversation without cracking the frick up, man. I can't.
Dude.
You know, there are people, there are ranchers and farmers who've told me about running into Bigfoot, Dogman creatures, and they're sitting there with 30-30s afraid to take a shot at them because they don't think it'll do anything. And he's
we
going to
don't
go
even
out there
bring
with a sword.
firearms out with this man, you know? Like that's a exercise in futility in my experience, you know.
And could trigger an attack.
Yeah, I've never had a negative encounter, you know, never, not one time in 30 some odd years and being part of the
you were dealing with a certain type of squatch though, right? Not a dog.
Yeah, you know, right, because that doesn't define the whole phenomenon. It doesn't. For every, you know, good, spiritually cool encounter I've heard, just as many, if not more, horrifying encounters and malicious encounters. So, I mean, you know, I think you just kind of get the luck of the draw there.
Alexander the Great hired 2 of the Marmetii, which were the dogmen from that region back in the day.
From
2
India.
mercenaries. Yeah, 2 of them. And they destroyed an entire Persian army, just the 2 of them.
Yeah. I didn't know it was an entire Persian army, but they definitely
routed a Persian army. Let's say that.
Things, yeah. And there's a story of an ancient Sumerian city that was wiped out by a handful of them. An entire city of people just completely destroyed. There's a story from Germany where one werewolf destroyed like 4 villages, like one after the other.
No doubt.
And yeah, and there's a candle now that's lit that they say that they keep lit so that werewolf spirit won't come back. So these creatures are not, you can't walk around in the woods with a sword swinging it around thinking you're going to take out something like that. That's one of the things
I always wonder if the sword thing is like in his mind some metaphysical, you know, other type weapon that you know somehow can pierce their.
It's an energy sword from Halo.
Veil situation that these all seem to have going on. It sounds so. I mean, come on, man. I mean,
do you think he does the He-Man thing where he's like, "I have the power"?
It shows up to Castle Numbskull.
T-Bart.
I have the power of extra chromosomes. Stupid sword.
So last night on Abe's show, Alexander was talking about ancient civilizations and some other things that I thought were interesting. These are the weapons right here, folks. You see these? I will go back in time and destroy all of the dogmans and all of the ancient civilizations of the heathens.
Them's the things
that didn't
keep them things on you.
Yeah, they won't. If they don't worship Israel, they get the chop of the neck. They die.
You get the line of Judah.
That's what happened right there. See that? These swords, they kill Hamas. Hamas come at me, I'm gonna kill them all. That's it right there. All right, brother. Yeah. In my house, we worship the Old Testament. We don't talk about Jesus, all the other stuff.
Yeah.
We talk about the Old Testament.
Get them red letters out of here.
Them red words. We're all about the Old Testament. Vengeance. Vengeance. Blood and gold.
Give me your blood, boy.
That's what's going to happen. We don't like them brown folks either. We're tired of them. We want them around. Come on, ICE. Get them.
Don't want all that black and white to be mixing. Make them brown.
And the thing is, you know, it's like, I don't care if ICE does their job, but I mean, you know, I think they want the ICE to go after Abe. Yeah. They were saying that one of them, Dana, was saying that ICE needs to take him out. I'm like, what? He's an American citizen. He's a war veteran. Let's go. ICE is supposed to go pick him up. You know, it's like
that chick's a piece of work.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, man.
I just can't wait. The other one with the new Rumble channel, and oh god, I can't even listen to 30 seconds of that. It's like nails across a freaking chalkboard. It is. I mean, it makes my balls hurt.
They keep coming out. Is it going to come out? It's going to come out. It's going to come out. It's going to be all over.
I've been here. It's going to come out for 2 years. You know, serious from them. Whatever.
Come out of the closet.
Well, it's going to be funny when they try to explain when the judge asks them, "What is this?" And they're like, "Well, see that there, Your Honor, is us assuming that he was hiring witches and warlocks. Do you have these witches and warlocks here? No, but they told us that there were witches and warlocks that were involved. No, you're going to be." And then one of them saying that, and I can't figure out which one it was, but they said that witches and warlocks went to them and told them, "Yeah, he's trying to curse us, and we had an attack of conscience, and so we decided to tell you about it."
Oh,
what
yeah.
warlock or witch is going to go, "Oh, I don't want that. Go ahead and just," he was going to pay me to curse you. But let me tell you what, I decided to be a good warlock and tell you about it. Like, I have never in my life heard of something like this, ever in my life.
I was in Hufflepuff.
But so, Alexander, you come on the show tonight. We were talking last night on Abe's channel about some interesting stuff, and we got into it when you started talking about. Now, Alexander, you were talking about Lemuria, but Mount Shasta, and in particular, and that really piqued my interest. So I called in and we talked, and I'm really glad to have you on the show. You have you call yourself Alexander the Ganja Shaman? Is that what it is? That's what you call yourself?
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're from Aruba, right?
Yes, I'm born and raised in Aruba. Yes.
Yeah. So how did you how did you get into all this? Because you had a lot of knowledge of the ancient civilizations and the inner earth. We talked a little bit about that. What do you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, yeah, I was born and raised in Aruba, religious family background. I was also an acolyte, captain, last rank. Altar boy, I had good experience there in the Catholic Church, was all good, Dutch priest. And before that, I was always looking for knowledge and watching documentary. And I saw the Fahrenheit 9/11, I think it was 2005, 4 or something, around that time, talking about the 9/11. And then afterwards, I saw the Who Killed the Electrical Car documentary. You see how the companies, car companies, oil companies, and the government hold certain devices back that will actually benefit the population. And I self go into science and technology school, and I finished my school here, and I went to Holland to continue my university there in sustainable energy and technology. And there in Holland, I started connecting all the dots in 2009 with the government and religion, with the Vatican, corruption. And from there, I started, and aliens too. Oh yeah, at 9, I was watching Alien Abduction on Lifetime Unsolved Mystery. So that was my first, I got into the conspiracy world, you can say. And in Holland, I connected the dots. And from there, I started going deep. I love learning about deep subjects. And I encountered Carrie Cassidy too, of Project Camelot, in around 2009, 10, and David Icke, Greg Brandon, all of them, Jordan Maxwell, all of them I encountered in 2009. So that opened my world, and it all made sense to me with the reptilians and all of that and other ETs. And I had a UFO also experience in Aruba. You know what I understand, they were my star brother and sister, just letting me know they're watching and everything is all right.
Yeah. So a lot to digest there. Let's start with this. So just people know, Aruba was once a colony, and that's what you're referring to.
Yes, Aruba is still part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Since the 1600s, it was first under the Spain, but the Dutch came and fought them off, and since then we've been under the Dutch, and I'm grateful for that. Yes.
Yeah, and so when you go to Holland, just people know Holland is a province of the Netherlands, not the other way around. Some people think that they're like Holland, and they think that Amsterdam, they think that that's all like a country. No, Amsterdam is a city in Holland. Holland is a province in the Netherlands. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. I like to learn about history, and I think that there's a lot of. I said this last night on the show. I just kind of, just the tip of the iceberg. But I believe, and I want to say this, and it may be some weird cuckoo things that I'm going to say. People may not agree with it, but I have my own ideas about what is what when it comes to that region, the Caribbean, the Dutch Antilles, all of that region. I think that that all those islands together, they were obviously at one time they were a large piece of land, a landmass. And I think if you look at the United States, you will see that Florida was not a peninsula. It was all this one big chunk at the bottom there. And from my research and what I've pieced together, I think Graham Hancock is correct, but I think Graham is being very conservative. And I say that with all due respect. I believe that it goes back about 133,000 years. I have a reason for that. I'm not going to get into it tonight, but it's very deep. And that was an Atlantis hub. And I believe that the Bimini Road, when they found it in the 60s, I believe because Edgar Cayce predicted that it would be found. He predicted it, and it was found there. That is exactly where it was found. There's Abe. What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
How you doing, brother? I was seeing y'all from – I was watching the Cowboys game, but and they're winning like pretty big scores. 20-something.
Well, you see me smiling.
Really? I'm going to say, don't talk in front of this eagle maniac over here.
Yeah.
Come see me, boys.
He's going to start burning stuff down. That's what they do.
Let me say something. Me and Abe are under no illusions that the Cowboys are going to be in the Super Bowl. All we're saying is we're happy that they're winning tonight, but I'm also a Raiders, Buccaneers, and Texans fan. I love those teams, and I will love them till I die. I have Raiders shirts, and I have a Raiders hoodie. I have Buccaneers shorts, and I'm a Texans fan. So there's 4 teams I like in baseball, 4 teams I like in football. In baseball, it's the Astros, Rangers are even, and then I like the Red Sox, and then I kind of like the Rays and the Orioles. Those two. Just I've always liked them, but that's it. I'm not going to go any further. And then the Celtics, and then all the Texas teams in basketball. And in hockey, I have 4 teams too. I like look here. I got it right here, just so you know. So you can't make fun of me. I'm not no fair weather fan, but I like this. I like these guys right here. Las Vegas, baby. The Las Vegas Knights. And I like I don't like the Predators. I like their logo. But I like the Stars, obviously. And there's a couple other teams in there that I like too that are just, it's just me. So I have 4 teams in each sport that I do like. All right. So nobody can say anything, but none of them are from Philly. I hate the Phillies. I hate the Flyers. I hate the Eagles. So there you go, Kramer. I will stand by that forever. I hate them. But you know what, though? You know what's so sad is I was so mad at the NFL that I put money down on the Eagles, and I rooted hard for y'all against the Chiefs. And that was something that was so bizarre to me. I'm over there like, yeah. And I wanted them to run the score up on them. And it wasn't about the Eagles or the Chiefs. It was about the cheating refs. And I wanted them, after they carried the Chiefs all the way to the Super Bowl, didn't I tell you, Ant? I told everybody. I said the Eagles are going to beat their ass, and the refs aren't going to be able to do nothing about it unless they go tackle somebody. And I proved my point. I proved my point because I said the Eagles deserve to be there. The Chiefs did not deserve to be there. And I rooted for the Eagles the whole time. I wanted
Buffalo got screwed again.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. So sick and my Texans got screwed. I was so sick and tired of it, man. I mean, I said, dude, I hope the Eagles beat them 100. And all these Cowboys fans are like, well, why would you think like that? Why would that be? Why not? Because the league is cheating. That's why.
That was smart money.
Yeah, it was. I made some money on it too. But that was it. I put a couple hundred down because I was like, you know what? Buddy of mine's over there talking crap. He's a Chiefs fan. I said, okay, put your money where your mouth is. It's a friendly bet. We got it. And then he's like, my Cash App's not working. I'm like, well, I know where you live. We just go over there and pick it up.
My Cash App's not working.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He tried to tell me some bullshit. You know, one of my hockey teams is the Buffalo Sabres. And I started liking them the years that the Stars beat them in the championship. But I like that Buffalo teams. I've always liked the Sabres too. That's another one of my hockey teams.
Dominic
Hasek. Yeah. Oh yeah. I like the Sabres, man. They're good.
Dominators.
Anyways, didn't mean to get all off track there, but
Abe, you can't help it. Not when I get in there.
Yeah, and then Abe and me are both diehard Cowboys fans, but we get tired of their shit too, though.
How about the Jerry?
We want to see Jerry get traded.
My high school team got eliminated by shooting refs, dude.
Oh yeah, we did too one year. Heck yeah, it happens, man.
The dude ran in for a touchdown, and they call it back.
Oh yeah.
And there was the penalties, you know. But you know, that's all it is, man.
I was a defensive tackle, and I was getting yanked down every play, and I'm telling the refs, and then they told me that they threw a penalty on me. They said I was begging the call. That used to be a flag. It doesn't exist anymore, but because it was so ridiculous. But they said I would. Now they say it's harassing the ref or something like that. Because I was like, "Come on, dude, this fat ass keeps tackling me. What are you doing?" I mean, like, so they were double teaming me because they had to, you know.
It's kind of like everything's rigged nowadays, man. Every sport, you know.
College
so
too. Yeah,
it's like it's not the same no more. The NFL is not the same like back in the day when the freaking players really get injured and they're suffering when they get older because they had no insurance and stuff like that. Those dudes will go diehards, man, and they didn't have the paddings that they have now, and they don't get
a life expectancy of like 58 years.
Yeah. 48 years. Shit.
You
had guys like what's his name, the assassin from the Raiders. What was his name? Tatum, Jack Tatum. Guys like
Tatum.
Otis Sistrunk. I mean, those were guys that just went after people. I was always like one of those people that liked those hard-nosed, like Dick Butkus type guys, Mike Ditka. You know, those were the real tough guys. You know, Charlie Waters. You know. Those were kind of guys. Chuck Bednarik. I mean, you talk about
you're speaking my language.
That guy, man, son of a gun. He almost killed Frank Gifford.
Concrete Charlie. I used to have that poster over my bed when I was a kid.
Yeah, when he was standing over him, like, oh God, you know, yeah, he had him. You know what's crazy though, when you look at like how far we've come, that a diehard Cowboys fan was rooting hardcore for the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That's how bad.
I love it.
I mean, that's how bad it is because the league was cheating. They're cheating. Goodell is terrible. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, they control the flow, man.
The commissioner, man. The commission, the ball-headed
he
guy.
should have been
I'm
in
gonna
there.
call him. The guy, the commissioner. What was it? The guy from the NBA. One ball-headed dude.
Mm-hmm. He's another cheater. They've been caught cheating so many times.
More rainbows than the leprechaun.
Well, let's get back to Alexander.
I want to hear about Shasta.
American sports. Yeah, we're over here talking about American sports, and here we have a guest from Aruba here. Alexander, so this is Monday. Alex, it gets kind of raucous in here. Everybody just comes in and tells their stories, and we just get going here. But so what you were talking about, what I was going to say about that region was once a hub, I believe. And I believe that the people, the indigenous people that are from there, this sounds crazy, but I do believe that their heritage comes from India. That is my belief. I believe that is because at one time, if you read the Vedas, it talks about how the people from India, there was a war. And they were literally flying around in the sky, knocking each other out of the sky. And people are like, well, how could that be? Well, that's because civilization was so advanced and it was so far ahead. And I think Atlantis was originally a hub. And I think Lemuria was on the western side of the United States as a colony. This is my belief. People have to agree with it. And it was south of India. That's where the original continent, that it was like the size of Australia. And I believe that the Lemurians colonized the western side of America. The eastern side of America was Atlantis, and I think the western side was Lemuria. The reason I believe that is because I know that there was a shallow inland sea millions of years ago. And when people talk to me about the Aztecs and Linda Godfrey proposed this, she was the Dogman researcher and author, a very, very good friend of mine. They came down from the north. I believe they didn't have to walk the whole way. I think that they got on the waterway and came down.
The Aztecs?
Go ahead.
You saying the Aztecs, buddy?
Yeah, the Aztecs. Yeah, I believe that's how they got down. They were from Wisconsin originally, I believe.
Yeah.
And also
Great Lakes.
The Great Lakes, yeah, and their closest genetic relatives through DNA testing, literally were Tamil Indian people. That's what's so weird about it. When you look at these people, and it's funny that we call them Indians because that's what they really were. Was from India. Now, when they got down to where they were at, they were dealing with Polynesian, I believe, like phenotypes, you know, that were pretty much, would it be phenotypes? Is that what you would call it?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
They would be phenotypes of Polynesian. That's what I believe. And I think there was interbreeding between them. And so the Incans were a hybrid. But there is some speculation that the Incans may have been also they were a pre-Columbian civilization. Obviously, it was very potent and powerful. But I believe that there may have been some interbreeding between them and the aliens that ended up being, there was something there. And I believe that
talk to LA about that one.
Yeah.
There's evidence of interbreeding. I think they found a skull in Brazil and Mexico, I think, in a cave. It's called the crystal child skull, that they match the DNA is woman, but the father is not human, and the skull was a bit disformed. So they have evidence of something that has happened between our human species and another unknown species.
I don't. Absolutely. What do you think of this, Alexander? I don't believe that these elongated skulls was the work of them, tying the heads. Or I believe that some of that happened, but I believe that some of those skulls, because they're very thick and they have this fibrous material inside of it that we don't have, that is almost like some scientists have compared it to calcium webbing, which is really bizarre. But then if you look at the Rothschilds, man, like, dude, look at their heads, dude. I'm not even joking. You can see it. Like, they have these eggplant heads, and you're like, what is that, dude? Like, what is that?
So you know who originally had those long heads was the Amalekite tribes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Amalekite means the people who are vampire-like demons.
Is that what that means? How do you know that?
That's what it means in Hebrew.
You've read that, and it says that in Hebrew.
100%, yes.
It says that they were vampire-like demons?
Yeah, Amal. It's like Amal-e-kite, and it's like the people who are vampire demons, vampire-like.
Yeah,
demons.
I can say the blood drinkers because they did it ritualistically, but I don't know that it says vampire-like demons. Because the shadim would be, it would be like a blood drinker. I don't think that would be. I'd have to do some research on that.
Yeah, look it up.
I will.
That's a Gary Wayne one too. So
yeah, well, Gary Wayne does a lot of research. Here's the thing, though: there's different interpretations of Hebrew too, and there is this ancient Hebrew,
Paleo Hebrew,
a little less ancient Hebrew, and then there's the modern Hebrew, and things change, and so who knows? What are your thoughts on this, Alexander? What do you think? Because you were talking last night about this, these different alien civilizations interacting with us. What are your thoughts on this? Tell us your view.
Well, what I understand, you have different type of species that has been coming to Earth for a long time, and some of them are in Earth itself. You have the Hopi that talked about when because through the Hopi, the world has went through a transformation about 4 times, and we're now entering the 5th time. And when it's close to that transformation, they say there's ant people from underground that come and take them to safety in the underground caverns. And when things are good at the surface, then they come back up to continue the civilization. So, and a lot of the pyramids in Central America are made with the star of Pleiades, so that you can see there's a proof they had contact with Pleiades. And then you have also the Dogon tribe of Africa, where they have the constellation of Sirius. They had it painted in their cave, and that was before the telescope was invented. And when they saw it through the telescope, it was confirmation of what they had drawn in the cave, and they went to ask them, how do you know? And they said there's star ancestor that told them and gave them knowledge of the planets and stars. So yeah, there's a lot of evidence that we have been visited and still being visited by different alien species.
These particular alien species, one of the things we talked about on Abe's channel last night, which is why people should go check it out. Abe's always got something interesting going on. Last night we were talking about the inner Earth, and we got into, there's a whole lot to cover there. Now, we were talking about the Grand Canyon and why it's Egyptianized. And then we were talking about this civilizations, why they have the cigarettes, why the pyramid is so prevalent, why that symbol is always showing up, that particular building style. Let's put it that way. I believe that if you look at the Grand Canyon, obviously at one time it was just a river, and then it got deeper and deeper and deeper down, and it carved something down. That would be the conventional thinking of it, right? But what if,
no way.
Chris is Kramer saying, no way.
That's my backyard, brother. I know it.
And I've been there. So let's say this. What if that's not necessarily the case? And that is the remnants, that water is from the shallow inland sea at one point, and that was carved out man-made. And that inside of those caverns and then all the way down into the underground could be the remnants of ancient civilizations now inside those caverns, but further down in there. Or that water could be coming up from the ocean that's within the earth, because there is an ocean that's like literally 5 times the size of our ocean within the earth. And that could be because there could be this cushion, this area in between the surface and, of course, the core of the earth could be a very comfortable zone to live. And nobody has ever really disputed that. There's only been a few crackpots that have said, oh, that's impossible, because people can comfortably live underground. When I was a kid, my friend's dad built out in West Texas. They built a house that was 12 feet underground. And it was a nice place. It was always cool. The temperate, climates, they didn't need heat and air and all that. It was great. Cost him a lot of money, but he did it. I can say this, there is no reason why that wouldn't be the case. Now, I believe that there are different civilizations that have come and gone, countless alien species that have come and gone. I'm going to go on record as saying this too. I know my enemies are going to go, oh, here's because they got the retardation. But aliens are not demons. Not all demons are aliens. It's not the same thing. And I do believe they all come from different places. There could be many different multiple dimensions and things happening all at the same time. We are in a pocket reality. We are here in this reality, but it's sort of a pocket reality that's an offshoot of a major one. And I think that we feel like we are at the center of everything, but that's not necessarily the case. And I also believe that this is weird. This could be a simulation or a artificial. What I mean by artificial is it's not naturally occurring. Something created it. But there's God that created everything, but something else could have spun this off of God's creation as a counterfeit and a prison. Even
you're going to get the biblical creationists all worked up, Wolf.
Well, I'm not saying 100% that this is it. I'm just saying that this could be. These are things that are very possible.
Absolutely.
And the alien civilizations that visit us, they don't come from the stars. They do, but not in the way they fold time and space, and they come through these portals, these wormholes. And I believe what you were saying, Alexander, on Abe's show last night, I think we were talking about it. I think that these things slip in and out of our reality and they intermingle with us. And then we end up with these offshoot realities and they just kind of set up shop. We were talking about the Drakes last night, and there are different cities that these things come from. I personally, in my true honest opinion, and the only reason I say this is because of my own experience, not my experience, but experience in interviewing people and having talked to multiple people. The Drakes, they have a stronghold in Albuquerque. They have a stranglehold, I believe, in LA. But I don't believe that the Drakes are the inner earth dwellers below LA. I think that is another reptilian species that went underground because of them, if that makes sense. What are your thoughts on that, Alexander? We'll go around the horn and we'll talk about this. We'll start with you. You're the guest here. What do you think?
Yes, what I understand, when you the Drakes, you mean the Draco, right? From the Draconian, from the Draco constellation. Yes, they're one of the tops that have control system that control the money system, for example. The EMF. There was one lady that came out, Karen Hoots, in 2013, and whistleblower, and exposed she said that the World Economic Forum not World Economic Forum, the EMF, the International Monetary Fund, is and the World Bank is run by non-humans, and not long afterwards he passed away. What I thought in the beginning, all the reptilians or Dracos are negative, but I came to understand you have also some that are positive. The ones that are negative, their light are dim. They don't have that connection with source. So there are many different type of reptilian beings, and in Africa, for example, they are Credo Mutwa, the Zulu shaman.
Oh, yeah.
He talked about also the reptilians there. They call them their Chitahuri, and apparently they were there before us. So you have some that are native to this earth too, and then you have the raptors. That what I understand through Captain Mark Richards, which is in prison, ex-Navy, I think, commander. His father was also in Navy, and they frame him, so he's in prison. And Carrie Cassidy went to interview him, and he talked a lot about the military working with beings from inside of Earth, and one of them is the raptors. They're very intelligent. They're telepathic, and what I understand, they're helping with the military navy to underground, in the underground tunnels, fighting alongside the military against the Dracos underground, because there's a big underground network of dumps, deep underground military bases around the world that is used for human and child trafficking, and the adrenochrome network. So a lot of the earthquakes that is being felt around the earth is actually the war going in underground. So that I know is going on with the you can say white hat military.
The reptilians that are under the ground. Now, here's personally my belief, and people can look this up. There was a guy back in the 60s, and Anthony, we watched a documentary about it, but I've read about it. We've talked about it. He believes that the reptilians, there was a race of reptilians that lived under the underground in LA. And they actually did, the city of LA actually helped. They went along with this. They let him dig and try to, and they found some evidence, some, what would you call it? Circumstantial. It would, evidence is like, you could say, hey, this is probably, proof. But then all of a sudden the city stopped them and said, we're not going to go any further. And the military started showing up. And I think that they were involved with these beings. Reason being is because I believe that the hub in LA of the Drakes is not the normal Drakes. And I believe this is the truth. I don't know. But I believe they are part of the Vril Society, which is just a vampiric or surface dwelling cult that has I don't know of which infiltrated which, but the Drakes are now 2 to 3 different factions. One in particular, not talking about the fifth column Drakes that can actually be beneficial, that are not on board with the antics, but these are blood drinkers. And the 2 commodities in this world that they look at is, and not talking about minerals as gold, things like that, because they don't really need the gold, but they know that other civilizations do. So it is a tool, but they don't look at money as money. They have 2 things that they crave and they prize more than anything else. That is blood, in particular adrenochrome blood, and then they want time. They even go so far as to call themselves masters of time. And some have even said that the god Kukulkan was once a draconian leader who set up, he split off from the others, and Kukulkan set up shop with the Mayans, and that he just sat there and collected blood from the beheaded and heart, pulled out victims, whatever. And that was his little kingdom that he set up, that he was nothing more than a giant lizard who did these things, right? Not that he was doing anything spectacular, I mean, in the big scheme of things, but when you look at some of the reliefs on these Mayan temples, you will see what looks like proof of ancient alien astronauts.
Buddy, I have been to all of them. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. And Camazotz, which was one of their whatever, There's even speculation that Camazotz may have been considered a small deity or whatever, but he was like a pet of Kukulkan. And Kukulkan was actually a dragon, a draconian, if you will. And so this is more proof of this interaction, whatever. And all it would take, if we went to a civilization where everybody looked like Smurfs, you know, and they were very weak, one of our astronauts could go, you know what, you guys go ahead. I'm going to go take over these Pikmin over here. And I'm just going to.
I am now your god.
Yeah, I'm your god now. And you don't know what happened to Ted. Ted's gone. You don't even know Ted's over there. He's created his own little kingdom. He's eating the little Smurf people and telling them he's their god. And that's his life now. That's what he's going to do until he dies. And who knows? That could have been, their lifespans are way longer than ours. He could have done that. That could be who he was or what he was. And we would just think, well, that's just a weird, you know, whatever. But that's just one of them. Imagine if you had a whole team, a whole battalion of these things invading. Now, to me, the big question was, well, why didn't they just rule over the earth? Why didn't they just keep control? That's because there was already somebody else here. And that was, to me, I believe, the Anunnaki. And so there was a war. And I believe that they destroyed the hell out of each other because the Anunnaki, think of like Prometheus and the engineers. Mm-hmm. They were giant people, but way bigger. You're talking like 20-foot tall beings. They weren't going to take any shit off of some lizard that they had been for generations. So when the lizard showed up, they couldn't take over because they had these Anunnaki. Now, I've said this before, when we talk about the Watchers, there is some speculation that these angelic beings, and they were angels, let's be honest, to us, they were angels, fallen. But when you look at them, they could have been many different types. That's why the Nephilim have so many different types. There's so many different types of these beings that you don't know what they were stamping out and replicating from which lineage. That each one of these fallen had different lineages, and it was a galactic federation. Now, that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of Muslims, Christians, and Jewish people because of the Abrahamic faith. But we don't exactly know who Abraham was talking to, because if you read the Tanakh, it says something totally different. Like it says that God talked to Abraham and says, hey, do you want to follow me or do you want to follow the powerful ones beyond the Euphrates? Who is he referring to? If he is God, there's nobody that compares to him. But Abraham said, I choose you, and me and my house, we will serve the Lord, my God. And so he chose to follow this particular God that became the leader of the Abrahamic faith. But he's alluding that there were these other beings, powerful ones beyond the Euphrates. Who are they? Well, we know that in the book of Daniel, there was an angel that was disrupted on his journey in that particular region, which would have been over Persia, right? Who stopped him? Who was powerful enough to engage an angel of the Lord to where he had to cry out to Michael to come help him?
The Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia, exactly. That speaks to a reality that something that Brother Abe Sears was talking about, that it is constant and never-ending spiritual warfare. And the spiritual warfare goes to not just us as people. It extends to everything on this planet, everything in this galaxy, the universe. It goes on and on and on, and it's constantly being fought. The reason we think, well, it's a spiritual thing, it's because we don't see it, because we're not on that same vibration. It's not necessarily that it's in some sort of spiritual realm, because once you travel over into that frequency, it becomes very physical and real. Think of it like a radio. You're listening to Lady Gaga on the radio. You know, she comes on and, you know, whatever, Bad Romance, whatever, you know, change the channel and it's Mariah Carey, change the channel and it's Shakira. You don't hear the other ones anymore. You're hearing this particular piece of shit. So that's, to me, that is very much like what this is. You're changing frequencies in the dial and you're tuning into these beings, and then they become who you're paying attention to. when people talk about these beings coming into their rooms at night and taking them, they don't always, it's not always in the human form. I don't believe that they're deconstructing our physical body and then reconstructing it like Star Trek. I think that they're taking us spiritually out of our body, an astral body, and it gets taken. And sometimes they take us with our physical body, depending on what they need or want at that time. And I think that it goes beyond just one species. That is my opinion on this. And I'm not saying I can prove this, but if you do enough interviewing and you do enough talking and enough research, you start to kind of come down this rabbit hole. And when you get to this point where we're talking about the reptilians and the draconians, I've said this before, why does YouTube feel the need to put a disclaimer to tell us, because apparently we're stupid and we're children, reptilians aren't real. That is a fictional blah, 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 because they've done such a good job of telling everyone that vampires and dogman don't exist. Mm-hmm. They don't feel the need to say that. They just figure you've heard enough Hollywood that this isn't real. It's a Halloween mascot, right? But the reptilian thing still seems to be gaining traction, and everybody's like, oh, whoa, what the heck was that? Something just touched my leg. Oh, I'm not even joking.
I'm sitting right across from you. Don't say that.
I thought it was a dog for a minute there.
Holy crap. Unbelievable, bro.
Okay, so I don't know what that was.
Yes, you do.
That is weird. That was weird. It felt like I thought it was a dog for a minute there. Like I thought we didn't bring any of the dogs with us. Okay, that was weird, folks. Sorry about that. That made me kind of jump there or something. See, start talking about this stuff and something weird happens. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, they don't want us talking about them. You know, they want to keep the control behind the scenes. More people know about them than their game over. You know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because if it's such a ridiculous theory, then why do you feel the need to tell people that? Well,
let me get my sword out here and prepare.
There we go.
It comes back.
Now I feel better.
Fight him off for that.
This sword can take out reptilians and eagles or whatever you need. If you crazy Philly people,
Thunderbirds, Eagles fans, whatever
kind of obnoxious Eagle fans kind of come.
It always comes back to this. It doesn't matter what we're talking about.
Hey, that's you, man. You refuse to believe that the Cowboys are the greatest team in the world. That's
America's team.
What's up, Tony?
Jesus.
Hold my sword right here in case something grabs my leg again. That was crazy, dude. Like it literally felt like. First, I thought it was one of the dogs with two paws, and then it felt like a hand. Yeah, that's never happened here. I've had a lot of weird stuff happen, but not that. Nothing's ever touched me before.
Somebody on Leper Island's going to take credit for that.
They're going to be like, it was them demons. He's coming it up.
Yeah.
Them demons.
I hexed him.
Hey, Chaplain Tony, how you doing? Well, so let's move to you, Richard, and then we'll go over to the other. What do you think of this, Richard? What I said and what our guest here said. What do you think of that?
From my point of view, the Dracos are seraphim fallen angels and their progeny, and probably the different races of them. Like one could be the spin-off of the dragons and their progeny, their sort of human hybrid sort of thing. They're Nephilim, where they mated with people. But I take the biblical point of view that they're all basically fallen angels and their progeny.
And when you talk about the seraphim, give all of us an example. Pretend like we're ignorant, you know.
Oh, so the seraphim fallen angels were the ones that had serpent faces. Mm-hmm. And they basically are what I believe. Well, if a third of the heavenly host fell and it's 10,000 times 10,000, then that's 100 million. So that's 33 million fallen angels on Earth.
Oh,
so
that's what you come up with? Holy crap.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. So I think that's what we're seeing. I think that's what's controlling most governments worldwide. When you see those people glitching out, they have some sort of nanotechnology that they use as a mask or some sort of holographic thing that will change their face and form, because you see them glitch out all the time. But when Rowdy Roddy Piper said that They Live is a documentary, Those they have those burnt looking faces, but they could just as easily have the reptilian looking faces. And how many times have we seen our politicians look like reptilians?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's something to it. Like I said, if you look through the Dai-Sinan, you'll see those UFO craft, invisible UFO craft hovering over every city in the world, hovering there and doing their thing, and who knows what they're doing.
So snake eyes, Dick.
Yeah, exactly. They had snake eyes. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. That's a lot to take in too. Okay, so 33. That's a lot. Okay, so but that would make sense that there would be a huge number of these beings.
Absolutely.
And supposedly they can still create more. Right? These lineages can continue to create more because they do die. They don't live forever, but they do have long lifespans. But here is the thing. These beings, like, okay, let's look at Mexico for a minute here. You see what's happening with Scheinbaum. I mean, the people there are just fed up and they are going ballistic. If you haven't been paying attention, folks, they are right outside the presidential palace now. She's in danger. And it looks like some of the military's not even moving. They're not even lifting a finger to do anything. Yeah. I think they're going to let them have her. And I believe that these people that have been set up over us are absolutely overlords. And I believe that these beings that run these governments are actually low-level overlords.
Absolutely.
That sounds crazy when you start saying, well, these people, they're not really, they're not just, what's up, Kevin? How you doing? Welcome to the show. They're not just, they're overlords, but these are like lower ranking, they're not even like the higher whatever.
They're figureheads.
Figureheads, yeah. Here's something.
Yeah, there were 72 of them, and they sat in the divine council with God. And when God said, "Let's make man in our image," that's who He was talking about. And there were 72 districts of the earth, and they were put over. Each one was put over a different district. Like you were talking about the Prince of Persia, that was one of the 72, and those are extremely high-ranking angels.
The Assyrian, all the rest of them.
Yep.
Yeah, and what you were talking about how the mask slips down sometimes, Richard. Here's an interesting thing. Interviewing people who have had coitus with these beings, in particular, some of these very large drake. I remember a story. Was she on our channel? It was somebody who came on the show and was talking about a woman that was dancing, and it was her friend. Was that our channel? Or was that one of our friends?
I remember that show.
Yeah. Somebody had. I can't. There's been so many people who, and I've had so many reports that they kind of sometimes run together. But I just remember her talking about. I don't think it was something that was told directly to me. It was either somebody was on the show talking about it or on someone's show, and she was dancing with a friend of hers, and her friend was dancing with this guy. And she went from being this like 5'6", blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl to this reptilian with yellow eyes, and she was big. Now, I could understand if they were able to cloak and make themselves look human, like a hologram. But how does it work if they are actually able to become human enough to lay with another normal person, and then that person doesn't notice it until at various points they feel some ridge on their back, which we've heard that before, or they see things like their body physically morphing and changing. What is that?
All of the above.
If you can control the very elements yourself, you can make yourself grow, you can make yourself shrink, you can make yourself look like this, that, or the other damn thing. You can literally do anything if you can control the very elements themselves, whether it's through the elemental spirits or if they themselves have some sort of control over the forces of matter and elemental, everything elemental.
I think when it comes to mankind, it's like humanity's almost been suppressed genetically, spiritually, knowledge, and everything. So there seems to be in doing this stuff that's quite normal for them because they know how to do it, but they haven't been even genetically suppressed, which seems to be mankind has been, in my kind of opinion, idea, mankind's been suppressed. So we don't have an understanding how this works, how to do it, and the nature of things, and hence what they have a huge leg up over us. Like if you're gonna make, it's kind of my opinion about the God of Adam and Eve story. I'm really in the camp of the Anunnaki idea at this point, because there's issues in that story when he says, let's create them in our image. Well, who's supposedly God talking to, right? And there's a few other
Tony
points.
just said that this Council of 72.
And I've read the Mesopotamian one, and man, that one explains a lot. They found the pre-humans and genetically edited them to be a workforce. It explains a lot of things. And if you want to make a slave race that's not going to be able to match you, you don't want them to be able to do the same stuff you do. You want to keep them suppressed.
Yeah. You know why I don't buy the gold digging theory and that they created us to dig gold?
Yeah.
Is that they had such high technology. Why wouldn't you just zap the side of the mountain with a laser and take the freaking gold elementals for yourself? Like
I absolutely agree with that. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to do it by hand when you have all the technology. Like us today, we don't dig it out with hands. We dig it out with technology.
Well, depending on some mines do still use people, like if you go to South Africa.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
it's put through machines. It's all put through machines. The holes are dug with machines. The gold is sorted through the machines. Everything is sorted through machines. Everything is done. Sure, there's guys that are doing the blasting.
No. You're right to a degree, Dick, but that's not 100%. You still have to have people that go through there and do it manually.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Josh.
Yeah, and I think it's also, I don't think it was just gold and stuff. I think the Anunnaki needed people pretty much like a colony here that's better adapted to the climate to build the structures and everything they want to live in each other. There was a site I listened to, and they went to southern Africa, and they found all these sites they're not allowed really to go into and research. The governments won't allow them, but it's like attached like Egypt, like culture, and it's like this whole level of advancement that just in that time era humanity did not have, at least what we could know. So I think the Anunnaki had colonies all over the place, and they were editing and using humans to do certain things. Josh has talked about how these people in like Mexico and stuff like that have genetic lineages to India. And then there's the whole Grand Canyon, and that mine is like they took people, brought them over, had them build structures, all sorts. They were a slave workforce. That's what I think humanity was made for. And also, as a lot of these entities talk about when they abduct humans, they say to them, "Oh well, you're a container for a soul." So that also could be a way that humanity's made as kind of a container, which is the big deal about Anunnaki, and a lot of people about the trick on reptilians and stuff is the story about Anunnaki. The best what I've researched is I'm trying to remember the name, like they're like a Pleiadian branch or something race, and they got conquered by the Dracos. The Dracos genetically hybridized them, and then that's why they're like they are now, just very warlike and aggressive, and then eventually came to Earth. So, and that if that's all the case, and I mean humanity is a hybrid race by its own nature. Now,
do you know the mythology of the Pleiades?
Please go ahead. Tell me. I'd like to hear.
They're called the Seven Sisters, and that they're the first seven consorts of the fallen angels, and that God punished them by making them into stars themselves and banishing them up to the firmament. I don't believe that any of those stars are planets, but that's just my belief. I don't even believe that we can get out of this system.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with you on that one. I think this is sort of a spiraling. We had a guy who gave us a story, and he was I had to go through a lot to deal with that individual. He was, what was he? A self-proclaimed, what did he call himself? A high sorcerer? Or he had some goofy title he called himself.
Grand warlock.
Grand some shit. But he claimed to be a high-ranking sorcerer vampire.
Mm-hmm.
And I did his story. I told his story on the show.
Oh, yeah.
What he told me, he did know a lot. He knew a whole. His handle was Rex Rude.
Yeah, Rex Rude.
And man, I'm gonna say I had to block him. He talked a lot of crap. Mm-hmm. He was not one of these troll dickheads. He was not one of those people. He was somebody else. He knew a lot though. And he did speak a lot of languages. I mean, I finally did speak to him on the phone one time, and within the course of like 10 minutes, he spoke about 8 different languages to me.
Wow.
And it was pretty impressive. And he was just like, and he could change his voice and everything else. And it was he was a very striking, weird looking guy.
Was that him or something else that lived in him that spoke all those?
Oh, that's what I'm wondering is what kind of vessel he was, you know.
The other.
But when he went down within the layers of the earth, remember he was talking about the spiral, the fifth, you know, all those. And then he told me that the world is up and down a corkscrew. Like that you could ascend and you can descend as a corkscrew. And that we're basically living on a drill bit, the way he said. It was just a weird, the way he talked, and who knows. But it was interesting, like when he would talk about the different beings that he encountered within the earth. And he wasn't, I gotta say, I kind of thought he was like an egomaniac, but he really wasn't, because he was talking very frankly about beings that could destroy him and annihilate him. One of the beings that he came across also could literally pull your mind apart and just kind of, you know, unravel you. Kind of sounded like Choronzon, you know, the abyss, the master of the abyss. But it was something that lived within. The abyss is not the way we think. It's not just one pit. Like it's got fingers. And you have to pass through a level of it, like a thin layer of it, to get from the 6th to the 7th level below. And so you're in danger of losing your mind and whatever. But right below that abysmal area, there is another race of beings that lives within there. And that is that pocket that he was trying to get to. Now, he talked to me on one of the only voice conversation I ever had with him, which I had to stop because he was actually he was trying to curse with a Latin curse. He was speaking it in Latin backwards.
Whatever.
I know what you're doing. He was trying to curse with him. Absolutely. Yeah. Dude, so I had to end the conversation and be done with it. And then he sent me
go.
Yeah. He sent me an entire thing in Greek backwards, which was basically me cursing myself. So I done with this guy. Yeah. Well, one of the things he did point out was that the Vril, that in that particular where they're at. So you would have to have some kind of resistance to being like not allowing your mind to unravel. You would have to be some sort of other entity. You couldn't do it as a human being. We're not made that way. And he did encounter these beings that were like the descendants of the Ajiji. At least that's what I believe, because I know that Joel was another one. He was another one. But Joel was a born again, he's a reformed, vampiric, blood-drinking cultist who said that there was this being, when he described these beings, it sounded a lot like the Ajiji, who were the gold-digging slave race that was brought here by the Anunnaki. And they had some of their remnants of these beings that were here had become vampiric because it helped them to withstand the atmosphere and that particular. But it's a parasite. It is not only a physical, but it's also a spiritual parasite. It's known throughout all of the universe. It's known as a parasitic, and it's part of the black goo that we really don't know what it is. And I remember there used to be a passage in the Bible. It's not, I can't find it anywhere. I know it was in Isaiah, and I remember it. It was iniquity is a mystery. We know not from which it comes. And I remember that passage. Now all you can find is something about lawlessness, which doesn't fit. And the iniquity to me is the antithesis of God. It is not, these beings set themselves up as the opposite of God. It's like these people say, well, I'm your rival. I'm your nemesis. No, you're not. You're just a fart that thinks that they got something going. No, these beings are not the antithesis to God. They have followed that darkness into the pit. And God, Christ, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, this is something that cannot be contained. It is not, there's nothing that's the opposite except for the absence of it, which I think is what the black goo is. Yeah. I think that all of these beings that have fallen into this trap, that's what they are. And I think that this guy, he thinks he's somebody because he fell in with them and he managed to do something, between these two species. But still, in the end, he's nothing. He's just an ambassador of evil. And there is no redemption for somebody like that who's gone that far into blasphemy. When you stop and you look at this, though, like what you were saying, Richard, and this is sort of a long-winded explanation. Mm-hmm. these beings that came with the Anunnaki, it doesn't matter how much technology you have, someone still has to operate the machines.
Josh.
Someone still has to do those kind of things. Hold on one second, Kevin, I'll let you talk. Because, and I think these beings are smart enough to know this, AI is not to be trusted. And the reason that our overlords are able to do what they do is because they don't allow AI to have that kind of control. Because if they do, then they're taking the leash off of the black goo. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Have you or anyone else heard of the notion put forth that the Greys, the little Greys, are one and the same as the Ajiji?
Yeah, because they seem to be. This is a good question for you, Alexander. What you think of this? The small Greys being like the biological robots.
Yeah,
yeah.
They were the original, Ajiji.
I want to hear from you, Alexander, and then Kramer. Give me your thoughts on this. You know a lot about this stuff, so go ahead, Alexander. What are your thoughts on what Kevin just asked about the Greys?
Yeah, what I understand is also same with the reptilians. There's different species of it, and when the Greys also, you have a version of them that's also reptilian based. The ones that are working for the Dracos, what I understand, they're clone, biological.
Yes.
Clone. They work for them, So
and then there's the other Greys that are big Greys, like 7 foot tall. That the kind that Joel, or what's his name, shot, the geologist at the Dulce. Schneider, Phil Schneider.
Yeah. Phil Schneider.
There's little Greys and there's the big Greys. And the Ajiji. I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. Forgive me.
No, it's good. You're right. Yes, Phil Schneider, they have encountered. That was the Battle of Dulce, New Mexico, I think, where the Delta Force was called in.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
One person.
It was the first time I heard of a distinction between the little Greys and big Greys. I didn't, of course, was very new to that.
Well, I mean, we if we made a species to go out into the outer rim, the rings of the whatever, there's 30 rings. I'm not going to, especially when you're crossing over from the 7th to the 8th level in the abyss, I would send some kind of
robotic.
Let's make some little, because how we are. We don't want to make them have a soul, and they may not. We just you would just be making little sociopaths, right? Just to go out into the outer rings of reality and see what's there, because we think we're going out into outer space. What we don't understand about outer space is that, just like you said, Dick, the Pleiades would actually be like once living beings that are just now they're there. You know what I mean? You're right. Everything is alive. What is it, Dick, you said about Christ said that this is a corpse, right?
Yeah, the whole world is a corpse, and those who see it, the world is not worthy of.
That's right.
Yeah.
What if the Greys are a container for deceased Nephilim spirits?
Yeah,
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
So that's a great line. Would you repeat that, please?
Okay. What I said was, I believe that the Greys and other types of beings have been created to become a container for the spirits of the deceased Nephilim, like the giants that used to be around.
Yeah.
L.A. Marzulli says the same thing.
That's great.
Okay.
Makes sense if they were clones.
According to Gary Wayne, he says that they are the third type of elemental, and that they are like a type of fae or fairy, and they've been known as that like for thousands of years, and that they are the ones. They live deep down in their fairy dolmens or their fairy kingdoms, and they're the ones that use technology. When Enoch refers to them transversing the skies in their flying, spinning chariots, I guess he's talking about these, and they're known to abduct people. They're known to replace people. They're known, so I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right?
Think of the Chinese doctor from Georgia, the one that she's from Atlanta. She got in touch with us about her mother's abduction, and we were expecting an alien abduction, and she was taken to the inner earth by fairies. Yeah,
I think they're Nephilim too.
Yeah, they are.
What do you think, Kramer?
Well, I think first off that this is a very diverse panel. I mean, no, and I mean that literally in the best way, because And I'm always curious how any of us or any of you land on what your defining narrative is for any of this stuff, because none of you, I mean, I hear echoes of Zachariah Sitchin. I hear echoes of David Icke. I hear echoes of Michael Tellinger. I hear echoes of frigging Marzulli, Timothy Alberino. I hear all of these possible narratives linked somehow. I mean, the Sitchin stuff, we've all taken a deep dive. We all have.
Absolutely.
Obviously, the go-to quickest accessible thing that we have is Genesis, and a biblical narrative on all these things. The Tellinger stuff in South Africa, somebody was talking about, that lines up with a lot of Hancock stuff, but none of them all agree. None of them, and I don't think we will ever. I have never in my 30 plus years around all this kooky shit, have I ever landed on something that has resonated with me so fully I put all my backing behind it. Not once. I'm a faulty Christian. Absolutely. I always feel like that gets me in trouble because I don't take the Bible as all definitive, because I feel like there's something so much bigger than what we've been exposed to. Absolutely. And so I love this environment where, anybody that speaks in his surety always piques my interest, because I wonder, where do you come? I'm not calling it arrogant. I'm saying, where do you come with such a core fundamental, like, I cannot just
conviction
as a Christian. I cannot just put faith as my core intellectual understanding of anything, because it doesn't just match up. I always feel like many of us that have had encounters with some of the more paranormal aspects of our world, in my experience, obviously it's the Sasquatch people, but I feel like we have an inside track beyond faith, because we know we know something else. I don't think we can ever completely define it or ever agree on what that is, but we know it's there. It's it's like a monkey having looking up and seeing a friggin' 747 flying across the sky and recognizing it. Yep, we know that's there. But then you can bring it back to the troop of monkeys in the tree, and they're all going to have a different spin on what that exactly is. And that's what I feel like these panels literally maybe start putting little pieces together. I don't think we're ever going to know any of this. I believe Sitchin was swinging in the right direction. I always find it interesting that the 7 other archaeological interpreters didn't agree much with what he had to say. I think he took a lot of liberties. I think David Icke was always talking about this stuff before anybody heard what a draconian was, and a reptilian. And I think he's been into some really interesting things, but I don't think he's 100% right either. I've never felt like Genesis 6 in particular, which may crack open some keys. And Josh and I have had this conversation where, the Sumerian tablets were written, thousands of years before there was such thing as a Jew, yet Genesis 6 lines up. Maybe the names have been changed a little bit, but the base storyline is almost identical. I have yet to come to some sort of narrative to hang my hat on in this ever. It seems like the more information, the more we pull these things together. And I have researched all through the United States, all through Central America. I mean, I'm no rookie, man. I've seen a lot of this stuff firsthand. The Mayan stuff I've been fascinated with for years, and I've seen reliefs in Chichen Itza that line up with stuff I've seen in Iraq. They're almost identical. So all of these strange, lost historical narrative puzzle pieces, spiritual narrative puzzle pieces that have depth way back in time. Like, I've always feel like we're trying to pull these strings together, and I love the different perspective. I love it. I love there's nothing I like better than getting a biblical creationist and somebody that's following Linda Moulton Howe in the same room and seeing what they have to say. A lot of these theories that have been presented, we're all regurgitating somebody else's shit, man. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Every one of you me included, is doing that, you know. But if it's a new perspective and maybe I can glean something that I hadn't heard before or I'd forgotten, I think it's super valuable. So that's what makes this specific platform special and unique, because it literally is a round table of different perspective, sitting down like gentlemen and ladies on occasion, and just like putting out what they hear, what they know. I refuse to speak in a surety. I refuse to speak in definitive about any of this thing. I think it's hubris and arrogance to do so, and I can't do it tonight. I'm happy to say I don't know where I stand on any of this. I believe in all of it. I believe in I live right down the road from the Grand Canyon. I've witnessed some pretty wacky things in the sky over the Grand Canyon. I've been down in it, and I've seen a lot of this stuff. You know, there's no way. If you really look at even from the South Rim, if you look at the Grand Canyon, you don't see those aren't ramparts and they're it's designed. You know what I mean? It looks like it was nuked or something. I mean, it's nuts. No, that's just one thing. You know, I don't know, man. I'm all over the place on this because I'm taking all of your guys' stuff in, and all of you have a firm belief in what you think and what you believe, and I'm still 35 years later, still trying to come up with cobble together something that makes sense to me. That's what I've got to say about that, Wolf.
Doesn't it seem like reflections of an intricate mosaic, each gradation, each nuance part of the whole? And
I would hope so. I just keep hoping it's going to make sense one day. It's going to actually look like something. You know what I mean?
Even Zitchin's mentor had problems with some of Zachariah's interpretations.
He was very he took a lot of liberties, and you know, I've had people accuse me of being a Sitchin guy, and I'm not. I'm really not. What I base most of what I know.
He got a lot of it right.
Yeah, I think he got some, but here's what I've based my belief and opinions on is eyewitnesses.
Absolutely. You were so right. The true research. It's not video. Video is worthless. It only has value to one person. That's the person who took those pictures. That's it. It has no public value whatsoever. Maybe the Patterson Gimlet footage, maybe. The true research and the true moving these balls forward is always experiential every single time. For 10 lies, one truth, compound that over time, and you might start to see something, and some of the stuff might start to make sense. You know, that's you're right, Wolf, 100%.
So you think the Patterson film is real? I mean, the film is real, but do you think that the Bigfoot is real?
Oh, I absolutely do.
Or the person?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I you know what? I don't believe a lot of the storyline behind it, but I've always felt without a doubt that has never been recreated even with AI, even with what we have now, that has never been recreated. I mean, I know MK Davis personally. I've seen a lot of what he's been able to do with the footage that he has original copies of. And it is what it is. Now,
I've been seeing a lot of Bigfoot stuff, and the only thing I see is AI stuff that they're creating. I've seen people in costume. You look at the old Patterson film, that's around the time frame I was born. You know, I used to see Lost in Space and Godzilla, King Kong. It looks like in old movies, you know, where people would be in costume. It looks like the same kind of material that they would create the costumes back in the day, you know. But of course, people wanna believe in that, you know, because it's a money maker. It's about tithes.
You know what?
But they had no evidence. No evidence that even exists.
Was filtered and dumbed down for 30 years.
There's nothing.
I can give you my honest opinion on it. I don't believe the Patterson Gimlin film. Because
really,
I don't. I've always stood by that. I don't believe that was a flesh and blood creature walking like that, because I don't think you can video these things.
I think
there's a little bit. It's never been recreated.
No one else can.
Hold on. I'll say this. I have a very close friend in this field. Me and him are like this. I mean, he's a very famous author, and he was out searching in the Ozarks, and he saw one of these things, and he told me about it himself, and he's like, I couldn't take a video of it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say his name. I've kept his secret, but he's like, I don't. And he kind of was a flesh and blood guy. Now he's like, I don't know, man. I couldn't take a video. When you are told these things, And there, me and Anthony, we had this conversation earlier. You and I and Maddie had this conversation about the people who give me information when they tell me their stories. There are people who will tell me very personal, private things. I don't ask for that. I do not ask them to give me these things, but they'll tell me some very important things, and I've kept their secrets. And no matter what anybody has done to try to get it out of me, I don't repeat what they ask me not to repeat. I think that's very important. I've kept their names as secret as possible and the locations as secret as possible. Now, sometimes people figure it out. Like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure out who it is, and they've actually gone and harassed people, and I feel very bad about that. Or they'll figure out the location, and most of them have been understanding. They know that I did my best. And some of them are like, it's no big deal. They don't care. They'll let it go. They don't even, they'll give their first, last. They don't care. But I tell them, be ready, because people do watch the show, and they will come and ask you questions, and they might even trespass. That's not a good thing. But I can tell you this, there have been people who told me things in private who I can tell you 100% that if I could tell you some of the things that they say that involve some of this stuff, it's, here's my problem with this. I think that these entities, some of them do things in a very perverse, they have a very perverse nature. We can't really talk about it a whole lot because, I've did a show about it. I was ridiculed and mocked big time, but I told the truth. I told the absolute truth about it. What's going on? And I told the absolute truth about it. And there were people who have been messed with by these entities. And I think these things do this. I don't believe these are just a flesh and blood creature. I think that there's an evil, dark element to some of them, not all of them. And I think some of them help people. Some of them actually do things.
Do you remember
the spirits of the Nephilim, the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim? That's what people are seeing and witnessing. I'm not saying that people are not seeing something that looks like a Bigfoot or a dogman, but they can manifest to look to what they're thinking. Whatever they're believing, they can manifest to. Right. They have those capabilities. They know.
I think we can all agree there's a lot of different stuff ripping around out there, and not all of it's good, and not all of it's Sasquatch, and some of it might emulate. Absolutely.
Well, it's like it's like the story I told Josh on one of his shows. Driving down, I'll say it's in Kananaskis, I won't say where, and I sense about 200, 300 meters ahead of me from my enclosed car, like a presence. I drive by the spot looking at going, there's something there. It's a solid rock face, empty spot between these two cars. Nothing's there. Nothing could be hiding there. I look forward, I look back, and there's a 10-foot tall Sasquatch standing there right in daylight in the open, standing by the road looking at me like, how the heck did you sense me?
Huh.
So, yeah, because they can cloak. Yeah, I mean, and cloaking can be different things.
I think the dogman can too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Most of these things, I believe, can. And not only, they don't really need to in the way that, because what you were saying, Abe, is a lot of them, I think that they come from a different frequency because they're of their fathers.
You guys know Whitley Strieber, right? The author,
yeah. Contact.
He had at least two incredible books that were adapted to film very successfully. One was David Bowie, the rock star, The Man Who Fell to Earth, and then The Hunger, and then the other one was Wolfen. Well, this guy ironically later had, as you all know, the direct experience of the Greys coming into his cabin up in upstate New York. And one of the interesting comments he made that I think is that these things are so removed from humanness that they don't realize that hovering around a bed scares the shit out of us. Pardon my language. Or they are not aware of some of the basic nuances or qualities that make up the human condition. And
emotional understanding.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought that was an interesting. That's beyond good or bad. That's just
it's different. It's just different
cultural thing. I thought that was interesting and very telling from Whitley Strieber, especially.
And another story I heard about the Greys. This is a different one. This is someone else's who was.
There's two people talking here. What? Tony, go ahead, and then who else was talking?
Yeah, the Patterson Gimlin film was shot on 16 millimeter photographic film,
right?
And I think that could capture some things that digital photography cannot capture.
That's a possibility. That's a good point. Yeah. Who was talking? Go ahead, Under Fire. Go ahead.
Just the other story I heard about the Greys, which I don't know if it's true or not. It's interesting. These guys was talking about the MyLabs and all the stuff they go through, but they said what they gathered was the Greys were original different race on a different world. And again, of course, the same story. The reps come in, conquer them, genocide most of them. The survivors they genetically manipulate into a slave race with machinery parts, and they're used as their minions. It's like a mercenary force to do the bidding they don't want to do in a lower level abductions and stuff like that. So that's another possibility too, but it's just one of many people think about.
I want to tell you guys a quick story here, and here, Ron Yelton, who's a good friend of mine, he was in the chat. He wanted to come on the show, but I guess he couldn't do it. He's had some health issues. Shout out to Ron. He's got an amazing near-death experience, and I'm going to let him come on one day and tell it if he wants to tell it. If not, one day I'll tell it for him. I had an out-of-body experience. I've had multiple. No, I don't astro project into people's bushes and light them on fire.
Bullshit.
Dick's like, oh shit, you were bragging about it, man. You called me up. You were like, I totally burned them.
I've got the Facebook messages.
No, I guess you lost Chris.
The astral turf.
Yeah, I use that astro glide to glide right into there. So no, all joking aside here, but no, I had this not near death, out of body experience, and I can only say I was in like this cavern. And I've probably said this before on the show, but I bumped into something which I thought was a wall, and I was like, whoa, there's like scales. And I was touching the scale, like this wall, and I was like, it was like a type of metal, but it was like the scales were not moving. They were pretty sturdy. And I kind of hit it like that. And then I look up and I was like, oh crap, this isn't a wall. It was a being.
A being.
Wow.
And it wasn't a reptilian. It was a man. He was just looking down at me, just like and he had this helm on, and it was one of those where it covers the nose and the eyes. You could see the eyes, and he had these blue eyes. And I look up, and he had this blonde hair, and it was a Nordic-looking person, an absolutely Nordic-looking person. It was the only time I can honestly say, and any time I've ever been out of my body, that I came across something that I couldn't go through. I couldn't, there was no threat in the way that he didn't move in any threatening way. He didn't hold the weapon over me or try to scare me. He just looked at me. And when the thought crossed my mind about trying to go around him or doing something to him, it's just, that fleeting your impulse, right? And this being was just like, don't do that. And I thought this dude could absolutely just unravel my soul. That was the only time I'd ever been really absolutely unnerved, not afraid in the way I've dealt with demonic entities who will come at you and try to latch on and do things to you. This wasn't a demonic entity. I don't know if he was an angel per se, but he was definitely a Nordic being, and he was stopping me from moving past him. And he was like a wall. He was tall. I can't even tell you how tall. I don't know. But I was definitely floating, like probably in the spirit of like an orb, I guess, a ball. You're really just a ball of light. And that's what I remember. And I just was like, I got out of there. I didn't run away because he didn't force me to flee in that way, but I just backed away and I left because I was not where I was supposed to be. And then I was back in my body and I thought, maybe that was a dream. But if it was a dream, it was one of the most vivid dreams I've ever had. And I haven't done a whole lot of lucid dreaming, so it wasn't, but vividly, it was very vivid.
Well, I think what Castaneda refers to as lucid dreaming is, from my understanding, much different than a conscious astral projection. But before I forget, that book, Autobiography of a Yogi, in chapter 43, has one of the best descriptions of the astral world that you'll ever come across. It's for those who are not familiar, that Yogananda's guru reappears in his room, in Yogananda's room, and gives him a description on the different planes, levels, and how each soul is assigned to a different place according to the vibration, according to their karma, their character. And it's really hard for a person to go wherever they want to go, and that because of the restrictions placed in that regard. But I think regardless of how you feel about that, it's one of the most meticulously described examples of the astral planes, and it goes on for pages. Absolutely fascinating and worth it for anyone who has hitherto not been aware of that autobiography of Yogi. Chapter 43,
Yeah,
the
I've
resurrection
read it. Yeah,
of Sri Eeswaran.
it's a great book, man. And you sent me another. I have another copy because you sent me one.
I did. One for you and one for your wife, and I sent another copy of the Holy Signs for Anthony.
Yes, I
He's got it, and thank you for the nice notes too. By the way,
the descriptions were cool.
My pleasure.
Nice. You're a very decent human being, Kevin. I appreciate that. We have somebody here who just showed up. Thea 30. I didn't get a chance to say hi.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing tonight?
We're doing great. We're doing really good here. We're with it's a very diverse panel here. Hostile Hyperborean. That's a cool name. What's your deal there?
Okay, so I don't know, for the past couple of days I've been asking myself a question, and I want to see if you guys can help me with this. Okay, so my family has suffered from my mom's side of sleep paralysis, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She was the first one, and then I started getting them. And then after she passed away, my brother, and now my medium child, she gets them. And
wow.
She was talking to me. My daughter was telling me, Mom, she went to her mother-in-law's house, and she said she went to go take a nap, and she started feeling, this humming noise coming towards her like it was a fly. Mm-hmm. And then she said she felt it hit on her left side of her back, right? And she became paralyzed. But it first started with the humming, so I paid attention to what she was saying. And then I called my brother and I said, hey, when you go through your sleep paralysis, where do you get hit? And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I'm like, do you get it in a specific area in your body? And do you hear a humming noise first? He said, yes, I hear a humming noise, but then I get hit in the middle of in the spine of my back. And I said, okay. When I get it on my back. First, I hear the humming noise, that vibration, and then I get it in my lower back, and sometimes I get it through the bottom part of my feet. So my question is it possible, because you hear a lot of alien abductions and sleep paralysis, how there's this humming noise, okay? My question is, being that back in the days, a lot of our ancestors that we do not know what they practice, is it possible that one of them gave an entry point to a specific part of their body to have these things manifest through them in that specific area in their body, and it jumps down the family line?
It's like a generational curse.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
I've got an answer, and if you can give me 5 minutes, I'm feeling led by God to say something.
Mm-hmm.
If you will, just 5 minutes brief, and I can explain it all.
Okay.
Now, I'm giving God the glory in this. It's a finger of God thing. This ain't me, so you can forget the name Bob Jackson. This all doesn't matter for one reason. First, let's go, and with the discussion, if we say a creed of any type, we're automatically going to know friend from foe, because evil is not allowed to acknowledge this. That's a mystery right there. Number two, because of who Jesus was and how he created us, the kingdom of God is already here now. Therefore, we got a perfect example, Ezekiel. Whenever he ran across any of these things, he's the only guy that never did a face plant when he saw these so-called glorious creatures, the fallen angels, right? They're inconsequential to us. They're a non-issue. Preempt your prayer, use a creed to get friend and foe, and then use the power that Ezekiel had. They're a non-issue.
So treat them as such. And Abe can take it from here. And that's all I felt moved to say. But I'm just going to back out and listen.
Thank you
But
for your
you guys
contribution.
praying every day for you, for your safety. But if you can't say Jesus is the only Son of God, born here in a manger to actually be the sacrificial lamb, to die for us on a cross once and for all our sins, and he's buried, rose after 3 days after conquering hell and the keys, made it back to the right hand, who is God and who is going to be our judge and who is in us, you're a non-issue. Preempt a prayer, do a creed before you talk to somebody. That avoids, say, foreign entanglements or people getting in where they shouldn't be, like the first Christians did. Go back to the beginning. But I'm out of here. I love you guys.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Thank you.
We'll listen to see what happens.
All right. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, I just got one question. When you have this sleep paralysis, I'm more sure you have the night terrors, and you see the what people call the sea witch or the succubus or incubus for you're a female. Do you wake up with like scratches or bruises sometimes?
No, I've never experienced waking up with that, but I have felt every single thing that you've mentioned.
So when you wake up from that, you finally wake up out of it. Do you pray, or do you go walk around the house and pray throughout the house?
I've learned
and say if anything's there for it to leave.
Yeah, I've learned to fight it. I've actually, told my encounter to Josh about God made me feel after I came out of it. And he was just, showing me that I just needed to call on him once. And I've showed my daughter how to fight it. I've showed my brother how to fight it. But my curiosity, and for some reason I told my daughter, because I don't know, it just came to my mind. Why are we all getting it in specific areas of our body? Why does it start? Why does the humming start? And then all of a sudden we feel an infliction in that area of our body, and then we're out. We can't move or talk or anything. So I told my daughter the only thing I could think of was tell her, you know what, pray over that area of her body, rebuke anything that has a portal or access to that area of your body that's attacking you into you falling into that sleep paralysis. So then I start to think about my mother and the fact that me and my brother and now my daughter, and I wonder, could this be something that was from our ancestors passed down to our generation, and they did some type of pact in their body, specifically in that area, for legal access for those entities to come through and affect not only them when they were alive, but the whole family bloodline after. That's what my question was, and I wanted to know if anybody else went through that type of sleep paralysis, where do they feel that it starts? Because I don't know why I asked my daughter, where did you feel it start? She said, my left side on my back. My brother, when I asked him, he said, in my back where my spinal cord is. And I've had it on my lower back and underneath my feet. So that's just a curiosity.
Yeah, that's where they attach to around the spine area, and if you're stuck in the sleep paralysis and you're just looking at a distance, but you don't train yourself for your spirit to turn to the left or the right. You probably see what's causing what you're going through. I know by your voice sounds like you're afraid because of this situation, in which that could be a spiritual opening, in which you're not supposed to be afraid, because if you fear what you're witnessing, then it's going to get a stronger hold over you. I would suggest do a cleansing of your home. Put some heavenly spiritual crosses on your doorways, on your windows, with either holy water or something pure like olive oil, and pray if there's any unclean spirits or unclean energies in your home to leave. you taking authority over them in Jesus Christ's name, and do a cleansing of your house, and you can do the same for yourself. And every time you wake up or something like that, if it continues, but do the cleansing first, and then see what happens after that. But if you do wake up from something in that nature, just do the same. I tie boundary between Jesus Christ's name. Welcome, leave. They're just trying to find an entry point, in which fear is a big spiritual opening. If you start believing in what you're seeing or hearing, if it's something,
this since I was 9 years old. So now at my age, I know.
Not be afraid.
No, it's just cold over here, and I'm not good on being like on live, so I get kind of nervous. I start shaking a little. But no, I've been dealing with this for a long time. It just, I don't know why I asked that question to my daughter and my brother. It's like something clicked, and I wanted to get other people's perspective of that, and that's why I asked the question.
Much to Abe's point, I would renounce any generational cursing over your family line in the name of Jesus Christ. And I would seriously pray with all of the folks that are afflicted by it and get each one of them to renounce any generational cursings and to repent of it in the name of Jesus Christ. Because it's not what you do. It's like, it can be up to like 7 generations in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll have serious implications on your family. Now, there was a type of spirit, type of Nephilim called the Zanzumim, and they were known as the buzzing ones, or the ones who buzz, and they were known to give off like a type of frequency vibration like that. And when they would enter anywhere, they were known to buzz like that. So it's just interesting that you talked about that buzzing sound and that buzzing, that sort of humming vibration that you experience. So it just makes me wonder if it isn't one of these spirits of these evil entities that's been afflicting your family line.
Where did you find that, Richard, if you might?
The Zanzumim, if you do the interpretation, like go back to the ancient Hebrew of what the actual word Zanzumim means, it's the ones who buzz, or the buzzing ones.
Yeah, because my daughter, she said it, I've heard it, and my brother, he's heard it too. The buzzing and the humming.
Are there any yoga practitioners in your family?
No.
Okay.
No, they don't. My mother, she was from Costa Rica. They were Catholic, and she came down here and she turned Pentecostal. And she didn't have us doing no part of that. I need to write that because I need to do it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Theo.
I said I would need to write down the name so I could research it. He said Zanzumim.
Spell it, Richard. For
Zanzumim. They're probably from the book of Joshua.
You can't spell it, Richard?
Thank you.
I can go and get the Bible and look it up for you.
Jesus.
Is it phonetically? Is it pretty close phonetically?
Yeah, basically.
John 9:2, Jesus refutes the idea that sin is hereditary or passed through generational, down through generations. Just to play devil's advocate here.
Nice.
Yeah, I can, if I could, I can chime in on this. We could put the camera on me.
It's not working?
Yeah, it's not working. So I was sitting there going like, why am I?
Yeah.
So if I could, this is what I believe about the generational thing. This is my opinion. I'm not going to tell you that this is the absolute truth or the word of God, but this is what I believe that what is going on with that. You have genetic makeup. You have DNA that makes you who you are. That is who you are. That is what you are. We have been told by a specific group of people who run this world. And there are a very specific group of people. They have tried to get rid of gender. They have tried to get rid of race. They have tried to get rid of religion. And I would say they have tried to get rid of base morality. And I'm going to sound a little preachy here, but I'm going to tell you the truth. They have tried to get rid of, what is it, phembology? What is it?
It's not phrenology, but
it's a type of
No, not physiology.
You'll figure it out. You'll remember. You're a smart guy. Here it is.
It's the science of
phenotypes.
Yeah.
Because have you ever, now listen, this is a long-winded explanation, but follow me and you may understand in this, and then we can go around and ask everybody what their opinion was, starting with Alex. I'm going to say this. You have a person you see, you've dealt with somebody who was not a good person. You see another person who is very similar to that person, but you've been so conditioned by the world that you are not supposed to believe that that person could possibly be similar to that other person in their morality or lack thereof.
Physiognomy.
Because we have been told that everybody is an individual and you should judge them as such, up to a degree, right? But then you see this person and you see their traits and they don't know this person. The person you're thinking of is from North Dakota, North Carolina, somewhere. And this person is from Florida, Timbuktu, whatever. And they don't know each other, but you in your travels, you know this person. You've seen this person. And they have a genetic predisposition for something. Whether it is something that is missing in them, whether it is genetics, because we are always told that genetics isn't real. This isn't real. It's all environment. That is a very, very far left theology that has been thrown out there by the powers that be to manipulate, confuse, and outright lie and trick you into believing what you're not seeing, that you're not seeing what you're seeing. I have met people who are very sneaky, very, very, very snake-like, and you can deal with them, you can see them, and you can deal with them if you know, because you've dealt with somebody like them that's very similar to them. I hear this a lot in people from the military. People like Abe as a sergeant, people who were high-ranking, like maybe captains, they are responsible for whole platoons, units, regiments, and they will tell me, they'll be like, I can spot one of these people. How do you know that they have that sixth sense about them to do that? It's not really that hard. It is because they have seen that phenotype before. That person is the same genetically as that person that they know is a snake. So they keep an eye on that person. And then that person goes and does exactly what they think that person is going to do. And that is to be a POS. And that sergeant has to snatch them out and be like, I've met you before. You never met me before. I've met you before. I've met you before. You're just like a guy from South Carolina or a guy from California. You're the same person. You have the same genetic being. There are only 26 facial archetypes in the world. The reason that is because those people genetically are connected, whether they know it or not. They come from the same lineage. They come from a serpent lineage, and you know it, but you've been dumbed down and conditioned to believe that it's not real, that race, religion, and gender doesn't matter, but it does matter a whole lot. Not to be a racist or to be a gender-biased person or to be mean to someone who doesn't have your religion, but you already know the predisposition of some of these people. But you also have to remember there's a lot of diversity within every race, within every religion, and with each gender. There are people with round faces, elongated faces, and all kinds and everything in between. But there really are only so many archetypes. And there are certain archetypes that naturally are not good. And I'm telling you, they come from their fathers. Their fathers' sin is visited upon them not because their father committed a sin. It is because genetically that father passed on that defective gene to this child. And that child now has that DNA, which will make them defective. And we are supposed to sit here and pretend like that doesn't exist. 100,000% that is wrong. I can tell you from working downtown at a nightclub for 10 years almost that I saw people. I could tell you what kind of sneaky, spidery person was walking through my door. And if they were going to start something or do something, and I can 100%, but I could kind of tell. I'd look them in the eye and I could see them. There were people that would come from all over the world, people that would come from Fort Hood. And there was a certain type of soldier because there's a certain type of guy that joins the military. They don't join the military because they want to do good and they want to help and they want to serve and they want to be whatever. They want to get away from something, really themselves. But then they come across somebody like Sergeant Theus who's going to take their shit and they end up getting their ass booted out. And you can spot them a mile away. A surly, smarty-ass little punk that's never going to amount to shit, and it's probably going to die in prison. And it sounds horrible to say that, but we need to quit kidding ourselves about phenotypes and take a look at that person. Not prejudge them, not think that this person is bad, but just watch them and make sure that you watch your back, because that person is eventually going to betray you.
Understand they're predisposed to
there is
behaviors.
A beady-eyed little traitor amongst us all. And I'm not talking about one specific person. I know one in particular, but there's a very specific type. And you can look between you. We always wear glasses, not to pick on you, Tony, or Under Fire. I wear them too. But you know what I'm saying? You can see them, and they're kind of like, and their eyes are darting around. I mean, there's a very specific type, and you're looking at them going like, yeah, when are they going to do what they're going to do?
You're profiling.
You're profiling. Absolutely, because that is a legit thing. Because you already know that this person is predisposed to being that way, but we deny it to ourselves. And I don't mean to go out and see somebody's skin tone and go, oh, that's a brown person, he's going to commit a crime. If he hasn't committed a crime, probably his kid's going to commit a crime. What I'm talking about is you already know that there is a certain type. My friend has an uncle. I swear his uncle was just like mine. Mexican, on that side of the family, get drunk. Yeah, you know, I love you, mijo. I'm sorry for being the way. I know I tried to stab you last week, but I love you, you know. And then when he wakes up, he don't remember none of it, and he's back to wanting to throw chingazos with you because he's baracho. Baracho negros all the time with the problems, right? But I can tell you that is a specific type of person. People all know this person, and so you know he's typically harmless unless you add booze. Then he becomes a gremlin. This is something that we are being told that we are supposed to ignore, that this doesn't exist. And that is because it benefits one particular group of people who are at the very top. And they're told to ignore all of these things, these warning signs, and to let these people live amongst you with no judgment because, hey, they're just people. Yes, they are people, but you know that at some point the other shoe is going to drop. Don't kid yourself, and don't suffer yourself to be around these people. Just because society says that you're a bad person because you're paying attention. That is my point about genetics. And I'm going to tell you this, it is an absolute truth. I don't care what anybody says. And that genetic lineage the sin that you will commit, that you are predisposed to, is from your father, your mother, whoever. You have those genetics, the sins of the father. And what they mean is not necessarily that your mom's not going to give it to you, right? But it's written as such as like, oh, it's just coming from your dad because that particular group of people goes by their mother's lineage. But that mother had a father, and that father's sin will be visited upon her. And that father will be visited upon you because it's a genetic heritage. It's passed down. It is in your genes. There are violent, warlike types of people. You were talking about the Amalekites. You don't believe that their fathers were sinners, that they were fire worshipers and ding-a-ling worshipers and did all this crazy stuff that they did? That's why they were to be destroyed. Their children inherited that same warlike, barbaric gene. That is the sin of the father. It is a genetic DNA code. And if anybody wants to argue that, they can. But do it at your own peril, because I'm telling you right now, if you don't pay attention to genetics, you are doomed. You will absolutely fail because it is genetics mixed with a little bit of environment, not the other way around.
Yeah.
You can fight the environment. You can break that cycle of the environment. You can't break genetics. I have a brother I love very dearly. His son is a carbon copy of him and makes the exact same mistakes his dad does. And I love him. I pray for him. I love him to death. I love them both. They may be listening right now, but they couldn't be more alike. They may not get along or like each other. I am very much like my dad and my mom. I didn't get along with them very well. I fought and struggled against my own genetic proclivities, angry, getting, anger, whatever. Just those kinds of things, quick to criticize or be angry or argue. Those are things you have to learn to overcome genetically. And you know what that is? That's the sins of your fathers. That is what that means.
Much
People
to your
can say
point.
that it's a spiritual thing. I don't believe that. I believe it's genetic, and it is basically telling you that you have to fight to overcome your genetics. But I believe that this is something when we come into this world, we already know, we've been told, even though you have this amnesia, you're going to have to overcome these things. But first, you're going to have to remember who or what you are. And then you're going to have to fight against your own proclivities. Glad to say that most of mine are not just, I've seen some people that have to fight against some very sick things. I don't have that issue. Mine are mostly just anger and things like that. But anger can get you in trouble real quick.
I think we all know how powerful environment is, though. And I think environment, for many, if
It
not
can
most,
do a lot, but it can be undone. Genetics is something that you can only undo yourself. People can't do that
what
for
about
you.
grace, though, Josh?
You live under grace. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about genetics that you fight against. You live under the grace of God from the time you're born to the time you die.
Yeah.
Think of it like this.
But
God
grace
gives
too.
you the grace that he doesn't allow you to, okay, like the other day, the guy that jumped through the portal and, fell to his death.
Yeah.
God doesn't let you do that because you're under his grace. God gives you so many gifts every day of your life, and we take it for granted. That is a big problem. Yesterday, coming to the studio, we could have been sideswiped by somebody who ran a red light, and God kept me from going forward. Thank God that I was on the phone with Nellie because I didn't drive immediately when the light turned green. I can tell you this, every day of your life, there are angels that protect you and your path is absolutely protecting you. There are higher beings that look after you that you don't see.
I think the more we lean into it, the more
but
we.
You yourself must
make that
overcome your
connection
own
stronger.
genetics. When you were to overcome yourself, that is what it is. You are overcoming the sins of your father because his sin could be something that you inherit genetically. That's my point. That is what I believe. And like Kramer said earlier, we're all entitled to our own opinion and nobody's going to 100% believe, agree, or whatever. That's my soapbox. And then you guys can tell me what you think. We'll start with you, Alex. What do you think? Do you agree, disagree? What are your thoughts on what I just said?
Yes, it could be genetics and also environment, But I go a step further, that before you were born, you chose your parents, you chose your path and experience that you're going to be having in this reality, And it's all for soul to grow. So we all have a path, a mission in this reality, and you have people. The soul growth does depend on is your experience. The more experience you get, then you know what to do. For example, people that haven't had more experience, they do more things that has to go bad for them to learn. And a lot of people keep in the same cycle. They don't grow. I can check with my father, for example. He keeps in the same pattern circle with drinking and things like that. So he doesn't really come out of it. And when he's drunk, then he's more kind. But when he's sober, he forgets. So I don't get far with that. But yeah, you have souls on different level here on this planet, and it's depending also on your frequency, where you are at yourself, that you attract a certain people in your life. Everything is frequency and energy.
Vibration.
Vibration, energy.
Vibration.
May I add to that?
Go ahead, Kevin. You can go now.
I believe that we have a genetic and an incarnational heritage. We have that which precedes us literally in the literal sense that we all recognize, and then we have fathers, brothers, sisters, mothers from different incarnations, from different lives, and we're given the spell of forgetfulness, except for the occasional deja vu whiff of "I've been here beforeness." Because if we didn't have that, we go mad remembering all those personalities and all those things, depending, of course, on the level of spiritual evolution you're on. But that's just my own belief system, and so.
No, you're right. I just want to add that you mentioned something I forgot about is your karmic also. In numerology, for example, you have your karmic cycle, depending what you did in your past life, that you have to deal with it in this life and overcome it, Otherwise, you do it back again. So you have that too. Things that you have done in the past life that you have to correct in this lifetime. So there's different things at play.
This is one of the better panels I've heard in quite a while. I mean, they're always stimulating, but very good cross reference of.
You know, somebody mentioned earlier about the hijack panel. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like it was hijacked. I feel like those people came in here for a reason, and some of them still come back every now and then. And I think they learned something, and and they
got something from it.
Yeah, they might have been here initially to troll and mess around, but then they decided that they weren't going to do that, and they didn't.
Yeah,
I knew that was what was going on, but you have to give people a chance.
You got to roll with it.
Yeah, but there again, I didn't see anything in the genetic disposition, to when you deal with certain people, though, you will see it. You'll see a pattern, and this thing is not about race or gender or religion. You'll see it in all people. And, you notice somebody when they talk to you, their eyes are moving around. They're not focusing on you. And you're like, come on, dude. That's not a very truthful person. That is a very bad habit to have. But by the same token, I have met people who do that naturally because they're kind of like nervous. And I have a friend that does that, and he's not a liar. He just does that. And I said, you really need to get over that, because even though it comes from an abuse thing, I said, people are going to look at you, and they're going to look at you and think that you're not honest because you're not looking them in the eye and you're moving your eyes around and darting around. That is the sign of a very nervous person or a dishonest person, or both.
Or
and I've noticed
person.
Do what, Tony?
Or a highly trained person.
Good point.
Yeah, this person's not highly trained for that. He just, he's just that way. I've known him for 30 years.
Well, I worked in a prison environment for over 20 years as an inmate chaplain.
Mm-hmm.
And I was also a psych counselor and a profiler. And just still to this day, I go into a restaurant, I'm going to sit with my back to the wall where I can see the door.
Right.
I'll scan everybody in the place, make a mental note of all of them, and I'll generally try to situate myself, especially if it's someplace I've never been before, to where I know I can hit the door. But I was trained to do that, and it's called situational awareness.
Yeah, no, what I'm not talking about that, though, because I know somebody who will keep their eyes kind of moving, like, I'm
Shifty
talking about
eyes.
somebody who, shifty eyes is a little different. And I've noticed there's a type. There was a guy I went to high school with, and he was, and I hate to say that, it was like he had a certain hair color, and he had those glasses with the beady eyes, and I've said this before on the show a long time ago, and he did the little eye thing, and his eyes were just those little beady, and there were all these people that liked this guy, and I just naturally never liked him. He never did anything to me. I got to say that. He never was any way to me, but I didn't let him be. But he got in with some people and some of my friends, and years later they were like, he's a sorry guy, he did this and he did that. Yeah, well, I mean, and I gave somebody like that a chance not too long ago, and it really turned out not good for me. I overlooked a lot of things and a lot of red flags because other people liked that person, and I thought, well, maybe this person isn't such a bad person. I just misjudged or whatever. I broke my own rules, and it has turned into a nightmare for me. And I can tell you that there is a phenotype there, and people choose to ignore it. Most of the time, people will do it because it's somebody that they're family with. And the worst thing that you can do, the worst thing that you can ever do is, put up with someone's shit because they're related to you. That blood thicker than water is the biggest bunch of bullshit ever, because the sins of the father are on them too. And you cannot be roped into that. I can tell you right now, some of my closest friends are not related to me, and they're closer to me than any of my relatives could have ever been, other than my brother. And I can tell you, man, I mean, like, that is not the case with these people, because some of these people, you will get to know them in your life, and you will realize that you'll recognize each other from past lives. Now, I talk about past lives because I believe in it. And there are people that will not agree with me, Muslims, Christians, Jewish people. They will absolutely fight and argue, whatever. All I can tell you is that when you pass on, you'll see. Or you'll just bypass everything and get thrown straight into the pit where you belong. And you won't even, and this idea that you're going to learn all the mysteries of the universe when you die, that ain't the case either.
No way.
You can stay completely ignorant and just go straight to hell, do not pass go, and you're not going to learn anything because you've already had your chances. There is another type of being that I'm going to talk about, and that is the one that Edgar Cayce tells us. He says that this person is not a person that has a soul. They have a body, and they look like us, and they mimic us in every way. They have learned how to master human emotion. They have learned how to do what?
They're tares.
Yeah, tares in the wheat.
Yeah.
And what these people do, they are hollow vessels. They are empty.
Yes.
They are devoid of anything. They don't have real emotions. They can be really, really smart. They can do really, really great things, but they don't have the elation that we have. They don't understand that. They can experience physical pleasure. That is not the case. It's not like they're just, but they do not have the same abilities that we do. They do not have the same desire and function and all of that. It's not there for them.
They're not the elect.
Do what?
They are not the elect.
Definitely not the elect.
100%.
100%.
I've thought for years that there's some people that I've met, especially in my line of work, they're blanks.
Yeah.
You look up in the eyes and the lights are on, but nobody's home.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that some of that could come from what we were talking about with the genetic tampering done by the reptilians. These little vessels of the grays, they seem to have no real emotion. Now, here's the weird thing. You talk to some people who have had interactions with the tall grays, and they will say that they're mean or they're nasty or they're this or they're that. When they deal with the small grays, they don't go out of their way to be mean, nasty, or anything. They're just very cold. And I believe that that's because those are empty vessels. Whereas, do what?
Sorry. Agreeing with you. I think those are the EGs, the basically android, robotic type.
Mm-hmm. They were made to be that way.
Yes.
These tall grays and will actually be kind of nasty and mean and have a disdain for humanity. The small grays don't care. They don't really tend to have any sort of emotion whatsoever. They don't really have any sort of, it's just a job. They just do it. That is the most you can get out of them, is just a very yes or no type, whatever. And you're really dealing with a biological robot. That's what it is. And we have them in our race too, in our people. I still, there's two different kinds of cloaking though. There is the kind that can make you see something that's not really there. Sean, when we did the show with you, one of the things that I remember you talking about with the reptilian, you feeling that you had that's what you were, and that you still have that weird phantom limb. So there's a really weird thing there. Here's my opinion on that. And I say people who haven't seen the show, you should go and listen to us on Friday. But I'm going to say this. I think that what ends up happening is there is a spiritual cloaking that can take place. Because I have heard of people, there was a guy saying he was holding the door open at a grocery store years ago. And he's a former police officer, but he was telling me, he was like, dude, I was holding this door open for this lady, and I felt something rub up against my arm about 2 or 3 inches from her actual flesh that I could see. Mm-hmm. And when it did, he noticed like a quick look at like grayish green scales. Now, he didn't see anything else from this woman. He doesn't have any real ability. That's all it was. It was just a quick story that he wrote. Encounter, I guess. But that one stuck with me. Because, and I'll tell you why, because I think that what he was seeing was the cloak, and then her actual body was sticking out further than the body that he could see. And then you have the ones that actually do change into, man, there's a story that me and my brother were given by a woman that used to work for me years ago at the nightclub. And I talked about this guy. When I touched his back and we threw him out of the club, his back was like like he had I don't know. And Anthony, you've talked to probably 5 or 6 people that were involved in that. Loki was one of them. He's been on the show.
Yeah, he was like abnormally strong.
Abnormally strong. Size. He was fighting a guy that was like 6'6", and it took everything I had to get that guy under control and get him out the door. His back had like this ridge on it, but the woman, I'll call her D, she told me and my brother and a few other of the workers there a horrific story about how he tore the door off the hinges and how during coitus he would change and his face would look demonic because he had these brow ridges that would stick out, and he was very much reptilian, slitted eyes, and his back would change. And she figured out that and this guy definitely was reptoid, and he had a friend that worked there with us too. And that guy, his name was Omar. The other guy's name was David. I'll say their names. The names they used anyway. And they could speak multiple languages. That was another thing that was very weird. And I had a lot of people there that could speak multiple languages. My friend Jerome speaks 4 languages. My friend Sammy speaks 5. So they were there, and they were able to communicate with these guys. And I was like, damn, dude. With very little accent, they could move from German to French to Arabic. It was crazy. Hebrew, it didn't matter. And I was like, where did they learn these things? Who knows? But these beings, I say beings.
And that guy you kicked out, he told you, Josh. I remember he said he told you that you're not like them, but you don't know what you are.
Yeah, he did. He mentioned that, and there were 2 of my friends that were right there, and he said something about I didn't know what I was. He didn't, and I asked him the question because I already knew at that point what he was, and I said, "Well, what am I like you?" He goes, "No," but he didn't tell me what he meant. I don't know what he meant, and I don't know if he was being facetious or he was trying to trick me or whatever, trying to get me to think that, I kind of figured it out. I think that I have a lot of abilities, but I think a lot of people do. I think that the average person has more abilities than they could possibly know. Jesus told us that we will do greater things and reach more people than him. The reason he said that, and people would say, how could we be greater than Christ? It's very simple. Because he didn't have the platforms that we have now to reach hundreds and hundreds.
Remember, he said, "Are ye not gods and children of the Most High?" Did I not tell you this? Yeah.
And so your abilities, he tells you that you're going to be able to do things. The people that he reached during his lifetime was a very small fraction compared to his followers and how many they reached. I would dare say Paul himself reached more than Christ, but still, it came from Christ, who came from God, who is the Son of God, the Word made flesh. We all know. So Christ was, he gave these messages, and then his followers, his people, spread it out the way it was supposed to be spread. Me, myself, I'm not going to reach as many people as all of us together. You're all going to go out and reach more people than who knows. Because somebody listening here could have a humongous platform and they could go out and parrot what I say, and they've just reached 1 million people.
Josh, do you remember, or anyone else here, a while back when Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins claimed to have seen a girl that he was dating and intimate with who had changed right in front of him from her human form into something else? And I think it was on the Howard Stern show. I didn't have a TV for about 30 years, so a lot of this stuff went right over my head. But I'm catching up fast. So I'm just curious if anyone out there was privy to that and could offer any detail on that.
Yeah. One of the problems too with take Billy Corgan for example. Here is the problem. I know people who I absolutely don't like. I don't have any feelings for them one way or another. As people, personal in their personal life, but it doesn't discredit or discount everything that they do or say.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Most people have this emotional bondage. They're in an emotional bondage and they have a wall.
They can't separate.
They can't separate that. And it's like, I hate Josh Turner. And there's a pack of them that do. I hate Josh Turner. So no matter what he says, no matter what he does, I hate him and I will go against him. That's a problem because what if Josh Turner says Jesus Christ is the Son of God and that's what you believe, but you hate everything I say? See, that's a problem. So you got to go, well, I agree with that. Billy Corgan is one of those people. I don't personally like him. I think Billy Corgan's favorite subject is Billy Corgan. And when you listen to him,
is a narcissist.
He is a narcissist deluxe, and he will tell people, he'll be like, you're so honored to just be here listening to me. And then, he's talking to these people like they should apologize for even being in his presence. And I'm like, I would like to slap this guy, right? When you hear him talk.
Languages does he speak, Josh?
Yeah. Though, here's the thing. When somebody like him talks, though, Do what?
I said, y'all are all safe with me. I barely speak one language.
You know, when you hear someone like this guy talk, though, you got to go, okay, you know, he may be a douchebag, but
something happened here.
Yeah, there are broken clocks and whatnot, you know, that are right twice a day.
And she did this twice, right? She did this twice.
Yeah, and when he told that story, it was very, man, it was, you know.
It smacked of the truth.
Mm-hmm. It did. And I encourage anybody to maybe go and listen to that, you know, and Boondog just said something. He's Bill Burr's half-brother. Now, let me ask you this. Why is it that Matthew McConaughey is supposedly Woody Harrelson's half-brother? Wow. Why is it that Bill Burr is Billy Corgan's half-brother? And why is it that, what's his name, is Podesta's son? What's his name? He killed himself. What is his name?
Chester Bennington.
Chester Bennington. Why are all these people? There's all this relation. There's all these people that are related. It isn't by coincidence.
It's a big club, and you're not in it, buddy.
Exactly. Matthew McConaughey went to
it's a coven.
Yeah, well, Matthew McConaughey went to school. He was born in Uvalde. He went to school up in Longview. I got a couple friends up there in Longview. A lot of Bigfoot activity in that area, that corridor right there. But I can tell you this, one of the things that is interesting about McConaughey is that how did him and Woody Harrelson's dad end up being the same guy? Like, how is that even? That's a weird thing, right?
I've never heard that.
Supposedly, it's very fascinating. He was a chance encounter. He was going to law school at UT, and he just happened to meet a film director, and next thing you know, he's an actor. It's very hard to fathom that. Because I don't believe in any coincidences. As Abe, you were last night on your show, it was something interesting about Abe. He had bought these turtles, and they say Aruba on there, right? Then Alexander comes on the show. He's from Aruba. It's just like I said. There was a story that I was given by a woman about reptilians in Albuquerque. No BS. I go to the refrigerator, you know, and I get something to eat, and I sit down and I turn on the TV. I don't get a lot of time to watch TV. Everybody knows me. I don't really have a lot of time. So when I do have a little bit of time, I have to make it count. So I said, I'm going to watch something here. And before I could change the channel into something worth a crap, there was an actress. She's a, I don't remember her name, but she's not a novela. What's it called? Soap opera. In Spanish, we call them novelas. My tias would always watch this. Mentiras, always crap, you know, whatever. But they would have it on TV, right? But I was watching and I was looking, and there was this woman, and she was talking about an encounter that happened to her in Albuquerque.
Wow.
And I was wondering about the veracity of this woman's statements, and I was thinking, you know, maybe I don't know, I've heard this before. She might have heard me talk about it on the show. Maybe she's just kind of repeating it. I turn on the television, and there's a woman, and she's like, what I was looking at was a reptilian. I'm like, what?
Wow.
You know? So I went back and, you know, with the magic of DVR, and I went back and I started it over. That particular episode, I can't remember the name of the show, but it was an actress, and she was talking about having an encounter at a taco stand of all places in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Wow.
With a reptilian. And of course, we were talking last night with you, Alex, about that being a hub for the Drakes. And I was like, dude, what the heck? So Albuquerque. I've heard so many things. So I thought this woman, maybe she was just like repeating. I could say her name. Her name's Sasha. But I called her back and I said, Sasha, I believe you. I said I was going to call her back and we were going to talk about it. And I've already told the story, but it was like not an epiphany. It was just like somebody showing you right there. Boom, there it is. Because
it's a wink and a nod for the Matrix.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of that, I have to shoot off, but it's funny because I'm pretty sure I have one of these entities come and visit my room last night and knock on the wood in several places in my room. So they like to come about 2, 3, 1 in the morning and let me know they're around. So good last time because it kind of startled me awake, and it's like, I don't need to deal with you guys right now, but they're around and they'll come and let you know if they're around, especially during the night when you're trying to sleep.
So you're going to be on again on Friday. I think this coming Friday, you're going to get into your Dogman stuff.
Yeah.
What is your show, sir? I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know a lot of the people here. Forgive me if you would be.
Who are you asking?
The gentleman was just speaking.
Oh, I don't have a show.
You have a show.
Oh, okay.
He's
going
been
to be
on
on
my
Josh's show. Okay.
Yeah.
My show is called Paranormal Roundtable. You can look it up. We're on YouTube, Spotify.
All right, smart ass. No, he's going to be on your show this Friday. Is that what you said, John?
Yeah, he's gonna be on there on the pre-record.
Perfecto.
We got to finish anyway with you too. We haven't finished. That happens so many times. I'll start something and I don't get to finish it, but I'm gonna finish with. We'll finish it. Don't worry.
Awesome.
Josh, I've got a weird question.
I'm just going to say, God bless you all. Have a good night, everyone. Good rest of the
All
week.
right, I'll see you under fire.
Have a good night, sir.
Thank you.
Right.
So
Okay,
Hyperborean, hang on one second. I haven't gotten to say hello to you. We'll get right to you as soon as Chaplain says. What is it, Chaplain, that you got? Go ahead.
Well, I give my dogs ivermectin, and it keeps all kind of parasites away from them. But also, I've come to find out it keeps fleas and ticks off of them. And I wonder if you take, now this kind of sounds goofy, but I wonder if you take ivermectin, that would keep a lot of these entities away from you that are parasitic, especially the ones like blood. And I'm being serious about this. I'm not joking.
No, that is not a weird question at all.
No,
because
not at all.
we've talked about this. If you look under a microscope, you will see that some of these entities, these parasites look like them. They look like demons from 13th century books. From
Damn right they do.
They do. I believe that they come from that same reality. It's a weird thing. I think parasites, they're everywhere. And you know that the vampire cult was talking about having to bathe in this quicksilver, like a mercurial, but it's not just mercury, it's something else. It's this sort of mercury from an alternate reality, I guess, that cleanses parasites off of their body. And I thought that was so ironic when they said that. And I didn't laugh at them about it because I'm thinking you are yourself a parasite. I also thought it was weird the fact that they're parasitized internally. But the parasite doesn't want to share with its host. You understand? Right? So bacteria, it's on your body. And I have a friend who's a microbiologist who used to work for me years ago at the club when he was putting himself through school. He's ex-Marine. And he literally was talking about how when a microbe is on your skin, another one lands on that spot, they fight. It's like, this is mine. They'll go to war. And good bacteria fights bad bacteria. And then there's ambivalent bacteria. It doesn't matter. Same thing with any sort of microorganism. When you blow these microorganisms up to a bigger size off of the quantum level, they just look like big, ugly demons. They really do. And so then you start to realize, why is there so much talk about the gut biome? Because what we eat affects us spiritually, right? It's very important. What you eat is very, very important. But it is not as important as what you put in your body or take into your soul, your body, whatever, spiritually, because you can cleanse off the physical very easy. But what attaches spiritually is so much harder to get rid of. That's why Jesus says it's way more important than what you eat. The thing is, what you eat can be cleansed and taken care of very simply. We're just not told what gets rid of it. Garlic, believe this, garlic and onions can actually get rid of a ton of parasites.
Yep.
It's a very weird thing that people don't realize how easy it is to cleanse yourself physically, to get rid of things. Another way that people can get rid of things spiritually is through, like what Abe talks about, with selenite and different types of stone, because they handle different types of energy. They harbor different types of energy, and these different energies can cleanse different areas. But we're told that this is some sort of new age gobbledygook, so you're not supposed to do it just because the ancient Hebrews didn't do it, when in fact they did, because the priesthood had a chest plate full of different gems and stones. Yes, they did. And then the early church, the Gnostics, did it too. This was to help them balance their chakras and for them to be able to see into the real reality and to recognize who the demiurge was, which was actually the flip side. To them, it was Satan, and that this was his playground, his fake reality, and that we were here as batteries to be harnessed and used. One of the ways that these beings get you, it's the actual flip side. Being a cattle person, I can tell you this. You use ivermectin, right, for your animals. You use it it's a dewormer. You do it to get rid of the parasites. You do it to cleanse your cows. You don't want any kind of hoof and mouth. You don't want any of that, brucellosis, anything. You want to get rid of it. You don't want them to have it. So that keeps your cattle strong, keeps them, whatever, healthy, whatever, and no impurities are getting into the food supply. The exact opposite is what is being done with these demonic entities, the fallen, the archons, the ones that Jesus says, James, flee Jerusalem, for it's full of archons. He could have easily just said it's full of parasites, because that's what it is. So these beings will use parasites to weaken the vessel. When the vessel is weakened, right, it is easier for these entities to come and attack and attach to you, the physical, and then pierce the bottom chakra. It goes down into your base of your spine, and at the top, at the base of your neck. And they can literally latch onto you, and then they can use you. Think of the Huitzotl. We were talking about it the other night, the Huitzotl, and how it's a spiny creature, Puerto Rican in nature. They say it's from Puerto Rico, but it's spread out all over the Latin American countries. And it is a giant parasite that drinks blood. These things can also be a spiritual creature. Killing them is not enough, because they are a hive mind, and they'll find another nest to go and continue to recreate themselves. They're asexual, according to what I've been told, and that they can actually latch on and use people. The same thing with reptilians. These all different types of these beings. They're archons and they're children. They are nothing more than just really high-powered parasites, and that we are sort of just like a prey. But the smaller parasites, the physical ones, can weaken the vessel to where they can latch on and attack. Cleansing yourself comes in many different forms. The most important is the Holy Spirit, and talking to Christ and becoming that Christ mind, that Christ consciousness that you need to connect to, that can get rid of a lot of this parasitic whatever. Because these bigger parasites can come to you and latch onto you easier if you are already weak. So I personally, in my opinion, I do believe that things like that can help cleanse the body, keep it strong, keep the vessel strong, and keep these stronger spiritual parasites from attacking you. There's a reason why we here at PRT get attacked all the freaking time. Those people completely parasitized, 100%. They're parasitized to the point of insanity. The one thing that parasites love to attack is the brain. Think of what mad cow did to people. Mad cow is a spondylocephaliform that actually that penetrates the brain, turning it into Swiss cheese, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or mad cow. It is a serious affliction, and what it is a prion. It's not really a wholly living being. It's kind of like a fractal, kind of like what a virus is. Those are fractals of living beings. They're not really alive, but they're not really dead either. And so when something is so potent as a parasite, even a fractal of it can hurt you. That is the problem. These things have a potency. I just say that they're like demonic pinpricks, because all it takes is a pinprick. Did you know that? A pinprick can give you Hep C or HIV. A pinprick can give you cyanide. A pinprick can kill you. And that is all it takes for a spiritual opening for one of these things to do it. And it's very hard to close. It's really damn near impossible for us. But there's
3 cc's of ivermectin twice a week.
Yeah. And there's something to that. There is absolutely something to that.
I use the liquid 1% solution. You get it down at the farm store that we used to use on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't taste bad. I put it in some water. It kind of tastes like licorice.
What came out of you?
Oh, I've been doing this for 5 years.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty well cleaned out, I think. And the dogs, they get a cc. It's 1 cc per 100 pounds of dog, but it's hard to overdose on ivermectin. And I give both of them a cc. One of them weighs 65 and one weighs 85. And I used to give them those high dollar chews to keep the fleas and the ticks off of them.
Mm-hmm. Trifecta.
And this last warm season, when the fleas hit, I was giving them. I started giving them ivermectin, a couple of years ago, and so I didn't give them one of the chews. I said, well, if they start getting fleas on them, I'll give them one in 15 minutes. They're gone. Well, one dog had one flea all summer long. And when I saw the flea, it was dying. It must have sucked some blood out of old Radar, and he was all goofy. I mean, he just laid there while I killed him. I mean, he didn't try to hop away or anything. He was messed up. That I ever met nailed him.
Safest medicine in the history of medicine.
What'd you say, Dick?
It's the safest medicine in the entire history of medicine.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
In fact, I heard a Navy flight surgeon lady that was a doctor in AFRICOM talking about what all they used it for, and that they'd given like 3.5 billion doses of it, and they had the records to prove it. And she said there were no bad reactions from using that drug. It like you said, it's one of the safest drugs they've ever used.
Well, that's also why it's not allowed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's something else I heard also, that there's research going on about ivermectin. Apparently, you can use it also to fight cancer cell.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
Cancer's a parasite.
Well, in Japan, it is
Parasitic. Oh yeah, parasitic. Cancer cells are also parasitic. Yeah.
Those 3 German scientists put that to laid that to rest in 1970. That the haptic. So they would look at cancer cells and they would get this weird haptic reaction where the thing would shake and it would vibrate. And then when they took the microscope and looked even deeper down in the cancer cell, oh, sure enough, there's a little worm wiggling around in there.
Mm-hmm.
And when your cancer metastasizes and grows into a big tumor, when they look inside that tumor, there's all kinds of worms and parasites in there because it's literally a parasitic nest.
Even the doctors don't really know that. One of the things you said, Dick, was about skin tags and how those are actually parasites. So here's what we know. Some people have said, "Oh, that's complete bullcrap," because they're going by conventional. Listen to what I'm going to say.
Sorry.
Some people go along with this theory that they're just this little skin thing that happens, an affliction that happens because you have. Let me ask you a question. Why do people have it that have diabetes?
Because of the sugar and the parasites.
Sugar, yes, exactly. Why? They said, well, heavyset people tend to get them more than regular people. No shit, because heavyset people tend to have a higher rate of diabetes too. Yeah. And so, of course, they're going to have skin tags and whatever. And the people that have skin tags, when you're very unhealthy, you're going to have parasites. And there are ways to get rid of them too. Now, I can tell you this. One of the people that I interviewed told me that they had taken dental floss to put on a skin tag, and this pulled the skin tag. It fell off. When they stabbed this particular, what they thought was a dead cell, a weird little small itty bitty white worm came out of it. Yeah. Don't tell me that is not a parasite. Now, you could say this is an isolated case. There is maybe a type of, not hookworm, what's got a roundworm that got in there and maybe did, what it did, pinworm. What do they call them? Pinworms, because they're little.
Yeah, pinworm.
And it got in there, but not necessarily and maybe it's an isolated case. I don't believe that, because I believe that when your body is so infected with sugar, you have so much of it you eat. Thank God I'm not a sugar craver. And I do a lot of weightlifting, which kills a lot of that. It kills the insulin resistance.
Yes,
so your body, so it gets rid of a lot of that. So I don't have the leg thing where you look at your lower legs and you have all that weird discoloration and shit and all that weird. I don't have any of that. My enemies will talk a lot of shit, but I just showed pictures of myself. I'm not an unhealthy individual. They'd love to believe that, but I'm not. Their leader he's very unhealthy. And he's full of skin tags. Well, probably why he's the way he is. It's which one came first, though, the skin tag or the egg, right? So here's the thing. When you have those particular skin tags, it is a very real possibility, because we are lied to, and not only us, but the doctors, they go through a curriculum that is designed by the Rockefellers to teach them how to not really help people. They don't cure anything, do they? They diagnose a ton of shit and they give you pills, but none of it really ever cures you, because if it cured you, they wouldn't be able to keep you coming back and making money off of you.
The Hippocratic Oath.
Do what?
The Hippocratic Oath is the oath of a hypocrite. Why don't they understand this?
Isn't that an interesting?
It is.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah. And yeah. They're like, well, it's Hippocrates. Well, why would it be him? You know, well, because he was supposedly a doctor. Well, also, was he a hypocrite? But here's the funny thing. So you have this parasite that can go into these bulges in your skin, right? And they say, well, these skin things happen because of you know, you have tight clothing and you're heavy or whatever the heck the case may be. That's called a rash. People get rashes from that. They don't get skin tags. But you know who gets skin tags quite a bit? Diabetics. So I'm absolutely of the opinion, and I'm not saying this because I don't have them, but I'm saying this because people that do have told me this. And once we talked about it on the show, there was a woman who took one. Actually, it wasn't on her. It was on her husband, but she took one off of him and they pricked it and it was a big one. And they pricked it and a pinworm came out of it. Can you believe that? That tells you right there. How many of these people are walking around thinking that this is just an okay thing to have these skin tags, and they don't realize that you are covered in parasites and that you need to cleanse yourself? They can affect your brain. These things can go into your brain. We've already said how destructive they are. And there are cures. There are absolute cures, mentally, physically, and spiritually. It's a mind-body spiritual connection. I think that where you're from, Alex, Aruba, let's take a look at that area right there. We were talking about Atlantis. There was a civilization there that had an ability, along with Lemuria, which is now, they all fled to Mount Shasta. These ancient civilizations, there were these nexus points of energy that were all throughout this grid across the world. And Tesla believed that you could tap into these and you could have infinite energy. The Tartarian theory tells us that we at one time had this ability. We had this energy and something happened. Well, what happens is every time this one race of people, this one group of people, and they go by many different names, and they have helped civilization fall over and over and over again with their determination and their desperation to point out that they are the chosen ones, and really they are the shaitans, people. But they tell everybody that they are to be the whatever, be in charge, and that everybody should do what they say, and that they keep trying to bring us back to this pre-Adamic whatever it's called, non-gender man. That's the ultimate goal. You think I'm joking? Do your research, folks, and I'm telling you, that's what their goal is. And they destroy civilization after civilization. When we get too intelligent, the cattle gets too intelligent, we start to talk about things, they chop us down at the knees once again, and then civilization is forced to restart. It is the reset. And then we're knocked back down to the level of babies by their God, who is not the real God. He is not the Father of Christ. He is the devil. And their Messiah is the Antichrist. And he comes and he does what he does, and he brings us all down. And then the yugas start all over again. The reset, the real reset comes. Christ comes and fixes everything. But this doesn't have to happen all the time like it does, because mankind is constantly hamstrung. And it goes back to what I was saying about our genetics. If we could overcome ourselves genetically, imagine what kind of world it would be, because that's the first thing they do is go in and tell everybody that there is nothing, there is no race, no gender, no religion, no whatever. It's just one group of people all together or whatever. But magically, they always managed to be in charge. And they created money, which didn't exist. We had a bartering system, and it was based on energy. And now, what do we have? We have this money, commerce, yeah, whatever they created. It's a make-believe control, yeah, it's controlled banking, make-believe, whatever, fiat money that doesn't really exist, that they can print out of thin air, and everybody else has to fight for it. That's the problem.
Apparently, the towers that they've just put up everywhere, that the certain towers that have the fifth letter of the alphabet, or the five, I'll just say it, 5G towers.
Yeah.
They're put up along all of these ley lines and all of these massive energy points that Tesla, all the bells and the energy fields were sucked off of, and it's
places where our ancestors already knew where they were.
Exactly.
They knew where they were.
And they're setting up the complete opposite now.
But not surprising. Wow.
Yeah.
Not surprising at all. And so now you end up with this bits and pieces. We have little scraps, like a piece of selenite or a piece of this or a piece of that, when we had huge, vast reservoirs of positivity and energy. And now we're fighting for little scraps of things. Little bitty things that we should just have, that we take for granted at one time. It was like, this is just everywhere. And we've destroyed ourselves. And we've allowed these people to create war. What destroyed Atlantis and what destroyed Lemuria and what destroyed all these different places was this group of people getting everyone to fight everybody. And they'll do it again. And they'll do it again. And they'll do it again, because they are their God's people. They definitely are. And they're very clever. And they know, and only smart people. And it says in the Bible that if it were possible, even the elect would be deceived.
What's interesting,
if it were possible.
One of the themes that's been talked about Atlantis, Lemuria, was that these advanced civilizations, one of the final things that they did to screw themselves was when they started doing DNA manipulation. Ironically, you look at today, where are we? What's going on?
Chimeras and all kinds of weird
soldiers and monsters. I heard a Merc talking on one show, and he said that he was looking in Romania at a place that made the island of Dr. Moreau look like Disneyland.
Yeah. Hi, hostile Hyperborean. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm just listening. It's an interesting combo. Yeah. I'm full of stuff. I mean, I don't want to derail or anything. I mean,
what do you have for us? Do you want to say anything? Do you have anything to say or add to the conversation?
Not this topic particularly. I mean, I just disagree with a bunch of stuff, but that we all have the right to our own beliefs, right?
Absolutely.
Like I said, I don't want to like derail or give anybody a bad taste or whatever.
So give us something you disagree about, because disagreement can be good.
Yeah. So like, for instance, the JC thing, I don't think that's necessarily right. I think that's like ultimately a giant psyop. I think the interpretations of it, like Atlantis and Lemuria, that were given by channelers and these mainstream New Agers, isn't necessarily the accurate history. I think a lot of the things about free energy and the Tartarian conspiracy is also a misdirect and a co-op. It's I think
what do you think of Plato's interpretation of Atlantis and the?
Yeah, I think when the further back you go, the closer you get to
more pure.
I think the more primary source, the further back you go, if we can rely on that, right? Like, we don't really know if that history is accurate, but I think the further back you go, the more accurate you'll get. I don't believe in progress. I don't think we're moving towards anything. I think it's a devolution, not an evolution. It's sort of Gnostic, I guess, my beliefs, not entirely, but Gnostic elements or whatever. But I don't know. To give you a background or whatever, I've been a part of multiple magical orders and secret societies, and I've been a practicing ceremonial magician for almost 15 years, and I've got 3,200 books compiled in a library, actual physical books. I don't know. I've went down this path before, and it's interesting stuff, right? But it's I don't know. It's what most people are. There's this trajectory in truth movements, and this is it. Like, this is where most people go. There's like this vortex that sucks truthers in, and there's this information that's out on mostly mainstream and alternative, quote unquote, media, which isn't really alternative. It's just like also a psyop. It's other stuff that we're spoon fed. The real good stuff is like old non-royal society, all this literature that's been suppressed. It's harder to find. You got to really dig for it.
You're right about that.
But yeah, nonetheless, though, like I said, I don't want to derail or anything. I like listening to you guys. You're very charismatic. Top left. I don't know your name. On my screen, you're top left. Yeah. So
Josh Turner.
Gosh.
Yeah, I'm Wolf. Everybody calls me Wolf. So
Wolf.
nice to meet
Yeah.
you. What
Nice
do
to
you
meet you.
prefer to be called? Is it Hostile Hyperborean, or do you want to be called something else?
Yeah. You can call me Hyperborean. That's fine. I like to remain anonymous. I care a lot for privacy.
You want to tell the people what Hyperborea was?
Yeah. So Hyperborea is it's a name for the origin of the uncreated existence that everyone comes from. Everyone who has a spirit, right? Like earlier, you were talking about shells or tears. We would say that those people lack spirit. They have a soul and a body. If you want to look at these people as tripartite composite beings, we would say that they have soul and body, but no spirit.
No spirit energy. Or
Yeah, so
they would have
common,
soul energy, but no spirit. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's a common, also another psyop throughout philosophical history and theological history is that we like to either think of soul and spirit as interchangeable or synonymous terms, but they're not. They're actually very distinct terms and separate from each other. And most people think that they're their soul. They identify with their soul. If they believe in like a metaphysic, they'll say that they are their soul. That's where their identity lies. But we would go a step further and say that no, actually the soul is a created thing. And it's like an illusory self. The real self, the pure awareness of the individual is the spirit. And it's uncreated. There is no creator or creation. That's a dupe or a lie.
Idea of separation.
Do you believe we evolved from monkeys?
No,
not him. I mean, I'm sorry for answering for you. I know you don't.
When you say magic, are you recalling hermetical?
Golden Dawn. I've went through all the way up to Minor Adeptus in the Golden Dawn. I'm a Freemason. I'm a Rosicrucian, a Theosophist, an Anthroposophist. I've joined many orders throughout my path.
Well, as someone who shares Crowley's birthday, I would like to talk to you at some point.
Yeah, I've never
distinction.
dabbled
So when
with
you were created, you wasn't created out of love?
No. Well, the soul was.
Your parents, when your parents created you, did they create you out of love?
So I would say, yeah, sometimes it's out of love, sometimes it's out of lust. But the creation on a higher level, what you're trying to use as an analogy doesn't apply, right? Like the creation of God, the creator God, capital God, isn't anything like coitus. It isn't anything like two human beings having sex. It's a crude analogy at best.
As a Rosicrucian, you're one of the elite bloodlines, are you?
No, you don't have to be a part of any bloodline, right? Like nobody these days has to prove their DNA or take a DNA test or anything.
I think I'm going to say something here. I think the reason, and maybe I'm wrong, is why he's saying it's not created is because it's a spark of light of God, and God is already created.
God
is
so we can get into that if you want to go there. I mean
it's,
it's ontology, right? So like there's a ground to existence. This goes back to the pre-Socratics. There's a philosopher named Parmenides who basically said either there's being or non-being, and by virtue of our experience, we experience being. So there is no such thing as non-being. In other words, you could say there is no such thing as no thing. Nothing is not a thing. So there's only being, right? What we're experiencing in human bodies is called becoming. This is a Platonic term. It's flux. Heraclitus was basically the opposition to Parmenides. He was the philosopher that Parmenides was trying to negate. He was saying that everything is flux, everything is becoming, it's moving through time. Well, he argued that and said that no, in order for things to move, for there to be movement or extension or participation, there has to be a ground, and he called that ground being. Now, the reason we don't buy the creator God thing is because either there's a one or a many. This is in philosophy, this is called the problem of universals. It's kind of dense. I'm not trying to bore your audience or bore you guys, but either there's no. Say that again.
I don't think you're boring any of us, if I could presume to speak for the rest of the panel.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, there's no sitting on the fence on this dialectic. Either there's a one or a many. You can't have it both ways. Either there are parts or there is a one.
Wait, hold on. I beg to differ on that just slightly. Okay.
Yeah.
The fact that we can be many, many, many things and all be one at the same time is a very, very real part of reality, at least this reality. Because our bodies, let's just take our bodies, for example, when you break it down, we are trillions of cells all working together.
Yeah, no, I know where you're going. And that's called a unity, right? So we have to be very specific with terms here. One means indivisible. You are not one. You are comprised of parts. We would call that a unity. So the problem of universal says that either there is one or many, and this stems from Plato trying to reduce reality or being to a one, where he says it's the most simple thing. But no Platonist could do that, not even all the way up to the latest Neoplatonists like Damascus. They always would get to about 2 or 3 categories that they couldn't reconcile between each other. Like Plato's final 3 categories was good, justice, and beauty. But he couldn't differentiate which one of those were participating with each other. He couldn't tell if love partook in beauty, because with observable reality, with the senses, or even in apophatic meditation or something, that you can have beauty without love. You can have love without beauty. You can have justice without love. You can have justice without beauty, so forth and so forth. So he basically gave up at these 3 categories and said that the one is any one of these hypostases. So there's a unity. There's never a one. So there's parts, not a one.
So, and by that logic, there is always just has to be one, because there is no. So if you told me there is no sitting on the fence, then we are one. Everything is all just one. It's just one.
Well,
thing.
You got 2 paths, right? You can either be on that side. You could say that there's one and by that, or you could say that there's many. That's what I mean by there's no.
But
sitting on
the one is can have fractals, and then
that's called a unity.
Unity, yeah,
because it's comprised of parts.
Go ahead.
Do you acknowledge the concept of the universal mind, of which we all are, universal spirit, which you all are part of and return to?
I acknowledge it, but I deny it. I don't think that's a thing. I don't. There's only what there's ones. There's a plurality, right? There is a substance, right? We call it uncreated
source.
And sources would be a bad term because it implies creation. You're implying that you come from something. You don't. You're eternal. There is no beginning or end. You're non-temporal.
Well,
you're a spirit.
We all agree with that.
Yeah. So if you don't come from anything, you're not created, right? You get what I'm saying?
Well, that would also speak to the God of the Old Testament having not really created the world according to that belief.
Yeah.
That he did not create. He just reformed it.
Yeah, he's playing with the prima materia of the alchemists, right?
Yeah,
he's the demiurge, yeah.
The demiurge. And so I have talked about this extensively, and it's got me into wars with people because they don't understand it, they don't get it, and they don't grasp it. And most people, I'm going to be real honest, and this sounds very arrogant, I'm trying to be mean or anything, but a lot of people don't understand math. And I'm not even joking. I'm not talking about Cartesian, I'm not talking about, and I'm not talking about Pythagorean. What I'm talking about is just true, the fractal nature of our reality and the geometry that makes it up, that is constantly being built, constantly being added to. Yeah. It's constantly, and it's very computerized. When you look at a server that handles, like, let's say, a very large, massive MMORPG, and I come from a generation that kind of straddles the line between the old and the new. I was a gamer at one time, so I understand the ins and outs of it. One of the things is that the server has to continually keep being updated and added to continue to handle the what's being put into it.
Stress and strain of
it constantly has to be continually, what's the word I'm looking for, Anthony? Bless you. What's the word I'm looking for? Like when a game it continues to add data. You have to continue to grow,
like
add storage, expand. So it's
updated.
Constantly being expanded on. And that is something that people don't understand, that goes into some heavy mathematics that people aren't ready to sit there and try to quantify. And then it brings into question, like, what is the real reality? because we can create a false reality that's so real that it can even fool some people, depending on how many drugs you take.
Well, what we call reality is fooling people. It's not, right? Like your worldly life is not
correct
reality.
But I'm saying within this false reality, we can create a false reality.
Yeah,
and
virtual.
In that false reality, they can create another false reality. I can go into a casino in a false reality and play with fake money and sit there for hours and then get real world anxiety about how much money, my fake money, I'm losing.
Yeah, I agree.
You see what I'm saying? And then you start to go, what part of that, though, is really me, and how much of that am I putting into this game? Because you never fully inject your entire consciousness. So you're giving yourself a fractal of you, but you're talking about that goes back to the unity of what is you, right?
Well, we're not unities, right? We're a monad.
Yeah,
we're
but
one.
We're one, right? But you're still giving of yourself a part of that. But you're not taking yourself fully there. It's a very rare thing for someone to take a hallucinogen and fully let go. I know people that do that, but typically those kind of people, they don't have an inner monologue. There's going to always be a person that has an inner monologue going like, I'm still sober and this is not correct. And I'm looking through the human physical lens and I'm seeing myself being high as shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
That's me.
But you're not totally committed to it because part of you's going like, this is not correct. I am not in full control of my body, right? But you're still given over to that, whatever. And there are people who can totally let themselves go and fall into that. And then there are those who can't do it at all. They'll feel something, but they don't let themselves go into another reality of a trip, if that makes any sense. But what really people don't understand is just being in this false reality of this simulation is sort of being on a type of cosmic acid. It really is, because you have to allow yourself to believe that this is all real.
Mm-hmm.
Because as soon as you let go, well, you're going to find out real quick whether it's one or many, because you're going to slip off into the ether, into another ring of reality. What are your thoughts on that? How many rings of, like, the different rings of reality? Having someone who's studied, I'm sure you've studied Enochian magic, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure you've studied all. So you probably understand what this is that I'm speaking about, the different levels of earth, heaven, hell, the different realms.
Yeah, classic medieval cosmology comes from the earliest ceremonial magicians. And they would say that there are spheres or planes of existence, and they're all drawn on their cosmological cartography or whatever. There's a different, different schools have different cosmologies. Our philosophy as Hyperboreans, we would say that ultimately there is one reality. We call it the origin, right? The other thing that is matter, it's real. It's a real substance, but the forms that are made out of it are temporal. They cease to exist as soon as the demiurge quits plasmating his thoughts into it. He plasmates the universe with will.
May I interject something here?
Yeah.
When I was Josh, and some of the people here are aware that many years ago, 50 years ago to be precise, I lived with a medium who was something of a magician herself. And I remember when I was witnessing some of the amazing things, from basic, carnival stuff like colors, filling the room, to her face molecularly arranging itself right in front of me. I remember her saying, everything is vibration and consciousness. Matter is solidified versions of that. And the power is simply the power. Good and evil exists by definitions according to the culture at that time. Although she was heavily championed Jesus Christ, that was her main guy. Although, unlike many Christians I've met, she was also open to Buddha, Hindu, a lot of things. But Christ was her go-to guy, at the risk of sounding simplistic. But she had a very, at that time, especially half a century ago, enlightened attitude towards this theosophical construct, so to speak.
Yeah.
I have a question, but I mean no disrespect by this, but as a Rosicrucian, what the heck are you guys really doing with the CERN Hadron Collider?
I wouldn't say that Rosicrucianism it's not exclusively related to the Hadron Collider. I have no idea about certain Rosicrucian members at CERN. I don't know any.
Yeah, I just know that the collider itself is set up in a lot of Rosicrucian sacred geometry and stuff like that.
Well, what you're calling Rosicrucian sacred geometry is probably it's probably not exclusively Rosicrucian, right? Because it's a Rosicrucianism is like an amalgamation of a bunch of different previous mystery traditions,
including the Knights Templars and
Theosophies. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Neoplatonism, Gnosticism. Yeah.
But so that being said too, as Hyperborean, what are your thoughts on the Cathars?
They were Hyperborean. Yeah, we would place them as being Hyperborean spirits. That's who they are in our revised history.
Yeah, revised history being like what you believe is the real reality.
Yeah, I would say believe, because I would say history is subjective. If you don't directly witness it, you don't know what happened, and you'll never know. So history is not something to be taken so seriously. The mythos is more serious than history.
That's a good point.
I got a real important question for you here. Edgar Casey, he says that these beings, the NPCs as we call them, that they have no connection to the Akashic records. That's interesting, because whenever someone has their own story played out in front of them to themselves, imagine, like for example, you're out, like I do security. I own a security company, so I'm out doing a job. And you imagine yourself, you're there, whatever happens to you in the night, a 12-hour shift, all things can happen to you, all kinds of different things. And it is a story in and of itself. You could, if you tell it good enough, correctly, you could make it sound really epic. Even the most boring thing can sound pretty damn exciting if you tell it correctly.
Delivery's everything.
Everything, right? So I could tell you the story of my 8-hour shift and just put it in epic words and make it sound, but who really knows, right? The mythos of that night is really only beholden to you and what you make to be truth to others. So what I mean is there are so many stories like that. There's infinite amount of stories, but only the Akashic records can really decipher what is true and what really happened and how epic it really is.
Well, I don't know. I would disagree to a certain extent, right? Because
hold on, before you disagree, though.
Yeah.
NPC, though, doesn't have that. He doesn't have an inner monologue, and he doesn't have a story to tell. There is nothing to him.
Well, he is the story, right?
Yeah, exactly. But there is no.
Is the plasmated being of the demiurge. He's like a agent of the demiurge.
An agent, Mr. Smith, right? So their job is to disrupt and get rid of the mythos, to keep humans from actually enjoying the
evolving.
From evolving and being. And I will agree with Hyperborea in one way, and I've studied this before, and I'll say this. I do agree with the devolving.
Yeah, we're not evolving.
We aren't moving forward. That is absolute bullshit, because if anybody believes that, go look at skinny jeans.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell you.
What we have in front of us today is a big smoke and mirrors.
There's a lot of psyoping going on, too.
The fact that most school kids can't even write their own names, and that
it's incredible.
It's a deconstruction. And one of our listeners at one point, he said something very interesting. He says that reality is being deconstructed as we speak. There is this moving forward, but then also being deconstructed by the agents of the demiurge, that if you believe that way. And their job is to pull back as much knowledge as they can and roll it back and then reset so that we go back to being stupid. More stupid than we are, because knowledge is they're back. And I know you guys are probably a lot younger than me, the Hyperborean guy. I don't know how old you are, but you're younger than me. And I remember the age of ignorance being ushered in. And I remember it was in the 80s. And in the 80s and the 90s, there was this term, nerd, dork, whatever. Oh, you're a nerd, you're a dork, you're stupid. I was in advanced placement classes, and I have to say there was only one other athlete that was there with me. The rest were all, and I'm not trying to be anything other than telling you the truth, there were a bunch of nerdy people, nerdy kids. We're never going to do anything physically with themselves. And I thought, these people are messed up. They need to do something physical. And I thought the physical people are messed up. They need to do something mental. What binds all of that together is the essence of the spirit. In my belief, is that the God of this world is not the true God, but that the God of Christ, that Christ speaks about, that talks about, and it is a little bit Gnostic. that he is talking about a God that is not the same God that these priests are talking about, because the God that they're talking about, they created, and they added their energy to that God and gave him everything to be, almost like an egregore or a tulpa that took form and has just become a monster. And that would be Satan. And Jesus would say that is absolutely Satan, the Shaitan, and he accuses them. And he says, you are of the house of Shaitan. You are of the synagogue of Shaitan. And he says, you are not the chosen. You are not this, you are not that. He tells them. Therefore, the agents of the demiurge killed him. And then began the cycle of ignorance that keeps on building and getting levels and levels and levels and levels to where it is now looked at as evil or wrong to seek knowledge. To the point where if you get too smart, then we're supposed to knock you down, and a bunch of these piranhas, these Smiths, will come and they will chew you up. It's happening to me right now. Their problem with me, they can't even tell you. Not one of them can give you one true, real reason why they hate my guts. They'll give you a million reasons, but not one is accurate, true, and really the truth. They will just tell you a bunch of bullshit. And they don't even know where it comes from. They think that it comes from each other, from within. They don't know. But the truth is that they're agents, and that's what they do. And the more knowledge you have, the more the system, the world, the Shaitan sends these people after you. And the biggest trick they can play is that you're the bad guy, you're the bad guy, you're the evil, you're the devil, and blah, blah, blah. And what it is truly is just these people trying to destroy you so that you cannot disseminate the knowledge to the people. That's a problem.
Well, the powers that be want to constantly create strife to keep people from each other, keep each person from their pursuit of truth.
Exactly.
And the freedom that the evolution potentially implies, especially on a existential, level.
Unity is also a big stumbling block, because if everyone comes to the realization that we are really just one entity, which I believe, then that's a problem.
The problem is the term you're using, right? When you say
semantics,
one,
you mean, or
it is a semantic issue. It is. It's entirely semantic, right? And this was the problem with the early Platonists, is that they would use the term one and unity interchangeably as if they're synonymous, and they're not by definition. So when you say one, that means indivisible. The problem with that is if one is truly indivisible, and you're like a drop in an ocean, right? That's the analogy a lot of New Agers like to use. Then that gives into nihilistic philosophy. You don't have a life. You don't have an individuality. Basically, God, this one, right? This creator deity is LARPing. He's putting on masks. He's 8 billion people, and he's like acting out and playing with himself.
That's what happens. And I can see that as being like the basis for like a neo-communistic ideal too.
That is exactly the old end goal. Exactly.
The end goal.
What truthers call New World Order or whatever. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then there's the saying that not one single raindrop is responsible for the flood. I mean, everybody thinks, well, it's not me that did it. But then again, you have to understand something. We are all of the life, breath, and spark of God. And I think that what you say, what you're saying, and what Kevin pointed out with semantics is very important, because simple words not used correctly can literally change the essence of whatever it is.
That's what they've done.
The creator breathing the life into whatever, one small little digit can mess up the entire coding of something.
You got it.
Details matter.
Yeah. So there is a unity. That is the case. And it's comprised of ones, many indivisible parts. Look into Leibniz,
zeros and the ones.
Leibniz monadology. If you look into that, he was probably the only philosopher to get close to it. Nobody else really entertained the idea like he did.
Yeah.
We also derive calculus from.
You're familiar with the Taoist concept that the Tao that could be spoken is not.
Yes, that's what this is. Hyperborean wisdom is Tao. Yeah.
Those that know it, speak it.
But what does Hyperboreanism? How does that play into Platonism, and how does that play into Rosicrucian? Now, are you?
It doesn't. Those are different. So, like, they're not.
Things.
This is anti New World Order, anti secret society. I did those things before.
You're not like.
Out.
I mean, what do you think about Thule? Do you believe in?
Yeah, that's like an extension of Hyperborea. The original, the uncreated Hyperborea. There's a terrestrial Hyperborea. There's Thule. There's Venus.
Well, I thought that there was multi-layers to each one.
Well, no, they're separate places. We call them plazas. They're like amputated parts of the material cosmos that are hidden from the demiurge.
Yeah. And we would actually be like a pocket reality that's kind of bubbling and bouncing off of others, but we're not aware. Well, we're not supposed to be aware of the others.
The main one, the main reality that a mundane person experiences is the fullness of the material cosmos. So like when you walk out onto the surface of the earth and you look up at the night sky and you want to, look at a certain constellation or a wandering star, all this can be put under the general term material cosmos. Now, the more intense your study becomes, and the higher your discernment becomes, and you start to get closer to what reality is. There's two kinds of times. I'm trying to explain this without being so far out.
It's hard to do in a third-dimensional mind, dude.
There's a transcendent time and an immanent time. So the transcendent time of the material cosmos is the ebb and flow of the breath of Brahma or the demiurge or the one. These are all synonymous terms.
Hold on. You just said something there. I got a question about that. Okay. And just your opinion, and anybody else in the panel is free to answer. Brahman is actually the Hindu god, right? But there are multiple gods in the Hindu religion, but how many of them are all Brahman? All of them.
Right.
So you have Brahman playing with himself. That sounds creepy. But he's actually Shiva. He's Kali.
And there's Vishnu.
He's Vishnu. He's all of these things, but he would also be Krishna and Kalik, which is actually, those are the joining of two different things. There was Krishna, Kalik, and then Krishna, Kalik, which is weird because there's two different timelines. What I'm going to say, though, is this. If that is the case, and then you're talking about the yugas and all of that, what is the purpose or the point of this? And does Brahman actually die as people stop believing in spirituality?
No, he's a spirit too, just like you are. So this is more like a polytheism. Right. There is no such thing as monotheism. That's the dupe. That's the trick.
Well,
it's where you think that there's this creator God and that you exist solely because of some other spirit or entity. That's not the case. What is the case is you are enchained in a human body and you suffer from amnesia. You are a spirit that comes from a place that is uncreated and eternal. You've never not been, and you never will not be. You don't get created, and you don't cease to exist.
That part I don't really have the problem. The problem I have is that you don't believe that there is one God above everything else.
Yeah, there's not. So we just kind of handled that. We just kind of handled that. If there is, then you don't have an individuality, right?
No. What I'm talking about is as the universe is, and let's call it the multiverse. And what it is the infinite bodies of itself, recreating its own children constantly, and the children are recreating. There isn't a source that goes back in a loop.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, nothing is emanating from anything. That's an illusion, right? So you only see that in the material cosmos. When things are temporal and existing within flux, we call it becoming. That it happens there. But the thing that underlies becoming, the being, is eternal. It never changes. It never moves. It's non-spatial and non-temporal. That thing does not go through a loop. It doesn't move. So there is no movement.
It always was. It always will be.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah, it always was and always will be.
Yeah.
Man, does your teaching embrace the thelemic? I mean, I asked this in a way earlier.
It doesn't. No, it's anti-thelemic. We would say we put everything that isn't Hyperborean wisdom under one umbrella term. We call it synarchical. It's all synarchic. Whether it's Christian, Abrahamic, pretty much anything today, modern, there isn't a true wisdom that will get you out of the enchainment.
See, that's a disagreement right there.
Yeah, I agree.
I believe the only being that can do that is Christ, because he transcended it.
Christ can. So that's another thing that we haven't got into yet. It's the Christian. It's the when I say Christian, I mean the New Testament. That is a psyop. It's an amalgamation of a synarchical character we call Jesus, and it's mixing it with a primordial eternal being called the Christos. This thing has been a part of all pagan beliefs, It's so ancient. It's beyond 0 AD, right? It's beyond 100 AD.
Beyond definition.
It's beyond it's before the church. So they do this for a reason too, is because it's alluring to the spirit. The spirit knows about the Christos. That's why the Christian or the Christos motifs that they use can be contradicted by other statements that Jesus makes, because they're trying to carefully blend synarchical wisdom with the true wisdom that can get you back to the origin, so that you don't fully run away from it and you accept it. You get what I'm saying? It's enough to accept it. If it didn't have the Christian or the Christos mythos in it, you wouldn't buy it. You would spit it out. You would go find something else.
So yeah, and so what you espouse, of course, I don't believe in everything you're saying, but a lot of what you're saying does have some truth to it. And I do believe 100% that the only one that can get you out is Christ. That's why I believe that he is the one that is attacked constantly. If you notice, the other religions aren't really messed with. The ones that the people who are in charge of shit, let's put it that way, are always after him, even to the point where they want to take Christ out of Christmas and put an X there.
There's a truth, and then there's interpretations to that based on the level of the discernment of the individual.
Yeah, it's intuitive. This is a raw intuition. Yeah,
it is for real.
It's not historical, right? When people try to claim that Jesus Christ is a historical personage, that's the problem. It's they bring the heights of philosophy and religion down to a mundane level, and they make it incarnate. They humanize or anthropomorphize.
Don't you think some of that is the intention of some to spread that wisdom or that awareness or that interpretation?
It's to capture the spirit, the free rebellious spirit who wants to return to the origin.
It's rather cynical. I mean, in some cases, maybe in most, I believe you're right, but I also know that the power of the Christ, or however you want to, that energy can do things nothing else can. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm in my 70s now, and I've seen many people.
Yeah, but you're in your 70s. I thought you were in a day over 40.
Well, this is deep, and it kind of goes with it goes with the title, kind of, right? There's ancient civilizations, there's an inner earth, there's cryptids, there's this in ceremonial magic. It's widely accepted, and in mystery traditions, that there's this Plato would call it the great chain of being. The Christian theology would denote some of these beings. They would like give them names and place them in certain spheres in the cosmology, in the Christian cosmology, like the seraphim, cherubim, Ophanim, thrones, kings, dominions, powers, virtues, these kind of things. These are actual beings that have subtle bodies.
Right.
Yeah. These entities, they work for the one or the demiurge or Brahma.
So what kind of magic are you talking about, man? I mean, you're talking about magic.
Yeah.
Is it black magic?
No. So
ceremonial.
I'll define my terms. So white magic would be something that you do for an internal, like a individual spiritual growth reason. Black magic would be something mundane, external. You're trying to manipulate reality with in accordance with your will. Something like Crowley's definition, like I want some woman to love me, or I want money. This is not black. I've never been entertained by black magic, and I've never practiced it. I've never had the reason to do that.
Isn't the only difference between a white magician and a black magician one insult?
Say that again. One and what?
Isn't the difference between a white magician and a black magician one insult?
One insult. Okay, yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah.
That's
well, because what he's saying is pretty much, somebody who practices magic, they'll put a spell in a heartbeat if you make them mad. And one of the things the thing is, though, someone who is not tempered by Christ will do mean things, bad things, hurt people.
I just want to make a point about Christ, and I'm sorry, I'm not a stickler in this regard, usually, whether I'm among born-again Christians or not, but I'm just saying, whatever you want to call it, what most of us call Christ, the power of Christ, is able to heal, to do things nothing else could do. I only could call from my reality what I have seen, and I've been around. You know, I mean, 70, maybe 170. You know, I mean, and I tell you nothing. I'm talking about things like addiction. Things are so powerful, so rooted in the id, you know, and become transmitted to the physical addiction, and I've seen nothing work in the worst cases, but that, and whatever you want to call it, whatever label you want to, but we call it Christ for a reason.
Yeah, I agree with that. I call it Christ too, but it's not the Jesus Christ person who people think are a historical human being.
I get it.
In the past.
Is it Maitreya Christ?
Yeah.
Is it what?
Is it Maitreya Christ?
No, we would say Lucifer Christos in this wisdom. We would say that these entities are actually
the light bearer.
I knew the Maitreya would be a Buddhist thing, but this is a Luciferian.
It's sort of.
But hold on, let me say something Hyperborean. I got to say this. He's talking about. You're talking about polarities here. You got that up and down polarity, right? You got the up and the down.
Yin and yang.
A person that can be evil, really evil, and do bad things, but they can flip polarity and be a very good person. On the other side, if you have a very good person, then the devil is devil, Satan, whatever the powers of darkness can flip you. You become a very potent and evil person because you have that power. But now you have betrayed one thing that Jesus says never to do, and that is to blaspheme of the Holy Spirit. So that is the question. And Lucifer, now let me ask you this. This is a question for you off of the beaten path here. Just this question, and just for you, where do you think Lucifer stands? Did he come? This is a question specifically. Do you think he was in the abyss? Was he tortured?
Yeah, no, there actually is no explanation to Lucifer's origins in the Bible. The name Lucifer is used once, and it's in Isaiah. And it's used to describe, it's actually a misnomer. So the Hebrew word for Lucifer in Isaiah is Hallel, which was the king of Babylon. It's describing a historical person who worshipped Venus and represented Venus, which was a goddess.
You're also talking about the Bible as in like what, the Schofield Bible or are we talking about
Torah? I mean, you can go.
You're going back to the 5 books of the Torah. The 5 books of the Torah are not the Bible to me.
Well, no. I'm saying back to the date of the Torah, right? There's this goes back to the Hebrew. Is essentially what I'm saying. This goes back to the Hebrew. There is no Lucifer in Hebrew. It's a Latin interpolation of the term Hallel, which was a king of Babylon.
Interpretation. Yeah. So your interpretation.
Interpolation.
Yeah. What you're talking. Okay. So what you're talking about is the Tanakh, because
no. I use that as a reference point, right? I don't mean necessarily just the Pentateuch. I don't mean that. I mean
that's Pentateuch is also Greek.
No,
so you're talking about
the Pentateuch is not Greek.
Yeah, okay.
The Septuagint is Greek.
The Septuagint, my bad. Okay, Septuagint. Yes, excuse me, I'm corrected. Here's the thing: when you're talking about the first books in the oral Torah being turned into which is a really
forgive me, scratch me saying Torah. I meant that as a reference point for the Hebrew religion.
All right. So then it would be
Isaiah.
But it would be the Tanakh, right?
Yeah, some of them. There are different versions of it.
Well, the different versions, but I'm talking about
when different amounts of books is what I mean.
Yeah, when they talk about Yahweh, when they talk about David having come, talked to Yahweh, he cried out and Yahweh answered him. He flew from a mountain it sounds like Smog, the dragon. That's what it sounds like. God was a dragon, according to the Tanakh. Now, does that mean that is the real version of God, or is that what
I'm agreeing with that.
Priests,
it's not God.
It's not God. Yeah, because the priests say that was what it was.
Yeah. And it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's a psyop. They want you to believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
but Lucifer, back to that real quick, just so we don't lose that. Most mundane Christians who have been completely brainwashed, beaten to death with very mundane narrative, they don't understand that Lucifer is never explained. Nobody knows what that is. We use that term in a mystical sense. It's literally a word, right? That's like a description of something, like phosphoros. It literally means bringing light. Like, that's it. There is no personage, right? Like we don't have a story about him. There are people who will say that he's Satan, but we don't know that. Yeah.
Halal ben Shahar means shining one, son of Shahar. So
you got it.
Yeah.
Which was a person. And we're not saying this is Hallel. We're just using the word Lucifer because with certain source documents, if you go back far enough, there are correspondence between certain clergy members and popes there's a conspiracy behind why they use the word Lucifer over Hallel, right? Because later they needed it to fit this narrative. There's this polemic that's culminated over the past 2,000 years to make the Christians infight with each other, and not only infight with each other, but to eventually destroy themselves for Judaism. So like that
is not incorrect. That is not incorrect.
That's what all the Abrahamic faiths are used for. They're basically vehicles to
the broom of Judaism is actually called Islam.
And Christianity is another one, except the Christians will be more docile. It's like the docile side of the coin. So they have the Noahide for the Christians who will accept the Jews as their chosen people.
Exactly. And the problem is that, and if you look at the six-pointed star, the dimensions are 666.
Yeah. There's all these different conspiracies. The JQ has been a thing for centuries. So people are aware of this.
That's also the Star of Remphan in 2 Timothy. You're not supposed to use that symbol, and it is a lineage. Now, here is the problem. The lineage. Now, does Jesus not say that he saw Lucifer fall from heaven, right? Like lightning. But he says, hold on, let me finish. He says Satan. He says Satan, right? He says Satan. But was there not a war in heaven, and was Lucifer not referenced?
There's never a story about Lucifer being an angel and fighting a war in heaven.
Never.
There's not
anywhere in the Bible.
Well, no, it's not biblical, right? There's these extra biblical texts that would try. There's Jews who have tried to say it. There's Talmudic passages. There's Zohar passages. But this comes way later. Like I said, there was this culmination. You got to follow the story chronologically, because it took time for the Lucifer character to develop. The further you go back into history, it's a word, it's a description of shining one.
It's very close to Jesus, because Jesus is what? The son of the morning.
And, yes, they actually.
That's Lucifer why is the morning star. So son of the morning star.
No,
from the house.
It's the other way around. Sorry, my bad.
Lucifer is son of the morning.
Son of the morning, and then Christ is the morning. So there is this weird little flip side there.
Well, actually, the morning stars were a class of angel that sang for joy when the earth was created, the Bible says.
Yeah, there's always a plurality there. And the book of Job, even, it predates Genesis. That is another weird.
It does. And it's not Yahweh. Look.
Yeah, well, exactly. And this is something I had an argument with a preacher. This dude, he told me to leave the church. Like, he told me to basically get out. And I said, dude, I'm sitting here telling you that Job predated. No, it don't. I'm like, whatever, dude. So I'm sitting there arguing with this hillbilly, and I'm like, look, dude, Job predates it, and it was in Arabic. And that's another thing people have a problem with. I don't care what people's, predisposition is. They equate Arabs with Islam, which is not correct, because not all Arabs are Islamic. 46% of Palestinians are actually Christian, and they're being genocided by Hamas and Israel, which is true. It is coordinated. What people need to understand, when they ask me about Palestine and Israel, I say, I don't think we should have allegiance to either one. My allegiance is to America. Actually, Texas. All right, period. Actually, my household. I'm just kidding. The point is that you have this people who are so stuck on the Bible, which is this big, and it's been diluted, changed, and turned around. Barnabas wrote it, and there's all of this, and they don't understand. And you will never make these people grasp true understanding history. They don't get it. They will never get it. They will never understand. Now, here is my question to everybody, is if you would really actually be willing to read the truth and see it for itself and follow the timeline, you would be able to understand what this is that we're talking about here. You are walking a very fine line, though, a very fine line, because the road to heaven is very thin. And I'm going to tell you, straying from either the left or the right, going to either side, will take you into a pocket reality that is not correct. That's the problem. So I am not in total agreement with this man. I'm going to tell everybody right here on the show, I'm not in total agreement with anybody, because I'm ever learning and evolving as a person, and I'm constantly, and I've read a lot of the same text you have, Hyperborean. But I don't totally agree with it, because a lot of it is man's interpretation, and man has a habit of making God in his own image.
That's what I'm saying. I totally agree with that. And Hyperborean wisdom does not use intellect, logic, or rationale, or not even the affectional capacities or faculties of the mind. It's completely intuitional.
Experiencing difficulties with this right now?
No.
What is it?
With StreamYard?
I'm having trouble with my hearing you guys are dropping out.
I don't. We're fine.
Anyone else experiencing it, or just on my
Might be your internet
those
connection.
those gremlins you got over there, Kelly. You got to get rid of them.
Yeah, you got to stomp them.
My laptop
I do it all the time. I don't like little tiny.
I know your Buddhist beliefs prohibit you from stomping them, because you'll come back as one and get stomped. But just you got to do it.
What is the Rosicrucian opinion of you had mentioned Venus? Do you guys follow like the Annie Besant school and the
Okay, hold on, time
school?
out. I know. Okay, I'm just gonna let you know, Dick. Every question you have is loaded to the max. I know what you're doing.
Yeah, and this isn't Rosicrucianism. What I'm talking about right now is not Rosicrucianism.
Because I know Dick's like, let me ask you another question. Alex,
I'm not trying to be a douche,
trick you for 500.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be
actually a pretty smart guy, but Dick is also a smart guy, and y'all two could really do some fire. I can tell you that. Let me ask you a question.
I'm not trying to be a douche. I apologize.
No, you're not being a douche. You just know what you're doing.
I have my own non-loaded question when there's a second.
Alex, you're quiet over there. What are your thoughts on Hyperborean, just in general, what he's saying? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, everybody come to their conclusion based on their life experience, and what they learn and gather on their path. What I do believe in Christ. I know Christ is real. There's not only from the Christian or Bible, but also non-Christian, or also historically documented the crucifixion of Jesus. And there were more people like him who came to earth and tried to show us the way, but they were eliminated.
What you're speaking on right now, what he's talking about, is the ascended ones. And not to get new agey, because I'm not into the new age, but I can tell you there were ascended masters that came. We did a show about it on the Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
The Jian. There was one, it was a Chinese, he was an immortal.
That was a cool episode.
They couldn't kill him, but they wanted to kill him. And then they also, if they can't control it, they want to kill it. So they try to take these ascended masters. And what they try to do is to harness their knowledge. And it's not like these people can actually teach you anything, because their knowledge is so bound up in their spirit that you can't disseminate it. There is no disseminating it. And they're put here, I believe.
Ego.
Do what? What was that, Kevin?
In their ego.
Yeah. And so
Bound
you
up in their
can't,
ego.
you're not going to be able to take what's theirs. It's never going to happen. So I know that you had told a story, Alex, about a man that they called Black Jesus, and he was a person in Africa who was unkillable. And he was actually taken and he was cut up. That was a story that you were talking about. It was on Abe's show last night, and that was a very interesting show. And my wife had heard this story, and we talked about it. And I honestly believe that there are people like this, and they're not necessarily evil, because they are given an ability, that God gives them to do the things that they need to do. But humans, being what they are, they always try to take what's not theirs. They try to take things that they didn't work for and they didn't earn. And that is a very human folly. And then they go after that. And what ends up happening is they subsequently destroy themselves in the process. And they can kill the vessel. Ultimately, they can destroy it. But what happens, they can't destroy the spirit, and they can't destroy the knowledge, the message, or the messenger, which is truly just a spirit. They can't destroy it. And when you start going down this esoteric spiral that we've been going down with Hyperborea, you end up in this paranormal soup that we're in. And you can't really, a lot of times people can't really focus like which way is up, because the world is not up and down. It is not left and right. It just is. And I think that we have done a very good job here tonight of all coming together and talking and being very cordial to one another. We don't all agree, and we probably never will all agree on what is what. But that's what's important, that we are able to come together. And I know tomorrow my enemies will have headlines saying that I am a horrible, evil person, whatever, for apostate, heretic, and everything in between, because they despise me. But the truth is, they don't hate me. They hate themselves. What they see in me is what they lack in themselves. What they see in you is what they lack in themselves. Mm-hmm. And they will continue to spin and hate and whatever, but they can't win. It is an impossibility, because unless they let go of the hate and they grow the love foundation, something that Abe is always talking about on his show, which is why I like Abe, because he's honest about it. And he tells you, yeah, he's crude and he has a soldier's mentality, but so do I. And I can tell you this, we're very similar people in the way that we're not going to take your shit. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, and I will, but I only have two cheeks. And a lot of people won't do that. You know why? Because they're not Jesus. Me and Abe never said we were Jesus. Neither did Dick Richards. Neither did Alex or Kevin or anybody else on this panel, Hyperborea, anybody that was here, Kramer. Nobody here is pretending to be better than anybody else, and nobody is saying that they're God or they're Christ. All we're doing is talking about it in a very cordial manner and trying to get through some of these mysteries. I do agree with Hyperborea in one particular way. We have been duped 100%, and we have been misled from the truth. We have been taken away from the truth, and organized religion is excellent at that. It takes you away from the true God, the true creator, the true essence of what is real. It takes you 100% away from Christ, because Christ was sent here to pull us out of this wheel of Dharma that we're on. And that is the $1 million question, is how much do you believe in Christ? Because if you just say, well, he was a theory, he was this, he was that. No, there was a spirit of God that came down, Christ, and he was crucified, and he died for our sins. Different interpretations, different things. People want to believe what they want to believe. But what Kevin said, even though being a Buddhist, he knows this, because Buddhism is actually a philosophy. Christianity is a religion. I'm not religious. I do believe in Christ. But I will say this. Christ is the way. And I don't care what anybody says. When you call out to him in his name, it is the one surefire silver bullet for any werewolf out there. And I can tell you that every time it will be the way out. You know why I know this? Because I've heard 1,000 people tell me this, and it's worked for me many times. Alex, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, but I've encountered that the Jesus name or Yahshua name, but when you say Jesus, he knows you're referring to him. Mm-hmm. Is very powerful to that name self, because I've heard people use it in house that were possessed, and the demons, the negativity went away when they use it in Jesus' name. And also what I've encountered is when people get abducted by non-terrestrials, that when they say Jesus, that things stop. Mm-hmm. So even the ETs or whatever they are, the other one, maybe demons or something, they also fear that name, so there's truth to it for sure. And you see all over the world that the only religion that they mock and attack is Christianity. Why is that?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason that is because that you're following the one true, the one that can pull you out. Where the confusion comes from with Hyperborea, is that they believe that there is this flip polarity of Christ, which is Lucifer.
It's not a polarity. They are one. They are one in the same entity. There is no Jesus, right? There's only.
You don't believe that, but most the people that are Luciferians will say that.
Yeah, that's why this isn't Luciferianism. I mean, it uses the word and a piece of it, right? Like there's There's thousands of pages of Hyperborean wisdom, and we don't ever refer to Luciferianism being the name of it, right? It has its own thing. It's so far removed from any synarchical teaching or mystery tradition that anyone is familiar with. But yeah, it's Lucifer and Christ would be the same individual. It's one name. Christos Lux is the mythos, the mythology. What you guys talk about Atlantis, we would say that is the cause of the sinking of Atlantis, or the destruction of the materialistic civilization of Atlantis, is the descension of Christos Lux coming from the origin into the world to leave a stone. The mythos is the Grail mythos throughout all Indo-European traditions. It is the stone of Venus. This was found out by Otto Rahn. He was a SS a member of the National Socialist Party.
Yeah, and of course, you had the White Order of Thule, and there was some other things that went along with that.
Yeah, and what you were talking about earlier about
Blavatsky and all that stuff. I mean,
that was my question about what you believed.
I knew what you were going to say.
Yeah,
well, go ahead. He already answered there because because I knew as soon as Dick sounds like Dick's already like thinking I'm going to ask him this, and he's going to have to say this.
Yeah, I went through Theosophy and I went through Freemasonry. Well, what I could of it, right, and then Rosicrucianism and Anthroposophy, but they're all interrelated. They kind of spring out of each other.
They do.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you're being bonded by all that, man, because it's pulling you from having the relationship with Jesus Christ. Have you even tried to have a relationship with Jesus Christ?
Yeah, that's where I came from, actually.
I mean, have you honestly, truly tried? Because
I still do, right? So, like, let
me speak a little bit.
Of course,
because you're seeking answers for all these other things, but you have. I'm a believer of Jesus Christ. I'm not going to deny Jesus Christ because that's the only way to make it into the kingdom of heaven, right? I don't go to church. I used to go to church when I was a kid, but I joined the military and stuff. I've prayed and He's answered my prayers. The Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, has answered my prayers. Tithe by rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. Demons, there's what people call cryptids. I call them DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. I have short reels of their existence, right? But I tithe by rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ. When I do that, they flee. There's DDN that can speak many languages because the origins, their creators were the Watchers. The Watchers that slept with women. The Great Flood destroyed them, but their spirits remained. It wasn't created by God. The spirits still remained, or people call them demons, but I call them DDNs, disembodied demonic Nephilim. Those are the things that are possessing people and deceiving people, and they've been here since the beginning of time, and they know how to talk many languages. They know how to mimic because they have. Since you were talking about magic, right? Well, that's what they're based off, right? Through it's the same entities or demons or whatever. They got the Bigfoot community deceived. They're the ones that take the manifestation of this beastly Bigfoot that people supposed to say they see, right? Or the dog man. I put it to this test spiritually because I've encountered them in their manifestation, and I put that spirit. You always test the spirit spiritually. I tested the spirit. I tied Banamrika in the name of Jesus Christ, and it disappeared. When they disappear, sometimes it smells like sulfur, or sometimes it leaves a negative residue that's like pestilence, but it's like black goo that it leaves behind. But I've been out there fighting it through the name of Jesus Christ, So you're talking about magic. Well, these are demons, right? And they're fleeing in the name of Jesus Christ. But I do have true faith and believe in Jesus Christ. And I do maintain a Heavenly Love Foundation. I've forgiven people that needed to forgive, in which with the forgiveness is part of love. And through that foundation of a love foundation, we are blessed with the spiritual gift of discernment. And I don't know if you've ever because I've seen the balance between good and evil, or the balance of feeling a certain way. I've already got my answers. I don't have to go seek anywhere else because I already know what's greater, and that's the power of Jesus Christ. And I felt that many people, people having problems at their homes. People, I help complete strangers where the demons are identifying themselves to me through spiritual law. They have to identify. So they'll tell me something, and they're like basically laughing that they're in control of the person. Sometimes they'll tell me this person belongs to us, but through a Heavenly Love Foundation, I do the good works, and I get rid of the unclean spirits that these people have through Jesus Christ. I'm just saying, if you haven't went to that level spiritually to know Jesus Christ, then you wouldn't understand. And I understand why you go see all this other stuff of philosophers when Jesus Christ is the source to give you all the wisdom and knowledge. All he wants you to do is believe in him. And all this other stuff, man, is just a lot of confusion, which it causes you to be bonded. I'm just trying to see what level and of belief in Jesus Christ do you have. It doesn't have to do with a religion. Is if you truly have a spiritual connection with him. I'm just here to tell you, I got a picture of this I call them DDN. Some people in other countries, they might call it the Gen. Well, I got ambushed by like a lot of them, man. They came from the sky. They were in disembodied form, spirit form. And I fell down to my knee, and I felt like a lot of weight on me. And the only thing I could say is, God help me. But it was coming from true faith and believe in him. And I had an immediate response. All my energy got zapped. I'm thinking if I wouldn't have called upon the Heavenly Father, I wouldn't be here right now. But, I guess I'm just sharing that I have many testimonies that he exists. I've even crossed over in spirit. Technically, I was like 20 minutes dead, and I came back to my vessel. I got blessed to come back by the Heavenly Father because of the love I have for my family, for my son. So he see me worthy to come back to my vessel. Even though I came back to my vessel, I struggled and stuff, but I made it. I'm just saying that if you haven't experienced things, then that's why I praise him the way I do, because I know he exists. So when I hear somebody, that's what I'm saying. The question I'm trying to say is, what made you seek other alternatives? Did you ever have a relationship with Jesus Christ the way I have, or the way maybe my brother up there, or anybody that has faith and believe in him? How extent of a relationship? When did you quit? When did you say, well, I don't believe this, I'm going to go seek answers? Something had to happen for you to go seek answers somewhere else. How old were you, or what age?
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for sharing. That's a lot. And good work, by the way. I think it's very commendable that you do what you do, right? Like helping people and the foundation. That's good stuff. All great stuff. I think there may be some confusion, right? So I'll try to lay this out clearly. Okay. So Hyperborean wisdom is anti-Rosicrucian. It's anti-Freemason, Masonic. It's anti-Theosophical. It's anti-Rosicrucian. Those are things that
but I'm saying,
yeah,
already
you
said
gotta
all
let me.
that.
You gotta let me
I just
work
want to
up
know
to it, because this is
what
not
happened.
something.
Because you say you were in believing in Jesus Christ at one point in time. So what happened? I want to know what happened.
I got you. So I'm starting with where you started, right? You explained, you spoke a bunch, and you started off by saying I was bonded by these things, right? So I want to start there, and then I'm going to move into the end of your speech, which will answer that question. All right. So the first one was bondage. I want you to know that this isn't Rosicrucianism. It's not Freemasonry, Theosophy, or Anthroposophy. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear all that, but I want to know what happened to you.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Made you go straight, because you said that you were.
No, I'm getting there. So you got to let me speak for a second, though, right? Because
no, I just want to know from the beginning. You know, what is it?
Hold on. All right,
Yeah.
let me mediate here.
There's a hang up.
I think what Abe is asking is, I guess, simplistically, what he's asking, what made you turn from your belief?
And that's where I'm getting. I wish y'all would just let me talk, because he's got me wrong. I haven't left it, right? So after he mentioned the bondage, he went into saying that did I have a relationship? I'm working into that, but he's given me maybe 10 seconds or 15 seconds of speaking. You got to give me like
I've been heard you for about an hour, man. I just asked you a simple question.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready to hear the answer.
How old were you when what is it that happened?
There's nothing happened. So I would say that I actually found Christ. Like, I actually went far enough to distinguish or to differentiate Christ from the character Jesus Christ.
No, but were you going to church or anything like that?
Yeah, I was a Baptist when I was younger. I was in youth ministry. I actually took religion really seriously. I studied theology heavily. And it's funny, if you actually study theology, you'll find yourself into philosophy inevitably, because the earliest theologians, the earliest fathers of the church, were philosophers. They were Platonists, and they were moving away from Neoplatonism. So long story short, I was trying to reify or solidify and make more real the relationship with Christ, right? There's a statement. I'm not a Catholic, right? I don't believe in faith alone. I'm not a Protestant. I had to move away from baptism. I don't believe in sola scriptura to assert, and I don't believe in faith or I don't believe in works alone. So there's this combination of like faith and works, right? So in what do you want to say? In combination with my faith in Jesus Christ, the works was joining with people who were deeply Christian, right? So theosophy, there were members of the Theosophical Society, specifically Rudolf Steiner, that drew me into the idea of theosophy. That there was more to the story of Jesus Christ. There was more to there's a sort of mysticism behind Christianity, sort of like Orthodox Christianity, that it's apophatic. It's not cataphatic. You can't really say what God is. You got to kind of figure out what God isn't to get to the truth of what God is, which ultimately is incognizable, ineffable, whatever. But basically, theosophy didn't get me there. It was kind of controlled. It was a limited hangout where you couldn't speak your mind. You couldn't talk about certain things. These people were more esoteric Buddhists, I found out. So there were members in the Theosophical Society who were Freemasons. And I've always been drawn to that from reading from certain Masons who were also Christian mystics, like the early members of the Golden Dawn.
Golden Mathers, right?
Yeah,
I had a friend that was his grandfather was a Freemason, and he had this chessboard with nothing but dragons or demons on it. And there was one day I was at his house, and I seen something come out of his room. It was this dark entity, and he was just laughing, and I seen it, and I started praying. When I prayed, it just went through his door, not through his wall. And I told my friend that he needed to get rid of the chess piece. But he got rid of all the stuff that belonged to his Freemason grandfather, and then all the activity that was happening in the house stopped. And now I'm just going to throw that in there that I remember when you say Freemason, it's kind of like a cult. Like a cult, that's what it is, right?
Yeah, it's a culture for sure.
A cult.
Yeah, that's what that word means. So it's a culture just like any other culture, right? It's a group of people who have their own ideas and interpretations of semiotics. They put symbols, they add their own meaning to the symbols in the world, right? They add their own interpretation to symbols in the world. Most mundane people have similar interpretations of symbols. But if I go across the border and to a different country, if I go to Saudi Arabia, they're going to interpret the forms of reality differently than Americans would. And so we have different cultures. These are two different cults. One is American, one is Saudi, right? Okay. So yes, I agree. Freemasonry is a cult. It's very eclectic. There are people from all different walks of life that come through the doors of the lodge. It's not strictly satanic. It's not strictly Luciferian.
But they don't believe. They don't believe in Jesus Christ. The people
they do. So, like the lodge that I'm a part of, every prayer they mention Jesus Christ, and you're not allowed to actually in a lodge because it's supposed to be in a blue lodge. It's supposed to remain secular. You're not supposed to say
because there's a blue lodge and a red lodge. And go ahead.
Blue lodge just means the first 3 degrees. What people would call the red lodge would be the York Rite, right? Which is 7 added to 4, so 11 degrees. But anyway, so it's not just this one thing. People who have never actually participated in Freemasonry honestly don't understand it. There's a few amount of people that I've met who have not been Freemasons that actually can explain it to a T, which surprises me, honestly, because it's very complex. It's a very nuanced thing.
Well, I can't explain it to a T, but I can give you a 2-hour lecture on it. And I'm not I'm not a traveling man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt that, right? There's a lot of information out there on Freemasonry, and there's a lot of misinformation out there on and disinformation. So
another problem too, let me say this, that there are branches too, like, okay, for example, Prince Hall. I mean, there's a whole nother culture right there.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And they have the whole different because I know a lawyer, I know a doctor, and I know 2 real estate agents and a mortgage broker who are all Prince Hall. And I know about 50 different people who are Masons, and I've run across them over the years, and they've always been shocked at my knowledge. And how many of them actually have accused me of being a Mason or saying that I was one? They thought at first I was a Mason.
Yeah.
They always think that. They say, well, you must be a traveling man. I'm not. I assure you, I just have read thousands of books and I've studied.
Yeah, exactly.
And there a certain handshake y'all do also as a Freemason?
Not necessarily.
There's multiple. There's
multiple.
Multiple
That
shapes.
they identify themselves through the handshake.
It's a method of recognition. Yes.
Yeah, you got to also understand that there are lodges within lodges. I mean, there's groups within groups. It's not just one particular one size fits all either. That's another misconception, and it depends on who's in charge, because you have Shriners and you have all kinds of. I've been in the Shriners Hall. I mean, I've been there. I mean,
so you have a guy in the comments, just sidetracked here. A guy, Justin Springsteen, said, "I'm 110% wrong about York Rite Freemasonry." York Rite is not a blue lodge, emphatically. Blue lodge, it has nothing to do with a color, right? It's just symbolic for meaning the first 3 degrees. So hopefully he can figure that out. But
Hyperborea, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And it's not one of these setup questions, but I'm truly fascinated. When you're doing your Enochian magic, do you guys like manifest fallen angels and stuff like that, or like?
So yeah, I was actually going to go there with his questions, right? It's going to culminate into that, right? Because he said something had to have happened to me, right? Nothing has happened to me. I've had a pretty comfortable life. I mean, there's some traumatic things just like anybody else would experience, right? Nothing too serious. I've never been really harmed significantly. I've never been really done wrong.
May we ask how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 35.
Have you not experienced a great deal? Excuse me. You have not experienced yet a great deal of loss.
Well, yeah, I've had people die. Yeah, significant loss. My father killed himself, to be blunt. There's things like that. There's trauma for sure, but like nothing too serious, right? Like I can live with that. I'm not beat up about that, right?
Would you say it was a catalyst over change?
No, this happened way later, after I've already found out Hyperborean wisdom. My father did this. And my father wasn't really, I wouldn't say he believed in Jesus Christ. He was a Christian, and he was just a really conflicted individual. He had his own trauma from his growing up that I don't really know much about. He didn't have a father.
Forgive me.
But, he was a great dad, though. He was a very great dad. So don't get it twisted. This guy was a solid stand-up figure. I was raised well.
What is the name of your? I'm sorry, for the sake of simplicity, your belief system that you.
It's called Hyperborean wisdom.
Gotcha. That's pretty easy. Okay.
Yeah, it's very easy.
One of the things I got to say this, though. I got to say this, and this isn't attacking anybody or anything else. But Hyperborean, the Hyperborean belief, and I know this, it was born during a time of the National Socialist movement in Germany.
It's not, though. You're talking about, so Hyperborean wisdom is the amalgamation of
Yeah,
what.
but it was also based on if you're basing on the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, is that what
I'm
you're
not.
talking
This doesn't come from anything previous to 1980. It's a South American thing. It has its own author. This guy basically tied it all together. It was not a thing before this guy, who was related to a member of the SS.
Yeah, he was. And that's the thing. I mean, there are some very valid points that you have, but there are also, there's roots. Now, believe me, I'm not the one to judge you or to say anything like that, because I'm not one of these knee-jerk people that thinks that everything that came out of Germany was bad. That's a brainwash that a lot of these bless you. These people here in the West are brainwashed because, we fought a war against them. Yeah, but that's also because the media told you to do it. I'm not one. Believe me, I'm not one of those people that's judging you based on that.
Yeah,
but you're going to have a hard time in our society to try to convince anyone, because if they do a little research into the Hyperborean, Thule, or any of these other things, they're going to go back to the roots of where this was. Now, it's a South American thing because why?
Yeah, because the order went there. Exactly.
Went there. That's where they went. Yeah,
but they don't use what I mean. So you got to remember, I'm all about words and definitions, right? Like they got to make sense for us to have a coherent conversation and make sense of what we're saying. We have to a certain extent, agree on terms. When you say that Hyperborean wisdom belonged to the SS, they never called it that. Nobody called it that, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody even really looked towards Hyperborea. The Germanen order, they called their secret society, there was two of them, Ananurbe and the Thule Gesellschaft. So they were more concerned with Thule than Hyperborea. But we trace it further back than Thule with primary source documents from ancient historians that would say that, these ancient nomadic tribal-like people, warrior king, warrior priest people, Scythians, Goths, R1A, R1B, these people who traveled all throughout Europe and Asia,
the Teutons,
were called Hyperboreans. They were all by the Greeks. So it's more of like a generality. It's not really necessary. You don't get hung up on the idea that Hyperborea was a real place or not, right? Like, we have transcendent terms. We would say that Hyperborea is called the origin. It's where you come from. It's uncreated. We don't really have to call it Hyperborea.
When you were talking about earlier about the Golden Dawn, I mean, like, so it's not part of the Golden Dawn. It doesn't.
This is anti all that, all of it. It's anti-Masonic. It's highly anti all that. That's
because I know there was a Golden Dawn political party in Greece.
Yeah. Okay, it's not that. I'm talking about the Hermetic order of the Golden.
Yeah, Gregors, Mathers, and those guys.
Yes.
Wasn't it like? And then there was Otto and Gregor Strasser. Otto and Gregor Strasser that were the original National Socialists, and that Hitler took from them. And then, of course, they were killed. I think one of them died in Canada or something like that. But they had their own beliefs in this, and that, getting back to the roots, because Germany had gone so far to the dogs during the Weimar Republic, it was a place of sin and just absolute debauchery.
Yeah. And we could go there, but I honestly don't think that would be wise on YouTube.
No, not on YouTube, because we're not going to. We could do a show about it on Rumble, and I don't really give a shit, because my enemies will say that I'm the evilest man that's ever lived anyway. So what does it matter what I say? But I'm telling you what I know to be the truth.
What you're touching on right now is also another reason why this doctrine, or it's not really a doctrine, and it's not a secret doctrine. There's no secret doctrine in Hyperborean wisdom. It's pretty paradoxical. What this wisdom, this philosophy, it by virtue of it being related to that point in history, that point of, that very polarizing point of history, it usually deters students. It deters seekers right off the bat. If you can't disassociate, or remove yourself from what you think history is, if you're overwhelmed by emotions and Mustache Man was bad, you're never going to read these books.
Yeah,
and I think
that's the key.
What books would you mention specifically here now?
So yeah, one is called. There's 3 Magnum Opera, right? This guy wrote 3 books. Supposedly he wrote 20, but these 3 are actually available in English now, and they've just been translated into English as of recently. So this is kind of a newer current for English-speaking people. The book you start with is called The Secret History of Tulageselschaft. So it's meant to be read in an order. This guy is a genius as far as a writer. He was an engineer, a biochemist, highly talented, gifted polymath. But he's a good writer. So he uses these literary devices within the books that make it almost virtually impossible to proceed with the concepts if you don't read them correctly.
And how did you get the Scythians in the context, being a history?
Oh, Hyperborea, right? So like the Greeks would, not only the Greeks, Persians would actually identify, and not just the Persians, the Britons. I mean, a lot of these people would have.
The Scots claim lineage to the Scythians, right?
Yeah, they do the Picts. The Scots would be their own thing, like Britons, or eventually it's like a mixture of Gallic, like a French admixture, French English admixture. But the purer, the royal, the noble Scythians who did not, miscegenate, they were called Scythians by the Greeks. They were called Scythians by the,
for instance, the people that killed Cyrus.
Yes,
and Sucker.
Yes, you got it. The Goths,
grew up with that stuff.
Yeah, the Vandals, the Alans.
Yeah, the Alans, particularly Irani speaking.
They're all the same people genetically. Like when you dig up their bones, they're R1A or R1B. They're very closely related to each other.
Yeah, Indo-European.
They are Indo-European.
Yeah, Indo-European. And that's why people, they say they're Indo, they don't realize if you looked at someone from Kashmir, you would be looking at predominantly a white person.
They are white, right? And that's a part of this mythos, especially, obviously, the Black Order, right? The SS. There was this mythos that, like, it kind of goes back to alchemy, too, that there's inherently these colors, these admixtures, these 4 primary colors that create human bodies or physiognomy, what you were talking about earlier. White, black, red, and yellow. They also represent various stages in the alchemical process.
And part of magic too, right? Part of
it is
magic. Yeah.
Deeply part. Yeah, it's deeply a part of ceremonial magic. But let's not get sidetracked, man. I don't want to leave Guy hanging. I don't know your name. Forgive me.
Abe.
But you asked me a question, and it was about why I don't believe in Christ anymore, or something like that. I'm not saying
what happened to you that you went astray. I mean,
that's where we'd have to.
Yeah,
we'd have to disagree. I would say that you would interpret it as straying away. I would claim that I've found Christ truly, right? So we're coming from 2 different sides.
You say the Christ that we know is not.
It's not a man who came to Earth and zero and died.
And I'm saying that what you found is not Christ. What you found is what's keeping you bonded. Because
I understand.
You're not knowing the true Heavenly Father.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
This is not the first time that I've been told this, so I understand. And it's just one of those things where like we are on 2 different paths, and we just have to agree to disagree, and it's okay.
I mean,
right?
you haven't been where I've been. You're 35 years old, and I'm not trying to say I have more wisdom and knowledge. I've been around the world. I've been in locations where there's been war and stuff like that,
Yeah.
All I'm saying that before I went to war, I prayed to the Heavenly Father and all our.
Yeah, we can go there if you want to. If you want to understand the reason.
No, everybody came back. Phenomena. They said that the Heavenly Father is with whoever calls them up to help them out spiritually, right? We overcame Allah. The people they were worshiping is Allah. I was in Operation Desert Storm, and we all made it back. There was other things out there you probably wouldn't understand because, talking about numbers, I seen the Gen out there in combat, how he was possessing people.
Yeah, no, I totally, as a ceremonial magician, I probably had as many as you, or if not the same amount of experiences, right? Like literally, that's
I don't know, man. I don't know. I
could see.
I mean, I do have a little stick over there with some minerals and stuff, but Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub. That's all that I can say. It doesn't matter what kind of magic it is, whether it's ceremonial or whatever the case, can't cast out. And again, the Jesus Christ is my protector, and my avenger. You know, there's
can
been
be, yeah, that's
many. There's been many people, right?
Yeah.
That practice other things that try to come up against me, and I'm still here because, like I said, he's my protector, my avenger. You know, I'm
So
just
there
I'm just trying to find out what happened to you. You know, what happened to you that. You know, I don't know your childhood. I don't know how old you were.
Yeah,
when
there
it
was
happened.
I've not turned away from Christ, right? You're interpreting what I'm saying as like I've left the faith.
No, but you're talking about something else. You're talking about what you're saying. You're talking about something completely different. What I'm talking about. You're talking about
of course.
Jesus Christ that we believe in, that he doesn't exist, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, Jesus Christ, a human person, did not exist. No, there's no historical record of a Jesus Christ. That's
Actually,
like
there is.
There's not though. Like,
yeah,
if you get into the current debate, I mean, I'm not trying to go there, right? Because I know it's very polarizing. Yeah. But
well,
like,
no.
Modern scholarship,
hold on 1 second, Hyperborea. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not against you. I'm not against Abe. I'm not against anyone.
No.
But there are actual Roman transcripts. There was a man that actually was crucified at the behest of the Jewish people in the province of Palestine.
Pull them up, drop them in. Is it literally?
Absolutely, yes.
It was going on 10
Younger?
years now, studying it heavily. No academic can prove it, right? They rely on sources that have been been shredded through literary analysis. Like we know emphatically that most of these claims that, like, okay, Tacitus, Josephus,
Tacitus, there was Pliny the Younger.
Yeah,
they actually did describe a man that was crucified.
Yeah, and you can look at these. What you're calling source documents are not source documents. They're copies of copies of copies of copies that come 1,000 years after the event, right?
And I got to say something, and not to be snippy about it, but what you read and what you believe, and I know all about Hyperborea. Do you want me to give you a beginning to end of it? I can tell you the
let's do that. But let me,
because I can tell you this. I could do an entire seminar on it because I know what it is because I studied it.
Drop it.
All right. So here's what I know. Let's do one thing at a time, and I'm not attacking you. Okay. We don't do that here. Okay. But here's what I'm going to tell you. Tacitus talks about you're right, and you said that these are copies of copies of copies.
Well, no, it's a literary forgery. We know because we have what people call the source document, and then we found earlier documents that
don't. Hold on. By your own view, though, you should know who.
Well, no, this is like
who's claiming that?
People with doctorates in theology and philosophy.
What are their names?
Richard Carrier has debunked all of it. Yeah.
So Richard Carrier
called On the Historicity of
Richard Carrier. Okay, let's go with him. Yep. Do you know anything about this man?
Richard Carrier, like personally? Yeah.
What do you know about
I don't. Okay. His work and the sources
but you know that he is not a believer in Christ.
He is on a mythological level. He's like the mythic.
Okay. Yeah. Right? Okay. So he believes in Thor, like somebody believes in. Okay.
I wouldn't say Thor, but
yeah, you know what I'm saying. You get it.
Yeah.
You get it, right? Okay. My point is this. Okay. It is polarizing in the way that people don't believe because they don't want to believe. Now, you can say that dinosaurs didn't exist either because they say that the bones were planted there by the devil and all kinds of other ridiculousness. I am not a creationist in the way that the world is 5,000 years old and dude, I am not that guy. Trust me. I get attacked constantly by the Christians. I get attacked by the Muslims. I get attacked heavily by people that support the Jews. I get attacked by pagans. I get attacked by everyone. You know why? The truth. I don't play around and dabble in. Yeah. And when I say that this is my belief, this is my theory, whatever, that's what I'm saying. I believe that this is my belief. This is my theory. I don't say this is 100% true. This is what I tell you what I think is true. I understand Hyperborea. It is a Greek originally a Greek, predominantly mythological place to the north, right? That's what it was. It
wasn't a mythological place to begin with. It's a terrestrial place. It's a land.
Yeah, okay, but it was never really found, was it?
It was, yeah. They called it Hibernia. It's Ireland, Northern Ireland.
Hibernia, but the Greeks never really found it, did they?
Well, they did, but then there's a mythos added on top of the terrestrial Hyperborea.
Yeah, they believe in a place that is not truly like.
They literally said that there were people riding on horseback with bow and arrow that were called Hyperboreans.
Okay.
Today we call them Scythians.
So according to what you're saying about Christ, I can say the same thing about Hyperborea. A lot of writers, the later historians, right? They don't believe in Hyperborea.
I'm not saying
believe
that
in the location of
Hyperborea has to be real.
Okay.
That's not my claim.
Yeah, that there was no Eurasian place called Hyperborea. I'm not saying I don't believe that. I'm just saying that's what most people don't believe. I absolutely believe in it. I believe that there was a place there because I believe that our land masses have changed over and over and over again. And I do believe that there was a Thule. I think Thule was Greenland. That's my opinion. Now, I don't say that I think that's a fact because I believe that that's where Leif Erikson showed up, and I believe that there was a Thule. I also believe that there were giants and dwarves there that fought each other. A lot of people would tell me, well, that's absolutely crazy. But you know what? There's archaeological evidence that gets taken by the Smithsonian all the time.
We're on the same page. Nothing you're saying.
That's why I'm not arguing here, but I'm telling you that there was a man. Now, there's two schools of thought here, Hyperborea. There's two schools of thought. There is one, and this is the Judean thought, and people are going to get pissed off when I say this, that they say that there was just a man who rebelled against the Romans, and for his rebellion, he was rightfully, this is what the Jews believe, he was rightfully executed by the Roman authority. They believe that. They don't believe that he was anything more than a man that was just a big mouth and who challenged the Pharisaic rule, and that he was eventually killed by the Romans. They rewrote that part. That's not really what happened. They had him executed. And it was Pontius Pilate under the leadership of Augustus Caesar. He was ruling the Palestinian, what's it called? Province of the Roman province of Palestine. And that he actually agreed with the execution in exchange for a prisoner exchange that they did every year during Passover. And that he took Barabbas and let him free, and he executed a man, right, known as Jesus, and Jesus was killed. Now, whether you want to add the Christ part to it, that's up to you. But he was named Jesus, and he was killed at Calvary. Now, that is a historical fact according to Roman history and Jewish history. Now, there is another school of thought that says that didn't really happen. There wasn't a man that was killed. It was just, a metaphor for an idea, and it was this and it was that. Either way, it fits the narrative of the people in charge.
Yeah. So, I'm not trying to interrupt or anything, but I'm telling you, listen, it's not the case. There is not a literary piece of historical record on Jesus Christ.
Pliny and Tacitus and all of that was just
it's
forgeries?
all forgeries. Literally, like I'm trying to tell you, it's already been hashed out, and now they've moved the goalposts. Apologists don't even talk about that anymore. That's outdated. There's a reason that faith is so necessary in Christianity is because you cannot ever know the historical Christ. That's why we have faith. Do you understand this, or does that not? Is there a disconnect there?
How do you explain
if you can prove Jesus historically, there's no faith, and then it destroys the entire Christian doctrine.
Well, the problem is though that the rising again, because
let me ask you this:
did not die. Where did Jesus? Hold on, where did Jesus go? Why is there records
Jesus
of him?
is not a person. It's a psyop. It's literally an amalgamation.
You're taking the black pill. So you've taken the black pill within the black pill.
It's not a black pill. It's actually a white pill because
you can call it that, but it's also a black pill.
So the Gnostic message of Jesus Christ, right, in the New Testament was that the world is not the kingdom. There is a place beyond. It's transcendent. Right?
What if it's both?
It's not. It's emphatically that's in John. So that's another kind of Christianity. There's Johannite, there's Paulist or Pauline. But if you look at what Jesus says, not John, trying to interpret Jesus in the New Jerusalem, Jesus says that there's a mansion separate from the world. The world will perish. It's temporal, right? There's a transcendent place. Then the goal is not to believe in a historical Jesus Christ and him coming back. That's a Judaic concept.
Right.
That's why the Jonite doctrine exists, is to try and reconcile and to pull a bait and switch once you buy the Christian Bible that you need to live on earth forever and ever and ever. It coincides with the New World Order. It coincides with technocracy. It coincides with all that. The truth about Jesus is it's transcendent. It's Christ. It's not this human person. And there's problems with the early doctrine, right? So I'm sure you're familiar with Marcion, the guy who compiled the first Paul.
Oh yeah, he was definitely very close to the Cathars who came. Yeah, but
he's a Gnostic. Some people would say he's a Gnostic.
They were Gnostics. Now, I'm not denying that the Gnosticism has a lot.
But even he says he wasn't a person. Paul wasn't even an apostle. He never saw the guy.
Yeah,
he saw him in
when you're talking about a person, though, what is your interpretation of a
blood
person?
and flesh, a guy with skin, and who has bones, and he dies, breathes, and shits. Yeah, that's not Christ. That's not literally. It says that the flesh is sin, and if Jesus is a sinless creature, he cannot have flesh. This is why they have the doctrine of docetism. That's why Marcion said he wasn't a person. He was a celestial, transcendent mirage of a human being, right?
Yeah.
Hyperborea. How do you explain the hundreds and hundreds of encounters that Josh has fielded where people have encountered, say, like a werewolf or a Bigfoot that's tried to kill them, or demons of many kinds, or one of a plethora of monsters where they call out to the name of Jesus Christ, and that being will either instantly run away, or they will disappear, or they will.
Yeah. This is easily explainable within the paradigm of Hyperborean wisdom. So there's this material cosmos, and it has a great chain of being, right? Everything underneath underneath the one or the demiurge that has a body, whether that's dense, worldly, or all the way up to the within proximity of them, which is subtle body. There's this whole world, and it has each one of these spheres of existence, these planes of existence, has its own flora and fauna. They have their own beings, and some of them are carnivorous. Some of them are, it's just like down here. It's analogous to down here. We have wolves, we have bunnies, we have, insects and fish, and there's these creatures, right, that exist. Some of them are sublunary, right? This is where we get the closer to the terrestrial. They kind of phase in and out. They can transcend time and space. Werewolves have been reported to do this. Bigfoot has been reported to do this. Some people would call extraterrestrials are able to do this. They're outside of the normal Newtonian and Einsteinian physics that we're taught as human beings, right? Well, these things, some of them don't have spirit, right? They're souls. They're like shells. And if you use one of these ascended masters' names, it's not only Jesus Christ. There's other people who report using any of the ascended masters' names that perform the same kind of act. It's kind of like this is a crude analogy. Don't take this literally.
We
like a placebo. It's like a placebo, but the name isn't necessary. It's not nominal, right? It's not about the name so much. It's about the power that actually has a spirit that's related to the one. Now, when you if you work in conjunction with or in cooperation with these beings, the one will serve you. He will reward you. If you don't like the one, if you shit on the one, he's going to destroy you, right? He is good and bad. He's two-faced. He is Satan. He is Yahweh.
That was Janus.
That's the same thing. It's the God of 1,000 masks, right? So when you have these demons, some of them are larvae, some of them are planetary jinn or spirits, and ceremonial magic. They're everywhere. There are Christian grimoires like the Book of Honorius, which teaches you, and I've went through the whole operation, how to bind all 72 demons, right? You have to evoke them, and you use the name of Christ to bound them. And it works. It actually works. I understand this. I went through it all. But you get so far down the rabbit hole or to the pinnacle of the mountaintop, the heights of the highest mountain, and there are inescapable problems with Christian ontology and Christian epistemology. It does not work. When you try to prove the existence of the one or of Christ being Trinitarian with the one, you cannot prove it. It all relies on faith, right? You have to have faith and give up the works. The works have to be put down. That's
faith
the problem.
not important where you are?
You said what?
Is faith not an integral part of what you are?
No. We would say that intuition is a sort of, knowledge. You could call it gnosis.
Gnosis is knowledge. And here's the thing, though, and I'm going to say this is going to sound completely nuts to everybody. Hold on. I just got to say this, and I love you, Kevin. Kevin, great questions. Hyperborea, Abe, everybody. I got to say this, though. It's going to sound completely nuts to say this. but everybody here on this panel is actually correct. But
Right.
we're also all wrong too.
Right.
And what I'm going to say here is that Hyperborea, I absolutely appreciate you coming on the show and espousing whatever it is that you believe. And I'm not dismissing whatever it is. I'm saying your belief is welcome to be debated here, because we are not a bunch of ignorant savages who are like, I'm going to take a pitchfork and burn you, boy, because you don't believe like me. We're not that kind of people here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
There are people that are like that. And I appreciate Abe and his spiritual wisdom. And he's a very close friend of mine. Also, Dick Richards, a little bit smarmy, but I like him. And he can he can be a little bit of a prick. Kevin, absolutely, just the guy he's good. You know, and you, Alexander, you're new here, and I really appreciate you coming here and being here, and everybody contributing the way that they did tonight. Okay, and I just want to say that there is no right or wrong. You have your belief. Everybody in the audience is absolutely entitled to believe whatever it is that they want to believe. Everybody is welcome here. We don't attack. We're not going to go and jump all over whatever. I don't agree with you, and that's okay. That's okay.
Of course.
I do agree more with what Abe was saying. I do agree more with what Dick Richards was saying and Alex and whatever. But you, and let's not lose sight of this facts. Hyperborea did not ask. He came on. He was very polite. He didn't say anything.
Great guest.
And he did not ask to be brought up and to do this. He says, look, I'm just here. I just want to listen. He did say that. Okay. He specified that. He didn't come in here and say, look, guys, I'm going to impose my will on you. And this is the belief. And this is blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to tell you that's because I'm so-and-so. He didn't come in here and go blah, 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 blah. He didn't do that like the Young Turks or Rush Limbaugh or some kind of political activist on the left or right. He came in here and he just said, I don't know if we should talk. And he said it very clearly. I personally know Hyperborea. I know what that is. I do. And I understand what your belief is. I don't necessarily agree with it, but we don't have to agree. We don't have to. Because if you're talking in an echo chamber all the time, guess what? It gets really boring, and you're just a preacher, and you're preaching to a bunch of people that are nodding their heads going, yes, yes, brother. You need to understand this. And if you don't ever see an opposing view to what you say, then you can never show why it is that you believe what you believe. This is why I think that there is a God. This is why I believe that Christ is real, because we are allowed to sit here and debate his divinity. We are allowed to sit here and debate who or what he is or was or will be. And because that is what God gave us, which is called what? Free will.
Free will.
So there are so many people out there who will just absolutely just stab somebody to death with what they believe is the truth. When they look down at the murder weapon, it's melted because guess what? It was an icicle. And then you're realizing maybe that wasn't the truth. It was just a temporary thing. And that's a sad thing because people crucify each other all the time. I get crucified every day. Every day I wake up. Every day I wake up, I look and I see the horrible things that are said about me. And I don't care. They think that they're affecting me. I was almost murdered 3 or 4 times when I was working downtown. They shot up my truck. They stabbed me. They did everything they could, and they didn't kill me. And guess what? These people aren't trying. They're not murdering me. So what do I care? But they hurt people that I love with the mean, angry words that they say. They mock my dead pet that passed away. They mock my wife who has a brain tumor. They call her all kinds of horrible, nasty names. They say horrible things about my nephews. They've tried to pin crimes on us. They've done the worst things they could possibly do without actually physically attacking us. And they won't physically attack me. You know why? Because they're scared. So they sit behind a keyboard shaking and hoping that they can get away with their little crap. And eventually it's all going to come to an end. But that's my life. I deal with it every day. So I can deal with someone coming on here who has a differing of opinion. It's a very simple thing. It's easy, it's fair, it's honest. The person believes the way he does. I'm not here to try to proselytize and force my will upon this man. I am not here to crucify this man because he doesn't believe the way I believe. His version of Christ is that Christ wasn't a human physical being. He's a perfect celestial being. That is his right to believe that. Abe went to war to fight so that you could have that belief. That's the point here at PRT. And we don't threaten people. We don't curse people. We don't hit people. We don't do any of those things. Those things are in my past. It's on my resume. It's on my resume. I've gotten into some fist fights and I've done some things. But that's in the past. I'm not here to be a brutal, whatever. I'm here to be a statesman. I'm here to be the best and most honorable person I can be and tell the truth. And I do that. And I'm willing to go to court and put my hand on the Bible and tell the truth about everything that these people have done to me. And I'm going to do that. And believe me, the truth will prevail. Good honesty will prevail. Have we done and said some things back to these people in retaliation? Absolutely, we have. Has my wife tried to defend me? Has my nephews and some of my friends and associates? Yes, they absolutely have said things and done things because they don't want to sit there and watch somebody be crucified every day. And I'm not comparing myself to Christ. I'm saying this is what you're not supposed to do. Jesus says we're not supposed to do that. So I don't want you to feel, Hyperborea, like we are all jumping on you, because I don't want you to have that nasty taste in your mouth. That good grief. All I was doing was sitting here and these people all just, the host asked me what I believed and you gave me a warning. You did. And then you came on and you began to talk and everybody was like, no, whatever. And then you kind of feel attacked.
No, I don't. Just so you do know, I don't feel that way at all. Everyone here is not, Abe, you too. I respect everyone here on this panel. I do not feel attacked.
Good for you, because I don't think any of us want to.
I got a question for you. I've been waiting to ask for like the past hour. I want to go back to something that you said probably about an hour ago. That's been like sticking in my mind, that I'm genuinely curious about this. So you said that there are like these pocket realities that the demiurge cannot access.
Yes.
What are those realities and why can he not access them?
Yeah, so it's made of the material cosmos, but okay, so it's like amputating a piece of the body or the plasmated will of the demiurge. Try to imagine what this is, right? So you have a prima materia, it's matter, it's inanimate, and you have this spirit that moves across it, and he forms it. He's an architect. It's the grand architect of the universe of the Masons. It's the demiurge of the Gnostics. It's the thing that's creating all forms. It's plasmating all forms. It's structuring reality down to the microscopic, the chemical, the biological, all the way up to the cosmic, the celestial. It does all of it, right? Well, it doesn't have a body. Its mind, it's like panpsychism. It's injecting its will and its mind into all pieces of matter, down to the smallest up to the grandest. Okay. Now, the way that it moves, its temporality, it's moving, it's in flux. This movement we call transcendent time. Okay. Now, an individual who is enchained in a body, who has a spirit, me and you, we actually have our own will. That's not the demiurge's. And we can affect our immediate reality. Mm-hmm. We call this imminent time. Now, there are these operations that one can do. We, in our wisdom, we call it the archimonic technique. It's very similar to like ceremonial magic, how you draw out a circle and you put symbols inside of a circle to try to represent the entirety of the universe. You're trying to shrink down the macrocosm so that you can unify yourself with it, so that the microcosm and the macrocosm become one. Mm-hmm. It's similar to that, right? But this is much more simplistic. We separate ourselves symbolically with this circle, right? And what we do is we get in a place, just like Jesus recommended when you pray, away from people. You got to get away from others, because their minds, when they observe reality, they affect it. Mm-hmm. They can ruin, they intermingle with your imminent time, because most people are operating on the demiurge's time. They're flowing.
And this is an agreed upon illusion.
Yes.
Yeah. And when so let me say something, because I want to make sure that you understand. Now, I'm not condoning this. I'm not saying this is what you should do, but what he's referring to is when you basically amputate or cut off a piece, like a pocket reality. That's what these entities do. Mm-hmm. They're taking you into an alternate reality.
The demiurge.
No, not necessarily, because they have the same ability we do. They can take out pockets, because one of the things I learned, and Hyperborea, because of the nature of what I do, I interview people,
Yeah.
They will be like, let's take for an example. This is just a very generic and made up encounter. This is not real, but I'm saying like someone's walking through the woods and they encounter a Bigfoot, and a creature that's not of this supposed to be, not supposed to exist. The trees will stop moving. The sounds of the bugs will stop, and they think, oh, this is because of predator. Nuh-uh. No, that is because this thing is taking you into a pocket reality. Now, that doesn't mean that that pocket reality isn't accessed by the demiurge. What I am saying is that they can create their own imminent time. And it happens quite often. In particular, one insidious being, the crawler, seems to be very good at this, and so does the black-eyed children. When they do these things, they are literally creating what you and I've thought about this before, the imminent time, but I don't want to use these phrases too much, and then people get confused with what I'm trying to teach, because I am teaching, but I'm not trying to teach people any one particular whatever, because then they're like, oh, you're trying to be a cultist or whatever. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you we should look into every possible category to try to figure out what we're dealing with. People can do the same thing. Now, what you're talking about is going and being absolutely alone. And I've told people this before too. I would say preferably not in a square. There's a reason for that. Go and be somewhere out in nature, but be alone and be unobservable. Then you can create your own amputated, whatever you want to call it, version of reality. That is the only way that I have ever known to do it. Now, if you know another way, there's another way, but that is doing imminent time. But that is the same thing that these beings are capable of doing. Escaping the all-seeing eye, though, that is a whole nother thing. Can we do that?
That's where I disagree, because they are under the eye of the, so they're not separate. They're not creating their own pocket. They work in tandem with, if they're not a direct form that's being created by him, like these shells, because the soul is a part of the one. But the spirit, these spiritual beings that transcend earth, that are a part of the great chain of being, they also exist within the body or the mind of the one. They don't separate from it because they work in cooperation with them. They worship him. They want to unify their will with the will of God. This is, in Christianity, they call this theosis or apotheosis.
Yeah, but okay, so you're talking about two different gods. What you're talking
no,
about,
we're talking about the one,
about the demiurge, which you're talking about, which Jesus tells us that's the Shaitan. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
these would be
the one, right?
In
So
our
these are
religion,
obviously,
or in our belief, we would call them demons.
This guy Sparky's paranormal, he's so right. He says, funny part, if you listen to him, he is so close to Christianity, like so close. That's what I'm saying. We're not that different. Believe me, if you actually,
I'm not arguing that fact, but all it takes is one or two words to change everything.
Exactly. It's very nuanced.
That's why I'm not Hindu. I mean, the Hindus have a lot of very similar belief. They have a guy who is God, and then they have all the gods are just one, because it's actually a monotheistic religion wrapped in polytheism. And then they have a guy that's going to come back who's the son of Brahma, which is Krishna, and he's going to, it's just like God and Jesus. But there are some things that are not correct, just like in Islam. And I got to say this, Islam will come up to the point where they say Jesus was the greatest prophet, but then he's not divine. He wasn't the son of God. And then that changes everything.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
And they also Islam said that Jesus wasn't crucified.
He wasn't crucified. He was taken. Yeah. They don't believe that. They believe it was Judas, and that Jesus was taken from the cross. And so therefore him not dying as the Son of Man, as the Son of God, therefore he wasn't divine. That's a problem, because then you have this, whatever, and then it changes. So you're so close, but we're still so far. So if you were to take Calvinism and Presbyterian, they would both call each other wrong.
Yes.
And all it takes is a few nuanced words to be different.
The problem. Exactly.
Some of them follow John. Some of them, because they take very specific parts of the gospel. They're like, well, I follow Peter, I follow John, I follow Paul, I follow,
exactly. It's not coherent.
That's all it is. And it's not coherent, because they said, well, I don't really like that part of it. I'm going to follow Luke, and then they're going to be something else.
Yes.
Because there's different gospels, but they're all saying the same thing. And the problem, though, and this is it, I got to say this, my mother died. Not only did she die in 2021, May 16, 2021, she passed over permanently, but she died in 2007. In fact, the anniversary of her surgery is coming up here. She died in 2007, and she was dead for most people aren't dead for that long. She was dead for several minutes. And the doctor, he scared the crap out of me. And he was like, Mr. Turner, I have very bad news, but I have good news. He's like, the bad news is your mother died. I said, what? And he's like, but she's alive. And I was like, I'm going to smack the crap out of you, dude. I was like, dude, don't play with me. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, don't play games with me. I was very upset that day. And then I found out why. My mother actually protected that doctor because he lacerated her pancreas and tore her kidney all up. Didn't know what the hell he was doing. But that's another story. Here's the thing. At that time, I was a different person. I was just starting to try to become a better person, and I was not there yet. So she did the right thing. But here's the deal. She says, son, I am not who I used to be. And I'm like, well, yeah, you died. She's like, no. She's like, I met Christ. At least I think it was him. She's like, I called out to him because I was headed to hell. What she was headed to was maybe the abyss, because it wasn't flames, which is probably worse. And so eventually she told me all about it. That person, that being, that entity is a real thing. It is Jesus. And he's a very real, being. When she cried out, he answered. It wasn't Buddha. Wasn't anything else. It was Christ. And he fought for her. And he had to literally fight and pull her away from this group of what I can only describe as demons, shaitan, whatever, that were trying to take her to a very bad place. And she lived. And my mother paid lip service to Christianity, but she was not a nice person. She was not a good person. And I thought this could just be another trick. Maybe she's not. Maybe she is. I don't know. Couple years of her vacillating back and forth between being her old self and being this new person. I accused her at times, my own way, not trusting her fully. And I would tell her, oh, you've changed, huh? Yeah, look what you just did. Well, that's very judgmental, and that's very bad of me to do that because she was always quick to jump on me. And over time, I realized she was a different person. And eventually I had to come to the realization that this is not the same mother that was mean to me, that punished me in various ways that were not correct and abandoned me. I just had to realize that, you know what, I always loved this person. And now she found the true love, to love somebody as she loved herself, something that I didn't believe she could do before. And Christ gave her a reprieve on death. Now, she didn't live a whole long time after that. She died at this age of 68 if she would have taken better care of herself, but the surgery really damaged her. She couldn't work out or do anything, could barely walk anymore. And the doctor got away with it, unfortunately. But I know that from the time, for 14 years, she did get to live 14 more years, and she got to see her grandson, her last grandchild grow up. She got to see Anthony grow into a man. Those were really her two favorite people. She didn't really give a crap about any others. I'm not even joking. She saw through them, and of course they proved to be exactly what she thought they were, because after she came back, she could see right through people just like that, better than I can. I can read people. And this is what ended up happening. She was renewed, and when she died, I talked to her right before she had her stroke, and she was already in the hospital. I took her off the Coumadin. She had a stroke. That was it. And then she languished and died 2 days in the, was it 2 or 3 days in the hospice? And
3 days.
3 days. And I was there with her. And then when I left, she passed. But I had no doubt that she is with the Lord, with God, the true God. And I know that Christ exists. That's why it's one of the things that I cannot deny. I've had my own experiences with Christ too. You can't really make deals with God, but I can tell you this. I was surrounded by enemies. I'm not even going to get into a long scenario or what it is, but they had me. They even sent a little note saying, hey, how does it feel to be a rat trapped in a cage? but they didn't call me. They called me a dog. I guess I'm lower than a rat, but they said, you're a dog and you're trapped in a cage and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And I had 2 people in that room that I could trust. And guess what? I'm still here. And everything turned around. And I told God, I was like, and I kept my word. I was like, you give me first chance, I'm out of here. Not going to do this anymore. My life will change and I will do everything I can to change it. So I did. And then for about 2 years, I languished as an $8 an hour, $8.50 an hour security guard. Long story short, I cried and was like, God, what is this? This is all. God tells you straight up. I could feel the power of the Holy Spirit. And it was like, you could be in a lot worse situation than you are. And I'm like, I kept my word, God. I'm a good person. I thought I was a good person. But God had plans for me, and the suffering wasn't over. You have to suffer to transcend. I know that. And I don't care what any Christian says or any Jew or Muslim or Hindu or Buddhist. I know the real reality, and I know the true God and the power that he has. And I know the true God. Why would he do righteousness and teach you to do righteousness if he's just here to play games and move pieces around on a chessboard? Doesn't make any sense to me. But he sent somebody here to pull us out of this and the grasp of the satanic demiurge and to pull us out of it. And that person was Jesus. And I 100% believe that he did walk this earth. And this is my belief. And I believe that he was crucified. And I believe that he rose again, because you can't crucify that which is divine and unkillable. So in that way, he was not a man like we were. He was just what looked like a man, because he was without sin, because all mankind is born in sin. And Jesus, at one moment in time, bore all of that and took it and said, give it to me. I'm going to take every bit of it. And they whipped him and they beat him. And at the behest of the Jewish mob, they killed him. They can twist and turn and say the Romans did it, but they did it. The Pharisees did it. And they're still doing it today to everybody who opposes them, everybody who speaks out against them, to everybody who disagrees, to everybody who has a differing opinion. That's what they do. They crucify you over and over again. But Jesus said, remember, they hated me first. They did it to me before they did it to you. And Jesus also told us we're going to reach more people and do more things. That's the point. Because what they did by killing him made something happen that reverberated all throughout history that will never be forgotten. And Mr. Carrier can say what he wants because he's an atheist, and he can lie and say, well, yeah, this has all been misproven, blah, 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 blah. And he can be paid by whoever wants to pay him, the Mossad.
Never trust a guy named Richard.
Yeah, Carrier is not an atheist, though.
But he is. He really is. Okay. Let's be honest. He doesn't believe in the divinity of Christ. To me, that's an atheist. Hyperborean, yeah, he believes in a God, but he doesn't believe in the divinity.
I don't believe in a God. Gods. It's polytheism. There is no one.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Can I ask you a question,
He's an atheist in the way that he doesn't believe in the God that I believe is the Father of Christ. No. Hold on. That is all I was going to tell you. That's why I believe the way I believe, because I know it to be true, because Christ delivered me. I had a problem in 2003. I was doing drugs and doing all kinds of crap. And I got on my knees and I asked God to deliver me from it. But then when God did it, I just went back, not to doing drugs, but to doing all kinds of other crap that I was still doing. But finally, in the mid 2000s, I quit playing around, and I've never looked back. And I've done my life has grown and built and evolved. And I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect at all. I still got a temper. I got anger issues. I got problems with certain people in this community. And they'll always be there. We all fall short of the glory of God. It's never going to be a time when you don't. But I would be remiss if I attacked you and said, hey, you can't come on here and say what you want to say. We're just going to say what we want to, because this is an echo chamber, but it's not.
No, we agree. Everything that you said, I agree with. Yeah. Christ is a thing. Christ can fix things. Yes, that is a thing. He can. Yep.
Now, as far as
I appreciate the personal stuff too, like your mother and that whole part of the story. It's very heartfelt, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and I'm sure it made you stronger and better going through these experiences. So thank you for sharing that.
Hi, Hyperborean, a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What do you think? What is your take on the apex of the Hindu construct that deals with the life force and the chakras. The Hindus gurus claim that when they're able to stop the heart and breath at will, they immediately enter that transcendent state, and there's no damage to the brain, the lack of oxygen because of the life force going up and down the spine.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Yeah.
Okay, and how does that relate to your how you define your construct, your mythos?
Yeah, the paradigm or whatever, right? Or the
Do you
cosmology.
accept that as a thing? Do you accept that as a thing of truth?
I'm going to answer that. I just want to say sorry to the other guy. I don't know his name, but Wolf's friend. He's on the same screen. If you do actually want to know more about the Archimonic technique and what that means, I can drop like an email or something, but I would hate to. It takes a little longer to explain. Forgive me. It's not something that I can just explain.
Like, I get the feeling that there's a lot of like fundamental concepts here that you have to understand first before being able to like really know, like see the big picture. You know?
Yeah, and that's funny you say fundamentals, because that's a title of one of the books, and it's the most advanced book, and it's about 1,200 pages long, and it's like an academic level text. It's not something that just anybody can pick up and read.
And what's it called?
It's called The Fundamentals of Hyperborean Wisdom.
Gotcha.
It's highly advanced, a highly advanced esoteric text. It's heavy on philosophy.
Are you accessible to email, or do you wish to be?
I am. Yeah, I'll drop that in private
Who's
chat.
the author of the book?
His name is Louis Felipe Moyano. But so yeah, the spiritual faculties, right? The subtle energy, prana, kundalini, all these different things, vril, things like that, or the crude interpretation of what people would call vril. These are all real things, but they're made of matter. To summarize the cosmology simply, it's a dualistic paradigm, right? But it's paradoxical. We only believe in dualism as far as spirit being separate from matter. Matter and spirit cannot mix. It's like water and oil.
Right.
So most people, modern Christians, the Catholic Church even, state that the spirit is dwelling within matter, and that matter is evolving with the spirit through time, kind of like Hegel. Rudolf Steiner would even say the same thing. That the spirit is history, it is time, it is moving and expressing itself through matter. We would disagree with that, right? We would say that the spirit is the only thing that is real. That is pure being and pure awareness that makes each one of the monads, the individual spirits behind a body, the ones that have spirit. Now, these forces, these energies,
there's some that don't.
They don't, exactly. They just have body and soul. These energies, or these forces, for lack of a better word, these are made of matter, very subtle matter, ethers, astral, cosmic. There's a bunch of different names that they put on it in mystery traditions. But this is not Hyperborean. This is working with the currents and the forces and the powers of the will of the demiurge, or the one.
Yeah, interesting what you say too about how, and you're not wrong about this, about the soul, because people don't understand the difference, and I'm glad you clarify that, because I've said this before. The NPCs, they don't have the soul and spirit, two different things. Let's put it the way you say it. It makes more sense, but you have to have a soul, right? There is no operating without that electric system, the soul, because there is nothing that doesn't have a soul. But to have the spirit energy, that's a whole nother thing.
So are you saying that a soul is just like the energy that animates the flesh,
basically,
and the spirit is the higher, like the being?
Okay. Well, I would say that
let's put it that way. It's kind of hard to, you could do an entire interpretation of it, but
the reason I say it's hard is because it's paradoxical. It's the spirit is actually the will that's really driving things, right?
Yes.
But the soul is apparently moving things.
Yeah.
It is seemingly the animus, right? But it's really the things that don't have spirit. They're being moved by the spirit of the one, or the demiurge. So ultimately, it's the spirit. But the reason
as in a demigod?
No,
the demiurge, to me, what I believe the demiurge is, because Jesus says that this world is run by the devil. He basically says that Satan is the ruler of this world. I believe that is an indictment of the demiurge.
Yeah, because like in Chronicles, David is condemned by Yahweh, or in Samuel, he's condemned by Yahweh, and then in Chronicles, it switches up and says literally Hasatan, the same individual is condemning David for putting census on the people, right? But it's the same individual, it's the same being ultimately.
Yeah, because I know a story of something dealing with the one. But he's dealing with a native story dealing with Central Texas, or the Tonka ones that they used to work with the Cav regiments, U.S. Cav, where they captured a Comanche, and the Cav soldier was looking for the prisoner, and I guess the Tonka ones,
cannibals,
were cannibalizing them.
To eat them.
They were cannibalizing them, but besides that. There was a big, because of that, the Comanches and Apaches came after the Tonka One tribes and started killing everybody. And some of the families that did a ritual, you know how you're talking about a circle? They did a circle of the family. The father grabbed all his family. They were all holding hands, and the father slit everybody's wrist, including his. So they all died, of course, right? Bled to death. But the blood that spilled within the circle in the morning when the sun rose, the one rose, in which the one was a dark shadow figure that could manifest through the elements or through anything in Mother Nature itself. It would create itself, and it was called the One, which they considered like a demigod or something in that nature. But it's a blood sacrifice. But I just wanted to put that in there because when you heard demi, well, they were considered a demigod.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, this is a different word than demi, right? What demi means in English. This is a Greek word, a Greek term, and it means like artificer or fashioner. It's like an architect, a creator.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what that thing it was like. Could take form from anything within Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Take form like with branches, leaves, anything dealing with nature itself. That it can manifest and take a form, create a manifestation or something with Mother Nature itself.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of like being one with the Matrix. And a lot of these people that do this magic, though, they really do operate within the realm of the demiurge to me, because they're using the cheat codes. I mean,
yeah, it is. He's right. They're interfacing with the ground of the material cosmos. It's like the substrate, right?
Excellent
The ether, the aether, the astral, whatever. There's many names for it that are
well, Richard,
defined in different ways.
Richard has this. You know the story about how when they did the experiment and they looked at the wall and there was the code.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Tell the audience about that.
Well, the buddy was looking. He made a red a dye sign and laser lens, and he shined it against the wall in this. I think it was like a line, but it was more like a cross. Like it was small this way and long that line, or long sort of horizontally, and you could actually see into the dimension that the code to the matrix was written in. And you could see the binary code, and anybody that he had look at the wall could actually see into this dimension that had the coding to the matrix in it, or the coding to our reality in it, basically. And it was literally binary code.
Interesting. Shade Viking says something here. This is why we are here for 5 hours. I was supposed to go do my job, and I said I'm paying someone $22 an hour to go do it. Because I love you guys and I want to sit here and do this. And I'm also supposed to be working out after I'm done. I guess that's not going to happen. But here's the thing. This is Shade Viking here. He says, this is why the place is called the Valley of Shadow of Death, because this is where all darkness seeks to reside, within the negative side of good and evil. Make no mistake, God has two sides. Now, if you go back to the beginning of monotheism, does anybody know where
Zoroastrianism?
Zoroastrianism. I was going to say nobody from the panel, please. Zoroastrian. That is the first that we know of as monotheistic. Now, you could say the Hindus, because polytheism, like I said, but it's wrapped in a different, put a bow on it. Let's say, for example, the Zoroastrians. Who was God to them?
Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda. But who was the devil?
Angra
Manyu. But who were they?
They were the same
They
being,
were the
basically,
same
just
being,
like two
but
sides of it.
Two sides of the same coin, but Angra Manyu was the shadow side of God. He was the bad guy. And then you walked this tightrope after the end there, and it was like, if you fell on one side, then you were in hell. If you went to the other side, you were in heaven. But you would, because, Angra Manyu, because of the way that Ahura Mazda and Angra Manyu were, there was a balance, a perfection. So there was no mistake. You see what I'm saying? And the shadow side of God, I guess, if you want to call it, did its job to make sure that you got punished. And that almost would be a perfect example of what the Gnostics believed as the demiurge. They believed that he was an ignorant creator. Ignorant in the way that, this is not saying what I believe, just this is what they believe, that he was not perfect. Therefore, he could not make a perfect world. He was abandoned by Sophia, right?
Wisdom.
His mother, right? The goddess of wisdom, right? Is that right? Yeah. And then he thought himself alone. And so then he created a world. Now, here's an interesting thought. And then this is just imagine you, each one of you is a creator. And I don't mean everybody going, I'm a digital creator and putting it on their Facebook because they're full of crap. What I'm talking about is somebody who can create. They put you in a straitjacket. They put you in a padded cell and they throw away the key and they say, okay, Joker, you've done enough. You're here alone now. Enjoy your time with your thoughts. And we turn the lights off. Imagine what happens after 48 hours of being alone in the darkness.
Total sensory deprivation.
Now, I have actually done this, and it's going to sound completely thrown off. You're going to say, Wolf, why would you do that? Because I wanted to create my own world to see what was there, right? No, because I was stupid and young and thought I could get away with it. I had a friend who had a studio down in Buda, and it was completely soundproof. And you know him. You've met him. He's a friend of ours. And he says, I dare anybody to go in there. And I was like, two days. The Navy SEALs do things like this, right? And one of my close associates is a Navy SEAL, and he told me we did this sensory deprivation thing, blah, blah, blah. And so I did it. But it was a lot worse because I stayed awake for 2 days. I stayed awake for 2 days, and I was in a place where I could hear my own heartbeat for 2 days. After the first day, in complete and total darkness, I didn't see anything but darkness. I just was like, my mind was beginning to slip. But as these people would check on you and smack the wall to make sure that the door, because that's the only sound that could come through. Then I would go, oh, there was a jolt. My mind began to go to places where I never knew it would go. I never knew that. I thought that sound was myself walking around the halls. And in fact, maybe I was out of my body because I couldn't take it anymore. The faces that were my own, of reflection in the darkness, became monsters. They became all kinds of things. And then an entire world was developed. A one with trees. I created all kinds of things with my own mind. An entire universe was fashioned. And in fact, I was like Silver Surfer going through the whatever. I didn't make it 48 hours. After 46 hours, I got up and I walked and found my way to the door and got the hell out of there. And I almost collapsed because I was so exhausted. And I nearly died because my blood pressure was just through the roof. And I felt sick. My only companion was tea because of the caffeine. Let me tell you something. I don't recommend anybody doing this, but I had an entire existence that went on and on and on for eons, and it only took 2 days. I created an entire world for myself. And in essence, you become your own God. You are God of that world. But when you had enough, you're saying goodbye, and everyone and everything that you created crumbles into dust. There's nothing there. Those beings that I created in my mind were nothing but a figment of an imagination, right? Those things that I saw, some of them may have been real. Some of them may have been actual entities that were visiting. Some of them may not have been. They could have just been tulpas that are spinning off for my own whatever. It sounds ridiculous, but let me tell you something. When God wakes up from this dream, what happens to us?
We have an explanation for that if you care to hear it.
And I know what it's going to be. But imagine time is not time. Because when I was there, it only took 40, I wasn't quite, it was about 45 hours or something. 45 hours, right? I had eons of time. I still can't even comprehend it all. And I had dreams and nightmares of it for a decade. Let me tell you something. Time is not real. And when you're in a deprivation chamber for 45 hours and 46 minutes or whatever it was, you eventually realize that there is no time. There is nothing. Spatial distances don't exist, and you're actually creating your own reality in your own mind. And in essence, you're basically God there, your own God, whatever. But I never lost touch with who I believe was my God. I kept asking God for help, and God gave it to me and kept me going. The whole time I was being told, leave this room. Why are you doing this? Some people would say, oh, you're being tricked by the demiurge. Why are you in there? Yeah, Plato's cave. Exactly, Stanfield. Why are you in there? Why are you trying to create this? Get out of there. Stop trying to be God. I wasn't trying to be God. I wasn't even trying to comprehend the mind of God. I was trying to see what my limitations were. Anybody who is foolish enough or strong enough to try to do that, I strongly suggest not doing it, because you can go absolutely crazy, because it mimics a little sliver of the abyss. And when you do things like this and you try to challenge the natural order of things, that right there is a natural way to create your own little, I guess, a liminal space of your own little reality. But you're basically, subjecting yourself to your own will. And that is your free will to make and create. And you will do it. You will absolutely make and create your own kingdom. But the time that God has for us, divine years, according to the Hindus, 365 is 1 year, right? Now imagine the time God is just taking a nap. He wakes up, we're all gone.
Yes.
That could happen at any time.
Yes.
So.
Yes. That it will happen. You can count on it.
It's going to.
Mm-hmm.
So what would that be called? Like, according to, like let's say just like basic Christian theology, would that be like the Judgment Day? Or I mean, what?
Yeah,
what
you could say that.
Pretty much.
Yep.
It's the Judgment
You could say the Judgment Day. But in the Vedas, what he's talking about, the yugas, they call it a Mahamanvantara, is what they call it, and it's the great year. It's the giant year. It's like 4 billion something years.
Yep. Interesting at the countdown of the Earth. But we don't really have time out in space the same way we do here, do we? It's light years that we try to quantify, and we really can't. We just hope for the best. We really don't have a complete science. Whenever someone says, I'm a scientist and I did this, and I'm like, you're an egghead that thinks he has the answers, but you don't. Yep. You can memorize the elemental table. It doesn't make you smart.
Facts.
I mean, it's the truth.
Yep.
So, guys, it's been 5 hours and 25 minutes of human time here. Imminent time to get rolling. I appreciate everybody showing up tonight, and I hope that we didn't get too far. I know people were saying like I'm way over my head, whatever. Believe me, we all are. Nobody's too advanced or whatever.
It's a great show.
But I enjoyed our time here. Any closing statements from anybody? Anybody on the panel want to say something? Alex, you want to say something? Anybody?
Thank you guys for sharing your thoughts with me.
Thank you for everything you expressed tonight. And I don't agree with someone who said there was a bunch of pushback. I felt like everyone was trying to get their perspective, to understand what you were saying and each other. And I thought it was a wonderful evening.
I did too.
Very enlightening.
Love to do it again every Monday, folks. We do this. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, there were 3 Mondays out of 4 where somebody told about a vampire. We had werewolf stories. We've had alien abduction. We've had everything in between, alternate realities, and we've just gone to every type and every corner of the universe you could imagine. But we still live in this reality, and in this reality, I still got to make money. So I got to go do things that I got to, I'm quite the good-looking guy, so I got to go dance.
Chippendales.
Yeah.
I have Perby. Are you leaving that? Are you making that address accessible to all of us?
Yeah. If anyone can reach out, I like to share ideas.
I can't see that screen in the one I'm on right now, but you have it in the chat or in the.
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Okay, great.
Yeah. The only thing I have to say, and where I respond to, because I'm a faith and believe, and I know He exists, is what God says. He says, "You deny my Son, I will take you away from the book of life." So I just leave it at that. That's why, no, I don't deny my belief in Jesus Christ. It's solid, because that's the only way we're going to be able to make it into the kingdom of heaven. I've heard people talk a lot of things besides what a brother Hostile is talking about. But that's one thing that I do is I place Jesus Christ first always, and that's what I've done. That's how I've overcome many trials and tribulations in my life. I faced many people that, just like Brother Josh Turner, I've been doing this spiritual work since I was 3 years old. So I'm 56 right now. So since 3 years old, I've been fighting the spiritual warfare between the balance of good and evil, in which if the demons exist, then if the demons exist, that means that Lucifer/Satan exists, which means the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, and the heavenly angels exist also. And that's all I want to say. I have nothing against nobody here. That's why I said always maintain Love Foundation. It just be careful what you're dwelling in, because you can be deceived, man. This is I just I know we're going. Something happened to me like with my mother, right? There was one evening that the dog was barking. I went outside to see what was going on, and there was this woman sitting on my neighbor's bench, and she walked and she stood on the sidewalk, on the curb, and she's looking at me, and I'm looking at her, and I'm like saying, "No way, there's no way." And the reason I'm saying there's no way is because the demon took the manifestation of my mother. And the reason I'm saying there was no way, because this is 2015 when this happened, and my mother had passed away in 1985. So yeah, when they make it personal like that, I went through a lot of trials and tribulations, and I battled spiritually. I started praying, and it took off, and it disappeared or whatever, right? But yeah, spiritual warfare is very real, and I'm surprised that you haven't been through nothing like that. So I don't understand, but yeah, I don't have nothing against nobody, man. And I'll keep everybody that's here in the panel in prayer, and I won't say a prayer tonight, because not everybody believes in Jesus Christ, but I will say a prayer afterwards.
Well, you can say a prayer if you want.
Amen.
Not
Yes,
everybody
sir.
has to bow their head if they don't want to. You're welcome to say it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Go ahead.
Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for for everybody here on the panel, with everything that's happening right now in this world, for us to maintain our Heavenly Love Foundation, no matter what the situation is. I know that I've faltered numerous times, but I'm not perfect. But for you to guide us spiritually of what we have to do, speak to those that might not believe in you, Heavenly Father. I know what you told me one time, to tell my brothers and sisters to open up their windows and doors to let you in, so you could bless them and heal them, and of course teach us. But I would like to pray for anybody, the viewers, the paratroopers, and I want to pray against any witchcraft or necromancy If anybody's doing any witchcraft or necromancy against anybody here in the panel or the viewers, we tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You should pray to you, Heavenly Father. Amen.
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 And I have to add, whatever two or more are gathered in my name, right, fellas?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That's absolutely right.
Regardless of how you interpret that.
The world is dark, and it's getting darker.
Yes, it is.
It will be.
We ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, yeah, it's
Well,
coming.
that's for sure.
And I want to tell everybody, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. And I hope that everybody understands that PRT, it started out as just a thing to do. It was fun. It was between me and my friend. He was a 16-year Army vet. He's a good friend of Abe's, and he passed away a couple of years ago. And it was a vision that we had to bring truth to the community, and we wanted to cover everything.
Mm-hmm.
We did 2 conferences, and maybe we bit off more than we could chew because so many people attacked us because we were intruding on their little space, and we weren't trying to. We were just trying to unite the community, because right here and what we talked about tonight and how we went about it was my dream. That was our dream. That was our goal, to make a safe space for people to come and to be able to, and I don't mean this crybaby, I need a safe space. I'm talking about like real safe space that people could come and talk about real things, real, energy. And this is it. This is why we do it. And this is why I fight. This is why I fight so hard. And this is why these people are pushing me so hard. They want to get rid of me. And I'm telling you this, as soon as I'm sitting here, if they could kill me, they probably would. And it's sad. What their supposed grievances with me don't amount to what they're doing to me, what they're doing to us. It doesn't make sense. So I know that they are being manipulated and controlled by something dark to try to destroy this. They don't want this community. They don't want the truth to come out. They don't want us to be able to do what we're doing. The evil that manifests itself, or that controls this world and manifests in many different ways, has come against us. And all we can do is steadfast, strong, stay strong, pray, and take care of one another. And if you have someone that comes on your show and you don't treat them with respect and kindness and allow them their say, even if you don't agree, you don't have to, then you're no better than the people that are attacking you. And I truly believe that. And I want everybody to know that you are not, there's nobody that looks down on you. Nobody's going to judge you. Nobody's going to mock you. These people have lied. They say that I bring people on the show and I attack them and all this stuff. That is not true. They try to say I attacked Richard the other day. They don't know me and Richard very good if they think that.
We can't have a debate.
They know that they don't realize how Richard really is.
Awesome.
But that's the thing. They are entitled to say what they want to say too. Like I said, Brother A went to war and he's a veteran, and just so these people could pop off and say all the horrible things they say about him. And I'm sure they're going to say some things about Hyperborea and Alex and everybody else on this panel. Doesn't matter. It's not going to stop this train. This PRT train is not going to stop. And they can keep believing what they want to believe. It's their right. They can keep supporting all these horrible things that they support and keep bashing and lying and doing and whatever. But there's going to come a day of judgment, like there will for everybody. We're all going to have to stand in judgment for what we've done. Me, Kevin, Abe, all of us. And I just hope that everybody's ready. And as for me, I will always serve the Father of Christ. I will always serve him because Christ commanded that, and that's what he asked me to do. I don't fumble around for who I think is God or whatever. I know who God is. That's the Father of Jesus, because he sent him down because he loved us enough to try to pull us out of this mess, this matrix that is not his. It is Satan. It is his world. We're living in it. So as soon as people understand that, then they can kind of grasp, baby steps getting towards the truth.
You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
That's right. So anyways, I'm going to go, guys. I'm going to let everybody off here one by one. Alex, thank you for showing up all the way from Aruba. What is your channel where we can reach you, Alex?
Yeah, I just got my channel back from YouTube. I was banned for 4 years. I do I started interviewing. I interview a super soldier person. I don't know what's anybody thoughts on super soldier, but I know they're real. There's different project. You have the Draco super soldier project, and you have the White Hats one. But I did the interview a few days ago with that person that was in that project, and it was very interesting. And I do meditation too. So I just started. I just got the channel back. I think I have less than a month, so I just started. Yeah.
Yeah, and these things are real.
Oh yes, and I'm grateful. Thank you for the invitation. That was very interesting and good with the information. Everybody different perspective. So no, I appreciate that. And yeah, next time I think we can go deeper with the ancient civilization, with the Caribbean too, there, because there are a few things I wanted to say of Aruba and the giants that were here actually.
You and I will have our time. We will get together and we will actually do a show. We will pre-record, and you and I can be, and it'll put on a Friday, and we could do 2 or 3 hours, whatever. And we'll just do one every Friday, and we'll just release them. That's what I would like to do. Hyperborea, how do we find you?
Man, I'm like I just pop up out of the wild sometimes. I don't really. I do this for, I don't know, leisure. Like I like to stream surf, and I happen to find you randomly. I just like to hear people philosophize and see what people are thinking about. I really don't have an active channel. I don't really care to make one. I've been banned so many times off different platforms. It's kind of exhaustive.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just pop up out of the random. Like I said, in this panel directly, I left an email in the private chat. So anybody who wants to share ideas, I'm fine with that. But yeah, other than that, I'm like a mirage. I just pop in and out.
Well, thank you for coming on tonight, and I appreciate it. Give the link to Abe's channel. Abe's always on late. He usually goes late, into the night. And I listen to Abe all the time. I'm usually driving around doing my patrols and stuff. I have to do my job, and Abe's usually there talking. Sometimes he's cracking me up. Sometimes he's talking. It's a shame because both of us, when we get into a flow and aren't being trolled and messed with by these non-playable characters, we can have some pretty good information, but they are doing everything they can to stop us from doing what we do. And so everybody, thank you for coming on tonight. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to start with Kevin here. I'm going to one at a time. Kevin, thank you for showing up, brother.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you to everyone here who made all this possible. Everyone in the audience, especially Richard, Alexander, Hostile Hyperborean, and Abe Cius. And Josh, of course, thank you very much. It was my privilege to be here tonight and share. Good night. God bless you all.
God bless, buddy.
And I'll let you go, Hyperborean. Thank you for coming on. Spirited debate. It was good. We had a great time.
That was awesome.
Yeah. I love hearing the different ideas, and you guys have a strong faith, and I respect that. Abe, you have great intentions, and keep following your path. Don't let anyone deter you from what you know. Right. So yeah, I respect you. Likewise, Wolf, you're highly charismatic. That's what I'll say. I like to pay respect to people and, give credit where credit's due. Guy in the middle, Richard, I think your name is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for all the little pushback and stuff. And I don't look at that as attacks. Same thing with Abe. Cool. I think it's very constructive. I think a lot more than what we got to discuss tonight.
Well, he does.
So, yeah, for sure. So, it was a pleasure talking with you. And I think Alexander.
Much respect, sir.
A little bit of, I heard you seem very intriguing. You dropped a link, or there was a link dropped. I'm definitely going to check that out. So thank you guys, and you guys have a good night.
Good night.
And so, guys, thank you for coming on. Alexander, we will talk again, and I'm definitely going to interview. I want to interview you. Let's set that up and let's get that done because it needs to happen. And Richard and Abe, you're welcome to jump in anytime you want. You can come to my show and you can co-host, or you can say whatever you got to say.
Thanks, bro.
Or you can record with us or whatever. You guys are my brothers.
Love you, buddy.
Love you guys too. And thank you for coming on, Alexander. You got anything to say, Alex, before we bounce here?
No, just don't fall into fear. That's what they control people with. With fear, it affects our immune system. So keep moving forward, and everything is gonna work out well. Everything is going divine timing and order. So it's
you know,
all
and
good.
I still think it's crazy. It's not crazy, but I was listening to the show last night, and the way that you and Abe connected last night, I say there are no coincidences, and it just made me think about that lady from Albuquerque, and I was like, holy crap, this is weird. I told my wife, I was like, well, you were with us too, right? And then we were with Maddie.
Yeah.
So it was all four of us. And we were just like, whoa, that's weird. So it just the way things happen for a reason. And Abe hit it on the head. He was like, it happened for a reason. It did.
A nod and a wink from the Matrix, bro.
There you go. All right, Alex. I'll see you. Good night.
All right. Blessings, everybody.
Blessings.
God bless you, buddy.
Abe, you know you're always welcome, brother. I'll see you, man. I guess you're probably not going to do a show tonight, are you?
No, not tonight.
Like, did you get some sleep though, finally? Because I know you've been up. You know.
Oh man, I was up for a long time.
Oh man.
By the time I went to sleep, yeah, I woke up at around 12. So I just been relaxing. I've been doing my little workouts, and you know, a lot of good things been happening. That's why I just maintain my life on there. But I do see how those people try to attack and stuff like that. But I'm not giving them any attention, man. Like, they want to be somebody, but they're going about it the wrong ways. They want to be somebody. They want to assassinate people's character and who they are. They're trying to make something for themselves, but it's not working, you know.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep doing what we do. And Abe keeps us going late at night. If you're up late at night, you're a night owl, go check out Abe. He's always got something going on. He's always got people on there, and they're talking about all kinds of stuff. I just like having that noise in that the voice, that noise in the night when I'm driving around doing my patrol. I don't feel like I'm alone. I feel like Abe is there, you know.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate it, brother, for having me on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anytime.
God bless you all the paratroopers.
Love you, Abe.
Yeah, we love you, Abe. You take care.
Y'all take it easy, brothers.
Good night.
God bless, bro.
So, Richard, what did you think about tonight? We had a good time, right?
That was awesome, man. That was a great show.
I know every question you asked, I was already like, okay, I know where he's going with this. Because you're right, you do know a lot more than you said. I mean, you and I could talk about this stuff all day long.
Absolutely.
And it's not just reading; it's a lot of experience too. I mean, because I've sat there and listened to people who.
Yeah.
And one of my grandfather's friends was a Mason, and he had a lot of books. And when he passed away, his wife gave a lot of those books to my grandfather, and I ended up with 30 or 40 of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I didn't touch them until I got into my teens, and then I had a lot of time to read, you know. And so I ended up reading a lot of books. I'd have friends come over and be like, "What is this old book?" You know, and I'm like, there was this one book I'll never forget, and I hadn't even gotten to it, and it was so old that the cover, the you couldn't see what it was on the not the cover. What's it called? The spine.
Yeah.
And he tossed it onto and it ripped, and all the pages came out of it. And I thought, what kind of knowledge could have been in that book? I mean, you know, it's a microcosm of Alexandria there. But I was like,
absolutely.
You know, I read a lot when I was younger, and I went down these rabbit holes. And of course, that just led me to where I ended up, you know. And this past weekend, folks, I'm going to be honest, I was contemplating quitting the show. I was thinking about just making an announcement and saying, I'm done. I'm tired of the attacks. I want my family to have peace. I want to shut down social media, just live my life. And it was weird. There were 2 or 3 people that messaged me out of the blue, didn't announce anything. And they just said, you know, we love what you do. You helped us. One guy was talking about helping him find Christ. Well, he was already a Christian, but reaffirming his faith, you know. And then there was another one that was like, I want you to stay, you know, doing what you're doing. I have kidney dialysis, you know, and you've kept me going, but out of the hospital. And then another one of our people who was in the hospital. Please pray for my friend Christopher Burke. He's in the hospital right now, and he's going through AFib. And I absolutely strongly suggest you don't drink these energy drinks.
No kidding.
Christopher's been on the show, and I hope that he's okay. We hope he's okay. He's been in and out of the hospital. Now it's been 3 straight days, but he was in, he was out, he was in, he was out. He's in AFib.
How many was he drinking a day?
He said, what'd he say, 5 or 6?
Yep.
Oh, so like 25,000 grams of taurine?
Horrible.
Or milligrams of taurine? Yeah. That'll do it.
So
poor guy, God bless him.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that eventually these people, we can get it done, because they're not going to quit. So we're going to have to get, and they talk a big game, how they're going to kick my ass in court. I can't believe that they think that after all these things that they've done and said, they're talking all this crap. I can't wait.
Imagine when you show the judge the girl pooping in the cup.
Oh, dude, there's so many things they've done and said, and they didn't, base it like, oh, well, this is my opinion, or this is what no, they just they say it like it's straight up facts. And when you say those kinds of things, good luck. That's all I can tell you, because my lawyers seem to think that it's going to be a slam dunk, a very easy thing. It's not going to take much, and it's just going to be, it's over. They're not even worried about it. They were just like, holy crap. I mean, they couldn't believe how much incrimination there was. I mean, one of he actually, they didn't want to take it because it's hard to get people to do a defamation. But when they saw the mountain of evidence, they were just like, oh, dude,
yeah.
It was brutal. They were just like, oh man. And it's still going every day. And I guess I shouldn't be telling people this, and because maybe they'll slow down or something because of what I said. I don't care what they do at this point. They can do and say the more the better now. Let them go crazy, because they have gone way past the point of no return. So all I got to say to these people is, there are a ton of people aligned against you. I don't even have to. There's going to be other people that are probably going to do it too. I mean, there are people that are like, well, let's do it together. But I suggest everybody just kind of do their own, because that way they'll have to just keep, legal fees alone will be brutal. I mean, so it's going to happen. And the people out of state don't realize that it will go to a federal court. So, and there has to be a stop. I mean, there has to be a reckoning with these people, and they have to realize that you just can't do this to people. You cannot harass and bully and belittle. And then the fact that they have the audacity to say we're bullying them. We're not waking up every day and making posts about them. We're just reposting what they're saying. Once again, here's what they said. This is what they're doing. And they think that banging pots and pans on Facebook or whatever and jumping around and acting crazy, spreading rumors and lies. And all weekend long, we were getting attacked by people we didn't even know. There were 3-4 people that I never have seen them before, and couple that I had seen before, and just saying the most outlandish, most wildest, crazy things. And I asked them, on Messenger, like, why are you doing this? What is your, why are you doing this? And they can't tell you. They're just doing it because they see these other people doing it, and they're making a huge mistake doing that. You shouldn't get involved in things you really don't know, because somebody that you think is your friend could be doing something that is completely out of line, and they can get you involved in something that you really don't want to be involved in. So that's the unfortunate thing. And so there's going to be several people that are going to be very upset over the coming weeks, but it has to happen, because if not, they're not going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's manifested into a crazy golem at this point.
Yeah, it's nuts. They've attacked you. They've attacked everybody they could come across who I've ever spoken to. I'm surprised they didn't go after my 3rd grade teacher. The absolute crazy, just nonsense. But I stand here in the gap still holding the line for a lot of people. And I know that if I back off and I leave, they get what they want, even though it's kind of what I want at this point. I just want peace. I just want to be left alone. I'm not asking for anything but just to be left the hell alone. If the judge says, leave them alone, don't say anything else, I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with that. I just so they could leave me alone. That's all I want. And not necessarily just me, but like people I love, care about, and I'm close to. Just leave us the freaking heck alone. That's all I want. There's nothing else. They think that I want something of theirs. I don't want anything of theirs. It's all tainted as far as I'm concerned. All I want is my peace, and I want them to let me do my work in peace. Leave me the hell alone. I'm not hurting you. Just leave us alone. That's it. And they will never get an apology from me because I don't owe them one. That is what's so crazy. They're all demanding apologies. One of these people, I don't know what the hell she wants. she wants an apology. And I'm like, what did I do to you, lady? I barely know this person. And she's like, he's my nemesis. And I'm like, wow. Do I have a rival that I don't even, how is there even a thing here? It's unbelievable.
They've all got weird main character syndrome in their own little weird world.
It's so bizarre.
What it is. Yeah, it is.
And it manifests in the most evil, awful ways.
It does. It does.
And
it really
you can pray and pray and pray, and I keep praying and praying and praying. But at this point, you got to do what you got to do. And but it takes time, folks. It does. It takes way too much time, and it takes money. It's not free. It's not cheap. But they kept going. They gave us enough time to get the money together to do it. So that's what's going to happen. I do hope that Paranormal Roundtable doesn't have to suffer for it. And if it does, I apologize. It's just the way it is.
Well, when you're going through hell, keep going, right?
Yeah. And I appreciate everybody who stuck by. I think to everybody who donated and helps out the show, it helps out immensely, especially with what we're going through and what we're going to have to pay for and everything else. I mean, we even got attacked for our giveaways, dude. We got attacked for our giveaways for the hunter's birthday.
Of course.
We got attacked for our giveaway. They lied and said we only gave away $200 on Halloween. We gave away $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they lie and they lie. And then there's these people that will go on there and read their lies and then just start going ballistic on us because they really believe that we're doing these horrible things, but we're not.
I remember they attacked us for raising money with the help intolerant booze for the Bethesda
children's school. Yeah, they attacked us for that. I mean, they went all in on us because we got together with Help and Holler, Blondes and Booze, and with Monica Rollins, to raise money for the Bethesda children's thing, and we got attacked for that.
And they help children who've suffered horrible abuse.
Yeah, and we got attacked for that, and then we got attacked for giving this deadbeat dad's child money for his birthday that people donated here. And he says, oh, there's proof money changed hands across state lines. Yeah, dude, to help your son that you won't help. All right. Explain that to the judge. Do that for me. So anyways, folks, it'll be done, and I appreciate everybody who stuck by us, and I hope everybody enjoyed tonight. It was going on 6 hours of just talking and philosophy and everything else.
Well, you might as well stick around 6 more minutes.
You know what it is, Dick? I'll tell you what it is. They can't do what we do.
I know it is. It's complete jealousy. It's a weird culpa or golem that's manifested out of their jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
It really has. And when you're so close to the mark, like I always say, the flak is always heaviest over the target, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting these people are giving you stories that they wish they had. People are trusting you with this stuff in the paranormal that they wish they had. You've got an audience that they wish they had. You've got people donating that they wish they had. And it's all just manifesting this weird jealousy out of these people and hatred, absolute loathing hatred out of these people.
Yeah. And their hatred, it is beyond anything. I just can't,
it's gross.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I mean, and a lot of people have told me this too. They think that maybe something's bad could happen to me. It could, I guess. I mean, I hope that it doesn't. It's not going to do any good to go do something to them because then you're in trouble and we could be in trouble. So I strongly advise anybody, don't do anything to them. Leave them alone. We're not trying to fight with these people physically. Okay. But I hope that if something ever does happen to me, I'm not asking people to run out and get revenge. All I want you to do is continue on, carry on my legacy, and just love one another, care about one another, and keep doing what we're doing here, getting to the bottom of things. And it could come in the form of a heart attack, stress. I don't know. My wife's been in and out of the hospital.
Well, let's not speak it into existence.
We're not going to do that. We just hope and pray against it. But if anything were to happen, I just want everybody to know we care about you. And don't stop. Just keep going, keep pushing, bringing the community together because that's what we need.
Amen, bro.
So, anyways, guys, what's up? Hey, what do you got?
I was gonna say I can see how hard it is, man. It's been a long road and it's been a long uphill battle with this shit. And I understand your frustrations, bro. I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, it's brutal. It goes on every day, every day. You wake up every day to more smearing, more crap, more,
And like they said, it'll never stop. These people won't stop. That's their absolute, just like it's a freaking parasitic infestation. It really is, just by another form.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. And we're hoping that eventually, the channel will begin to grow again. I mean, whatever. They openly admit that they report us and all this other stuff. I don't report them. Me personally, I don't report them. I don't watch them. I don't go to their channel. I don't do anything. I know that the one girl, the one fat girl, that she's always saying that I'm in there trolling her or whatever. I cannot tell you, I cannot be more sincere when I say that I don't go to your channel and look at that dumpster fire. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do. I don't give a crap. I don't, she wants to believe this idiot that goes in there. I believe he trolls her and then says it's me. I don't troll people. I don't.
Oh, yeah, I think it's hilarious.
I don't make fake accounts. I don't do any of that. That's just ridiculous. Anthony, how much time do I have in a day to do?
None.
I mean,
if we're not doing the show, then we're at work. If we're not at work, then we're at the gym. If we're not at the gym, then we're asleep. That's it. That's our life. I mean, like the little bit of free time.
The ranch
is used to just eat and shower and use the restroom. That's it. Basic human functions. We don't have time for fake accounts, for 500 accounts, and like who does that?
Crazy people.
Unemployed people with no job, living off the government.
Yeah. And if I have free time, my wife has been trying to. I'm gonna tell you something. This is the truth, folks. The 200 and some people here. My wife has been trying to get me to watch some movie. I can't remember the name of it. It's some movie. I don't even remember the name of it. It's been so long. She's been trying to get me to watch it for 2 or 3 weeks. And I can't even remember the name of it. And it was supposed to be Halloween,
Yeah.
And I didn't even dude, I feel horrible because I don't spend enough time with Nellie. I don't, me and Nellie go everywhere together. Like we're together all the time. Like, I just say, hey, you want to go with me? She's like, yeah, of course I do. And she don't invite herself. She always just waits for me to ask, because she's so sweet like that. And I always tell her, you want to go? And she's like, of course I do. Do you want me to go? I'm like, of course I do. And she always goes with me. And, but here lately, if I'm doing the show or I'm working, because I'm always having to work all the time, because one of my field captains is in the hospital, like I said. And, I'm having to break up his route with mine. I have to do a patrol route every night. I don't get to go very far or do anything. And I feel terrible because, she's been like, hey, let's watch this, and I don't get to do it. I don't get to be with her, And when old Ike says that he had these late night conversations with my wife, where is the proof in this? Because there are literal phone records, which I've already looked up, and it's pretty easy to disprove. There was one conversation there, and I was a part of it, and he lies and says that she was calling him up and complaining that I'm fat and that I smell and all this. It's like, dude, it's the most vile bullshit you've ever heard in your life. You're not going to drive a wedge between me and my wife, dude. You're not going to convince me that my wife's out there talking to all these mans, because you know what? She's always with me, and that's by her choice. And the other one's saying that I abuse her and that I'm an abuser of children. All of this stuff is going to be, let you explain to the judge all of that in court. I want to see you explain all of that in court. My hand to the Bible. You are liars. You are 100% liars. That is not slander or libel. That's a fact, and it's going to be proven in court so easy.
Mm-hmm.
So easy, because all you got to do is look at the phone records of that time period. It's very easy to do. And there was no calls. This guy just made some shit up out of his ass like he does everything else.
Yeah, you
What
got the
happens?
receipts.
Give the money to your children that you've collected over the last 2.5 years of Bring Hunter Home. You've been getting money. You haven't given a dime to your children. Take the test, the psychosexual evaluation that you need so you can see your son. I know if my son was kidnapped by a conspiracy, I would be all over that shit trying to get my kid back. I'd take 100 psychosexual evaluations.
Yep.
And every dime I got would be to bring Hunter home. The only thing this guy is good at is puppeteering old cosplayer of the LBL.
Yeah, he's a con man. They're all con men.
They're all con men.
Con men.
And the cosplayers over there, like a puppet on a string, flinging poo. It's just like, dude. Oh man, God help us get to that day. I just want to be in court. I just want to be there. I don't care what it takes. I'll take time off. I'll travel wherever I got to. I'll fly. I'm going to do it. I want to be in that court so bad. You have no clue. And just dump all of this mess that they've been doing and saying, like a weight off of me. Here is all the abominable things that they've done and said.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's look at their little pile of shit and let's compare. Retaliation is all we've done. And, maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. But you just get so tired of it. You just get so tired of it. And I have good friends that have gotten in touch with me and said, oh, you should just let this go. Bettina talked to me today and she said, they're never going to stop. You're just going to, and they keep bringing her up. And, and Chris Kramer made a statement about it. And it's just, they're just adding to the mountain of shit. And I'm doing them a favor right now, talking to them, telling them that they should stop because everything they're doing is just adding to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're all like, we're going to turn you into the FBI. We're talking to the police. I don't give a shit if you're talking to Julius Caesar's ghost. It's not going to help you because any court in this land is going to look at what you've done and be like, what was wrong? What were you thinking?
Yeah.
What were you thinking? Why was this person shitting in a cup?
Exactly.
They're gonna ask those questions.
And the veiled threats too. There's many.
So many of them, involving I got guns and all this and that. Blah, blah, blah. You want need my help? You want me to do something? You want me to deal with them and all this crap? And they're not rebuking these people, and then, the one is backing up the other. He's like, oh, well, speak true, forever be damned. And the guy's like, yeah, he took my son. Yeah, you're kidnapping him. And he called me an Indian. Why would I call you an Indian when you're not even native, dude? You're a white guy or something. I don't know. And so, yeah, that never happened because why would I say that? Why would I say that? He's got a clip that he took out of context of a skit, and he claims that I called him an Indian. All it was is a little thing he did, And the lies. And it's all coming out, dude. I can't wait, dude. I don't know what these people are going to do. I'm sure they're going to try and make up some bullshit to try to get out of it, but too late. What's said is said. And then one of them said, you want me to say it louder? Like he just doubles down, triples down, quadruples down. Keep doing it.
That's what assholes do.
Keep doing it because that just makes it easier. I just want PRT to know that there is no winning this for them. No way. No way out of it. I don't want their apology. If you say, well, my lawyer was like, you could tell them to apologize and you could at the court. I don't want an apology. I don't give a shit about what they don't have anything I want. I don't want their tainted things. All I want is to be left the hell alone, and I want them to be punished for what they've done. Mostly because I don't want them to be able to continue to do this to other people in this community. I see the pain and anguish that they've caused so many people. I've seen them hurt friends and family of mine and make them cry, and I don't like that. I don't like the things that they're doing. They think calling me fatty and all these other nonsensical bullshit things is going to make me feel like, oh, I feel so bad. I'm hurting. Oh, wow. No, dude, that's not good. You're not getting to me. I'll show you something here. This is what I'm talking about. It's very simple. This is the kind of stuff they do, man. So like right here, big mountain of stuff from PRT News. You see this? It says, hey, Hogzilla, did you know that every time you open that cake hole of yours, your ass falls right out? Do you see this? He thinks he's going to go to court. He's going to go to court, and this right here, he's going to be able to explain to a judge that kind of bullshit right there. That whole, you can take it and pause it and read it and whatever. And he says, yeah, he goes, now you're telling your myopic viewers that you have 4 or 5 and even 6. Oh, we got more than that, buddy. And he says, depending on which podcast you watch, all willing to sign affidavits that I beat my wife in front of them. Okay. First of all, nobody has seen you beat your wife in front of them. I'll go on record as saying that. I don't know anybody that said that you beat your wife. No, what you did was you raised your hand to her at the jalapeno tree in Jefferson, Texas. Okay. And there were 4 of us that witnessed it. I don't know why he keeps making up he's overboarding it. So then everybody thinks it's, he says, I challenge you to produce even one who's not on your payroll or under your thumb in crickets, because it didn't happen. Oh, it did. My hand to the Bible, it did. Once again, just another absurd lie meant to assassinate my character. This kind of petty schoolyard BS.
His character?
Yeah, what's left of it. He says, what does that say about you, fat boy? Your character as a man. Your own words are to be believed. You must be the biggest coward in all of Texas. I'm a coward. I'm the biggest coward in Texas. Yeah, I raised my voice and this man jumped. He's a jackrabbit, dude. Dude, you are a chicken little dude, man, in my opinion, is what you are. And he says, the same kind of man, according to your own words, you watch another man hit on his wife for 8 days and says nothing. Well, that's a matter of you. That's on you, not on me. Because when you got drunk, you put your arms around my wife at a bar.
Right.
And I thought we had an understanding. And I said, hey, man, that's not really polite. Don't do that. And he did it in front of his own wife. And I don't think that this man does these things and thinks about it. I think he just does them. I also witnessed him flirting with other women and doing these kinds of things. Basically a philanderer.
Lucky them.
That's not, I don't give a shit. Do what you got to do. You did try to literally, this is the truth. He had a conversation with my wife and he tried to get her to come and visit him in Kentucky.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He had been working on her, and then but to his credit, he did tell me about it when I confronted his ass. I was like, "What's going on with that?" And he's like, "Well, I just wanted her to be able to get away, if y'all ain't getting along." And also, we're getting along fine. Why are you inviting her there?
He's an absolute worm, bro.
That's the lowest. That was the fracture that just kind of whatever. And then there was this big war between his wife and these other women that I don't even remember their names, and I don't give a shit. But he tried to drag my wife into it, and my wife's like, I don't want to be involved in that. And that's how he weaseled his way into that whole situation. And every time we talked to him, what did he say, Anthony? He was always bitching about Blondes and Booze or Hellbent Holler or Robbie Raines or
always complaining about
so many people he got into it with. And then that idiot, the Roofer, gets over there and goes, we was always defending him against people. First of all, Roofer never defends anybody against anybody. That never happens. That guy doesn't defend shit. When John Smith, a.k.a. Mike and Jessica, attacked Barton and accused him of being a worshiper of Baphomet, Larry gets on there and goes, oh, Barton got attacked. He left. Josh Turner, blah, 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 blah. I wasn't a part of that group. I didn't attack that man. I did nothing to that man. And in fact, I was shocked and appalled that Brother Larry didn't help him. That should have been front and center. That's your friend. You have thrown everyone under the bus for that man, including Daryl, your buddy, who did the right thing. And what did I do the right thing about? What did he do the right thing? He kicked Larry out of that group for slandering us by going and lying to the mods, saying we were trashing them, me and Abe. We weren't. I never said a word about those mods. More lies. And it's all there. I have the screenshots to all of it. And this is what has happened. And it's just been a total freaking nightmare with these people. You have discarded anybody and everybody who was worth a shit in your life. And for what? For backstabbing, in my opinion, very backstabbing and cowardly people. It's a shame. You can go and you can clip this, because I know you will, and you'll twist it and you'll take little myopic, talk about myopic, little screenshots of little shit, and you'll turn it into something it's not. Because that's what they do, folks. Whereas I'll give you the whole story.
I was going to say, clip these nuts.
Yeah. And I'm going to be there and I'm going to go, yes, well, these are their little snippets of whatever that makes them look good. Now, here you go, Your Honor. Here's a mountain of crap that they've done. And let's get into discovery. Let's go and find out who the fake accounts are. Oh, I can't wait for that, because then that's going to close the door on all of this shit. Once that happens, I'd be real nervous, Mr. McKee. I'd be real nervous if I were you. And all of the mountain of shit that this dude, these people have said and done, you can't get around it anymore. This is ridiculous. It is libel after libel after libel after libel, and slander on those videos. It was slander after slander after slander, and they slandered everybody. They lied about so many people. And for what? For what? Because guy's a deadbeat dad, in my opinion. And another one, I didn't pay his taxes, and the other guy didn't get laid. That's really what it boils down to. And that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
I promise you, that's what's going to happen. And they hate me for it, because I know in my heart that the right thing will happen. I know that. And PRT ain't going anywhere.
Well, that'll be your answer to prayer, and I'm glad to hear that, man.
Yeah. So, folks, that's it. You know, go to PRT News, go join PRT News, and go and look and see the truth. Go and look at the slander and the lies that they do every day. What's going on with my wife's health, why it's going haywire, because she's trying to defend us. She's trying to defend us. I'm actually glad that my mother is not here to see and witness all of this. And I've talked to people in my family. I'm like, don't even, just a couple of my cousins saw that and they were just like, oh my gosh, they were just blown away. Just blown away. They couldn't believe the stuff that was coming from these people. You know, they stalked my business partners. They called my mortgage broker, tried to get him to tell them where we were living.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, the roofer did that.
Absolutely.
That's going to be their sworn affidavit too.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've done so much, and they honestly think that they're going to be able to walk into a courtroom and just they're going to own everything. They're going to take everything from me. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, I am not just joking around. I can't tell you how quick I want this to happen, because it's going to take time, but I want it to happen now, and I'm really impatient. And it's going to come down. And I don't know how much of this, according to one of the people that was in their camp who jumped on to our camp once we showed him the truth, he told me in a message, he says, dude, this isn't lawsuit. This is prosecutable.
Yeah.
He told me that. He was like, what in the hell is he? Because he didn't know. He was over there talking with them. He didn't realize how much they had done. He said there were thousands of these things that they had done and said, and they were in this group and they're over here screaming conspiracy and all this stuff. Dude, get out of here. But that's it, folks. That's what's going to, I'm just telling you. And the only reason I'm telling y'all this is because I want you to know, I want you, the audience, to know what we go through and what we are going through. This is a nightmare, and we are going through it every day. I mean, every day. We get attacked. We had some guy just went on my page, a picture of me sitting with the dog, and he just attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked, and based on what these people say. And then some of them, you'll show them the truth, and they're just crickets. They don't care. They only want to hear that other side. They don't want to know because they don't like you. I don't like you. My friend doesn't like you either. You know.
Yeah, you're dealing with a cult of terrors, bro.
Terrorists, but Tumblr poop Kate, baby. Yeah. So,
That's
all right, guys.
Good name for it.
Let me know when you're ready to come visit us, Richards. Let me know.
Yes, I will. So
Hang in there, brother.
It'll be in the new year, bud.
Yeah. You know, we Kanadistan. We'll see if you can get out of Kanadistan.
This country's so effed.
Yeah. It's pretty bad. Ours isn't much better, but Texas is a whole nother country. So
it really
all right,
is.
man.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
All right. Love you, bro. God bless.
Love you guys. I'll see you. So that's Dick Richards, everybody. And for me and for Anthony, you want to say good night, everybody?
Good night, everyone. It was a good one.
We had fun. We had a great time. I always am up for talking and debating and doing whatever. And, you know, the last 20 minutes, I said what I said. I just want you to know what we're going through. And if you could please pray for us so that God gives us the victory, not to destroy these people. You know, they'll be buried by their own mess in court. But I'm going to tell you something. I just pray for the victory that we never have to deal with this again. And that example will be set in this community for good people, for God-fearing good people that don't want to deal with this kind of crap, and that they can't hurt other YouTubers and podcasters and authors the way that they're doing with us. I'll take all of it. I'll take every bit of the punishment just so I can make it better for everybody. I believe in what we're doing. And I love you guys. We're going to see you, okay? I got to run. Good night.
I don't remember. It was something coming through the door. The whispered tears, yours or mine, but pain it will only find. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul. A lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown, only to close my eyes, turning around in me. Slow motion death, a caravan of ghost stars falling as we watch the moon fade. Bones and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. I feel the river water washing me. All the beautiful things can't be free. In the distance I see the sun clinging to the last day. Whoa. the end of the rainbow. It was a beautiful war of flesh and bone against spirit and consciousness. The eternal you of memories in motion, to live once more and to die once more. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown, body and soul, a lifetime